Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm Ali and welcome back to another build. It's been a long time, so I was working on something pretty nice, pretty fun stuff. And this build is gonna be special because it's one of those e-commerce functionality type builds where we kind of learn a lot about state and Redux and state management and all those types of things like store and those functionalities. And of course it's using the latest and greatest technologies as all of my builds do. So let me just show you guys a demo quickly how it looks like and how we will be basically building this entire thing and what the tech stack will be. I'm really excited for this because I put in a lot of work into this, and it seems that the result is like very nice and minimalistic. And I also wanted to like just share with you guys that from now on I'm going to be back with like more smaller videos as I used to before when my channel started, because I think a lot of I've been deviated from a lot of like beginner oriented tutorials where I just really went deep and hammered into like my previous videos, as you have seen, like Instagram clone for like 14 hours. But this is like gonna be one of those builds I'm planning to make it like short, but let's see how long the length is gonna go. So yeah, let me just give you guys a demo how it's gonna look like. So we'll have complete sign in and sign up functionalities, and of course this is the Alibaba clone, by the way. So I can click on sign in, and of course they're very basic. As you can see, it's very basic. This build is going to be mostly for beginners and to learn about Next.js fundamentals, server actions, and how to connect CMS platform. So we're going to be using OneEntry CMS, and they're basically the sponsors of this video as well. We're going to be connecting with their CMS, but again, this is not just to just with the CMS. You can do this pretty much with any sort of other CMS, any other databases, but OneEntry is basically very cool because they just released an e-commerce functionality, and they support very vast APIs. As you can see, they support Kotlin, Angular, Swift, React, pretty much like Vue and everything. And they recently released their e-commerce functionalities, which is like very nice, and they actually offer you like users and payments and administrators, authentication, and all those things. And we are actually utilizing all those things in our build today. So even if I said that it's going to be short, let's see how long actually it can go up to be honest. So we have sign-in flow, and you're gonna have like this nice little sign up flow. And I don't know if you guys saw that, like the button has a nice little animation. So we're gonna be also exploring some frame of motion animations with libraries. Like there's like two really new libraries, like Shadcn style kind of libraries. They're called like Syntax UI, from the guy Ansub on Twitter. He's an amazing dude. Just go ahead and give him a follow as well. A very great guy. He shares some really nice tips. So I'll be using his a library called Syntax UI, some really nice animations from here, and we'll also be using something from Magic UI, which is gonna be like very clean. We're gonna be using something, I'm not sure which thing we're using, but again, give this guy a follow as well. His, I think, Twitter is Magic UI Design. I think it's actually this guy Dillion. Yeah, really inspiring. Both of these guys, they share like some amazing stuff. So go ahead, give them a follow, and we'll be using both of these like packages for animations and stuff. I'll be showing you guys how to integrate them. Basically, let's take a look at how the flow is gonna look like. So we have this nice little flow. We have some categories and some menus. So let's say we want to buy something like a gaming laptop or something. So we click onto it. We go into this nice little page which we have created. You can see this is deployed, by the way. So it's gonna go to like /detail/gaming laptops page, and we have this like nice little banner here. And let's say I want to buy this laptop, this one, which is I think ROG Strix 16 gaming laptop. And now if I click into it, it takes me to this product detail. Like you can see product with a dynamic ID and stuff. So you guys are gonna learn a lot about like Next.js routing and how we can do this with and it's completely integrated with the CMS, by the way, like OneEntry CMS. And now watch this when I click on add to cart. Just like a beautiful drawer pops in from the right, And this is something which I see very less tutorials like showing this kind of functionalities. Mostly is usually like you click on the button and the card actually updates, but they don't actually show you these little like things. And by the way guys, this is completely mobile responsive as well, so everything's gonna be like clutch, like there's no shortcomings in this build. So you can see this is completely like mobile responsive. And let me just close apps so we can focus on it actually. So yeah, you guys can see if I basically open it right now, it will pop up open like this. And by the way, this is the Vercel toolbar. Let me just remove that. It is installed for me because I've installed the extension for it. So if I click here, you can see this is a nice little drawer on phone screen. It looks like this, and you can basically also click on escape, so it's completely keyboard friendly. Looks very clean. So if I add to cart, we can see a nice toaster notification right over here, added to cart. And now of course we are not logged in, so we can't access our cart, right? So let's quickly go ahead and sign up for an account. I'm just gonna use my main account here, and let me just type in like a password here, and let me just give it a name. I'm just gonna say Ali Codes, and this is just another field which is required for email notification. So if you want to ever integrate like email marketing, like notifications, those type of things, like send emails to the user automatically, this is like one of those fields. But don't worry too much about this. I'm gonna explain all these things later. Let's like create an account, agree, and sign up. And as soon as I do that, we get this nice little notification: sign up successful, log in. Now of course we have created the account, but we need to verify it by logging in. So I'm just gonna put my email, and if I put a wrong password or something, and if I just try to like sign in, we're gonna get these nice little error messaging. So again, this build is a really good foundation in terms of best practices like error handling, and I'm gonna show all these little things. So again, it's not gonna be very huge, but it's gonna be very good for your fundamentals and clear, like brush up your skills with Next.js and stuff. And that's what I want to focus on lately. So let me just like do my actual password, and let's actually sign in. So now if I just sign in, you can see the button was in disabled state, and here we go. We are basically redirected on the home page. And look at that, guys, like we have 2 items in the cart, because remember we added those items. So our cart is actually persisted. It's not like the items are not added. We were just not logged in, so we couldn't access it. Now if I click on the cart, this is going to take me to my cart page, and we have these 2 nice little items. You have this beautiful UI here. If I click here again, it's going to take me to the product. Now I can increase the items, and again, this is not very like, of course it's very like looks nice and all, but this is not something very exciting, because you guys are familiar to this by now, because there's a lot of e-commerce apps that have the same functionalities. But yeah, it just looks nice. We're using Shadcn, by the way, Tailwind CSS, of course. So there's a lot of nice things to learn there as well. But basically you can see the flow that we had a like nice little drawer, and even you can see I'm authenticated right now. So even my name, the full name which I entered, it actually persists that. Like basically we are getting the user details as well. Now the interesting thing is when I click on this checkout flow, right? So let me just go ahead and add like a few more items. Let's say I want to add a keyboard. I actually want to, and by the way, you can add as many items as you want. I didn't add a lot of items because I didn't want to waste my time in a lot of data entry stuff. It's just like really basic stuff. I just got this from Alibaba like website, and just basically data entry and all these things. And if I actually show you guys how it looks in OneEntry in our backend, because OneEntry is our backend basically. So the way it's gonna look here is we have like a catalog where all of these pages are gonna live. Like all of these pages, like for example, this is one page, right? It's like a keyboard category. So let's say you have an e-commerce site, and you have like different categories. So gaming mobile phones is there, 3G and 4G smartphones there, there's business laptops, there's gaming laptops category, there's different categories, and in each of these categories we're gonna basically add product items. So if I open, like you can see this is like an accordion, so I open up, these are my items right over here. Now of course I can edit these product items. If I go to like attributes, and you can see this is like full built-in text editor and stuff. And again, if you guys are not sure like what OneEntry is, I recommend go ahead to their like website and check it out. Like what sort of, it's technically a CMS, but it's actually more than that. It gives you authentication, e-commerce, a lot of like nice little things out of the box. Even it gives you like attribute sets and error handlings. So we're going to be building like dynamic login and sign up forms, not just like simple login sign up forms. We're going to be building sign up and login forms based on information like data from OneEntry. So we're going to create like nice attributes, and we're going to do all that good things. So everything is going to be managed from OneEntry basically. So if you have a client who doesn't know how to code, they can pretty much use the CMS. That's what CMSs are great for, right? And you can see there's a product price, there's an image, you can even upload more images, and you can basically do this. I didn't do description and subtitles, but you can go ahead and even do that. And I wanted to keep it very simple, and there's like a product currency thing here as well. So basically this is our like backend where all of our data is going to be there, and we have our like nice little forms and payments and everything. And of course our OneEntry is connected to Stripe as well, so you can see these are like all Stripe links. So we're going to learn how to connect this with payment. Now let's go back to our cart, because I think I added the keyboard. I actually didn't. Let me add, I like this, so I want to order this, add to cart, and I just like that added this, and my cart here increases. Now here you go, I get another item right over here, and now I want to basically check out. So let me just click on checkout, and you can see it's in disable state, and just like that Stripe page opens up, and of course it's in test mode. So we can see our nice little like Stripe page opens up, pops up here. And if you don't want to like order it, or if you want to like cancel this, like if you want to go back, we can again go back, and you can see you get this nice little page. Now again, this page is, I've created it like a URL order/cancel. So if we cancel it, like we're gonna say we are sorry, your like order has been canceled because there was some issue with the payment, but our items are still saved, so we can go ahead and try it again. So if we do it again, and this time we actually do the payment, and I'm just gonna like do my payment right over here, and this is just a test card. Of course this you can just use like 4242. This is like a test card in Stripe, and just like put your information here. I'm just gonna put my email, which I logged in with. I logged in with this email. You can even put any other email if you want to. It's still gonna save your order with the account you purchased it with. So if I click on pay right now, this is gonna process it, and this is gonna be very nice. Now we will see this nice little confetti, and here you go, this like a fading animation here. So if I refresh this, show you guys again, you guys can see how it like nicely fades in. This is where Magic UI pops in. They have a really nice component which we're going to be using, like fade in component with Framer motion, and you can see how nicely everything like fades in, and we get this nice little page. So the user experience is like very good here, and that's basically our build, guys. And I think it was a long demo. I understand that, but I think it was needed. And we can of course log out as well, so it's not just log in and sign up. And now we can of course sign back in again. Now again, I haven't connected this to orders, so that is something which I left for you guys to do. Go ahead and do it. Like I've shown you guys again the fundamentals. There's a lot of APIs. We're going to be using the OneEntry like npm package, and OneEntry like npm package basically offers you like a lot of things. So let me just show you guys how it's gonna be, how we're gonna be communicating with their npm. So they also have an API which you can use, but I prefer using like npm packages because they're like very nice. So what we do is get started. We basically install it. So there's an installation like this. We have the package, and they keep updating this package very like regularly. Like if there are any bugs or anything, you know, they're really like up to date with this kind of stuff. That's also very good, and their customer support is really good as well. But I wanted to like show you guys how we're gonna be like looking at the documentation. So you can see everything is in one place here. So we have form data, we have like orders here. So of course what I did is I just created the order, but I did not fetch the orders. So I used this function, but again there's another function to basically get all your orders. You can see get all orders, so you can actually use this to basically get all the orders. And what this is going to allow you to do, then you can display these orders for a specific customer, right? And you can actually do that, so the customer can actually see their order statuses and all those nice little things. And of course we have pages, and we have like different bunch of stuff. But enough enough talk about this. Let's actually start coding right now. It was a long demo, I know, and hopefully we could complete this very like soon. because again we're going to be focusing on fundamentals purely. But let's see what happens. So let's actually get started with the coding. So what I like to do is I like to use something called warp, but again we can use like normal Mac terminal. It's just like a terminal I like to use, and I just want to like clean everything up. And I have this documents build. Now we're going to be using Next.js latest version, which is like version 14 and above. So what we're going to do is, again, I'm just going to like show you guys, and this is like one of the builds I was building. It was a very cool build by Sunny Sangha. So I was actually building this before like a while ago, and it's a very like cool new build. I recommend you guys check it out. It's a very nice like learning kind of thing. You'll learn about AI and stuff. But yeah, so let me just go to Next.js documentation. And of course we want to make sure we are in the pages. So you're going to go to, of course, like this page, and then click on get started. Make sure you're in app router, and we want to basically get started with this like installation step. And you can see we have the like npm create next app at latest. This is what is going to install. It's going to ask us for these things, and I'm going to basically I like to use all the defaults like TypeScript. We're going to be using Tailwind, app router, and all these different things. So let's actually get started, set up our entire thing. So I'm also going to open on my other screen, I'm going to keep my directories open so I can have a reference as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to here create next step at latest. I'm going to put Alibaba clone OneEntry CMS YouTube. So I'm just going to say YT. You guys can name it whatever you want, and just like press enter. And it's gonna ask you to install 14.2.5 version of Next.js. Just press yes, and if you press like enter, it's gonna be yes. So just like keep pressing yes here for all the defaults. Make sure these are like selected, of course, like TypeScript, ESLint. ESLint is for basically if there's any like minor errors and stuff, it's gonna check for like any React specific errors and all those things. So it's really nice to have that. App router, customize default alias, no. It's gonna create us a like nice little project with some boilerplate code, so we can fastly get started with this. And here you go, success, created our project. Now we want to basically navigate into this. So here I'm just gonna say YT, and I'm just gonna open this inside of my code editor. Now what I like to do is I just like to do code insiders dot, because I'm using VS Code Insiders. But if you want to like open this manually, your folder should be created like inside of builds. So just go ahead, navigate to builds, and open it up. So I'm just gonna press it enter here, and I'm just gonna click yes, I trust the orders. And by the way, let me know guys if the what's it called. So I think I navigated into a wrong directory, by the way, because I think it opened up a different directory. So let me just close this. Let's see. Okay, I think it is the correct directory. I'm not sure why it is opening something different for me, to be honest. Okay, let me just do ls and let's see. Okay, so this is a bit weird because I do have my Next.js files, but I'm not sure why it's not opening the correct stuff for me here, but it's opening a different stuff for me here. Okay, so let me just try something, guys. Let me just go to VS Code manually. Sometimes these things happen. So what you want to do is open it up manually. So I'm just gonna go here to my documents, my builds, and I just created this. So I'm just gonna open it right from here, and now you can see I have my app. Usually this doesn't happen. Like when you press like code insiders dot, this usually opens the folders and the applications for you. But sometimes it can happen, so you can just open it up manually. As I was saying, let me know guys if the font size is clear enough for you guys to see, and go ahead and like if that's like small or if that's too huge, just let me know. And if there's anything else, the microphone and everything, I want to have like nice little feedback, so I appreciate that. So this is our like basically our main page, just like our home page, which it actually gives us. Now what we're gonna do, the first thing I like to do every time I start a new project is I like to start the server. So I'm just gonna type in npm run dev to start my dev server, and I'm using an extension called Console Ninja, which is like pretty helpful. It allows you to see console logs inside of your editor. So if you want to install this, just go ahead, like search Console Ninja here, and you will see this extension by Wallaby. A very cool extension. I really like it because it gives you don't have to open up console every time. and even server logs, it actually shows you right over inside of your editor. So pretty cool. So we can see it's ready, and now what we want to do is we want to go back. I like to separate my things, so I'm going to put my code in desktop 1 and go right over here, open up localhost 3000. And here you go, we have this default Next.js template. Now what we want to do is we want to get rid of everything because we're not going to be using that. So let's just say h1, and let me just write in hello world because I just like it for some reason. Okay, and here you go. And what is this black thingy in the background? Of course, this is some default styling, which the Next.js done by the Next.js team. So of course the default boilerplate template. Now we are going to be using Shadcn, and if you don't know what Shadcn is, by the way, Shadcn is a component library, except that it allows you to own all the code, basically, as in like it gives you all the code inside of your files, inside of your folders, so you can install all the code, and it's not something that is abstracted from you, so you have full transparency of what code you're using. And it's built on top of Radix UI by the guy like Shadcn. He's a really great guy, works for Vercel, and they recently released like charts as well, which is like a charts library. Looks extremely nice. I'm planning to do something with this as well, so soon enough maybe I'll release a video regarding charts and stuff and how to integrate them in Next.js. But basically you can see you can build pretty powerful stuff with this, like dashboard stuff especially is really, and I'm using them in production, by the way, so they're really great, as they have some like nice little components. But more so they have like these default like nice components like buttons, avatars, dialogues, drawers, and all these things. So whatever you saw in the drawer and stuff in my build, right, I'm using from Shadcn, and looks very clean, like the drawer which I showed you guys before. So we're going to be using their Shadcn to basically style, and they also have a theme section. So if you're worried about that, everything's going to look same for me, you have this like nice little theme section which you can customize it. So if you want to like have a red theme or something, and I'm sorry if I'm actually like white flashbanging you guys, so that's my bad. I usually don't use light mode, but I was using it for some, I think, testing or something. But this is the dark mode, and you can see like pretty much you can customize it however you like, even the border radiuses and stuff. And all you need to do is like copy this code inside of your global CSS, and because it uses like CSS variables, you can like consistently use all this inside of your like application, which is a really like, I really like that. Like it's a really nice thing. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reset it because I don't wanna like use any other. So like I wanna go to docs and installation, and we see Next.js. So it is there for a lot of other things as well, but we are using Next.js. So go here. We have done this first step already. If you guys know, like Next.js app latest, like we already did this. So we want to do this second step, and then the third, and we're not using any fonts, so we're not going to be configuring a lot of things. So let's do the second step, and let's go back to our VS Code editor here and open up our terminal by pressing Command J. Open up a new terminal. So keep this terminal running. I like to do that, and I don't like to like cancel my terminal every time. And let's actually install Shadcn UI at latest in it, and I'm going to be using default for everything, even the base color. I don't mind using slate. Would you like to use CSS? Oh, actually I completely forgot, guys. I might be using a variant of this. I completely forgot this thing, but I might be using, I think it was, okay, I might be using actually a theme color here. So let me actually show you guys, because I thought pretty much Alibaba actually, yeah, so I might be using this orange because I think we have this theming, so we can actually go ahead and use this. Let's open up our app and let's see. Yeah, you can see this orange actually is from Shadcn, so we are pretty much using the theming from there. And I think even the border radiuses I was using like 0.75 or something. I'm not sure which one was it. Maybe it was 1, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think we were using it. So anyways, let's just create this. To be honest, let's do this one, and let's keep it white. Actually, let's just keep it, can we keep it system theming? Yeah. And what we want to do is we want to just copy this code. So let's go with the installation first. And when you like save this, it's going to be saved in local storage for you, so this is not going to be like gone unless you reset it. So we're going to be using this. for the clone, for the build, and go back to docs, go back to the installation step. We're going to come back to that step later and go back to our thing here and select everything as default. Yeah, just use like CSS variables as well. So just keep pressing yes for everything and make sure these things are selected, of course. And you can see writing components.json, initializing the project, and installing dependencies. Now, what did it actually do? So if we look at our, like, if I open like command B, my sidebar, we can see we have a new folder, components.json. This is basically just a reference. Think of this as a pointer to the Shadcn docs, of course, and keeps like track of some things which Shadcn like basically has done for us out of the box. Like, you know, it's just a reference. They use like a schema.json file, and of course I think they also like initially install some dependencies. So if we go to our package JSON, and I think we look at the source control tab, we will see, I think, more clearly on what they actually install. You can see they install class variance authority, CLSX, Lucid React. So Lucid React is something which comes out of the box when you install Shadcn. So it's a very nice icon library. There's Tailwind Merge, there's Tailwind CSS Animate, and also it upgraded, I think, our TypeScript. Oh, actually it's the same. But you can see there's some nice little things were added by Shadcn. Not too much, but some nice things which are gonna come in handy for us. So now if we go back to the project, we don't want to configure fonts and stuff, but if you do, just take a look at this documentation and you can go ahead and do it. But I don't want to actually do that for now. So let's go back to our local host right now, and let me just refresh this, because yeah, for some reason it wasn't working. And now you guys can see that everything's white. So I think because we updated our global CSS, right? So you can see we updated this, so now everything's like updated for us. Now remember that last little step we had to do for the theming. So we're gonna go back, actually copy this file, and you can see this file pretty much looks similar. When you go into global CSS, it looks similar. So what we want to do is replace this with the file we have right over here. So we can actually replace this entire thing. I think this is just containing root and dark, if I'm right. Yeah, so let's just replace this and let's save it. So once you do that, our theming colors, like the orange and stuff, they're gonna be applied for us. And the way I can actually show you guys that this is applied, because these are all HLS values, and you guys might not even see the color, because I don't have the color extension installed. How we can test this is by installing something like a button or something. So let's go, and like the way I search on Shadcn is just press Command K and just type in the component name. So I just like to type in like this. Now for the button, it will show us how to install this. So I like to use the CLI for pretty much everything. Manual like takes a lot of time. But if you want like transparency, this is what I meant before. Like Shadcn is completely transparent. You can see that what's the code behind it, behind the scenes, right? So when we use the CLI, what it's gonna do is behind the scenes gonna add all this code, which we don't have to do manually. It's gonna install React slot. It's gonna basically add this to our project using the CLI, and then we can just start using a button. So that's what full transparency means, because it's not just like using it and abstracting something. And by the way, if you guys don't know about Radix UI, it's basically a very good library for accessibility and stuff. So you should be using that in production, especially because we want to have good performance scores and good accessibility for all types of users. So and it's built on top of it and gives you full transparency on what they're using. So I really like to use Shadcn to pretty much everything now. So let's actually use the CLI approach, and let's copy this command and actually install this. And another good thing about Shadcn is that you only install what you need. You don't have to like unnecessarily install everything that comes, like it's kind of like a bloat that comes along with libraries. Like you typically only need 2-3 things, but everything comes along with it, which is not a really nice thing to have, and it makes your dependencies heavy. And you can see it's done. Now if I search for button, you can see they have created a components UI folder for me, and everything related to Shadcn is gonna go inside of UI, like every component related to Shadcn. So you can see the full button. I can see now if I want to add like more variants here, you can see by default there's like 5 variants, and actually 6. I can basically change it, add more variants. I can do whatever I want. I can extend the TypeScript definitions for button props. So it's very extensible in those terms. and I really like it that way. But now let's see, because what we did is we applied our theme. So let's see if our theme is actually being applied. So I'm just gonna use the button. So I'm just gonna remove this H1 and just like import the button from Shadcn, and we're just gonna say hello world or something. And if we do that, here you go guys, you can see we have the exact same button as it was on the theming page, because we just updated our theming. So we can see we have our nice little setup now. We can actually start working on the functionality part of it, and how to like set up OneEntry CMS alongside our build and everything like that. So let's actually do those steps now. We have our nice little button, but we actually don't want that right now. So let me just go to my default home page and let's see what we have there. So on our home page, we're gonna have basically a main tag, which is gonna have some styling. So I'm just gonna remove all this default styling, and let's actually style this. We're gonna have this as background white. We're gonna have a min height of screen, and we're gonna say space y of 8, so some spacing between the children. The main tag is gonna have an image, and for all the images, by the way, I've linked my GitHub repository in the description, so you guys can pretty much like go ahead, download that, or just get the images from it. So I like to use local images because it prevents like layout shifts and stuff, and I don't like to use source a lot because then you'd have to just give a random width and height, which might cause layout shifts. So it's better to use local images actually, and I think Next.js even recommends that. So you can see why it's giving us an error, because we don't have, it's missing the source and alt attributes. So they're actually mandatory, so we have to give them. So for the source, we're gonna give banner, and for the alt is gonna be banner as well, and we're gonna have a class name. Now in this class name, you can see I have these nice little IntelliSense. So as soon as I start typing in, you can see I have like nice IntelliSense. I get these like default styles. Now because we are using Tailwind CSS, right? That means that how is this IntelliSense coming? They have a really nice extension called Tailwind CSS. So if you're not familiar with this, just install that extension. I think where is that? It is the official Tailwind Labs extension. You can install that, and it's gonna give you all this nice little IntelliSense, so you don't have to like guess it or go onto the Tailwind website every time if you want to apply utility class. And if you hover over it, you can also see what it's gonna be, right? So that's really like handy if you hover over these things. And if you ever mess this up and you hover over it, you can see there's nothing showing. That means it's not actually a valid class. So that's a very nice thing I like to do. Now here we're gonna give a custom height. So whenever you want to give some custom values, you just put like square brackets and put values inside, and this basically allows you to put your own custom values in Tailwind CSS. And I also want to say object cover, so it doesn't like stretch or something. And that's pretty much it. Now where is the banner? Like of course you're gonna have import the image, but before that I'm just gonna comment this so it doesn't error out, and we're gonna have a div below this. Here we're gonna have a component called tab selector. So I'm just commenting it out right now because it's nice to map things like this, because it's nice to keep a reference. But we're gonna have a tab selector component here, and what I mean by tab selector, let me show you guys. I mean this thing here. Now of course this is not completely dynamic. You see that like this content below is not changing, and that's not a bug. I haven't purposely done that. I just wanted to show you guys how you can have a like animated tab selector, and this I'm using from Syntax UI basically. So again, Syntax is a really great library I'm using it from, and pretty much I'm gonna show you guys how to install this and set up all those little things. So you're gonna be using, but of course it's not dynamic, it's just like changing some tabs and stuff, and you can see it's nicely like animated, so it looks nice. But let's go back to our build and let's keep building. So here we're gonna have a suspense boundary, and we're gonna have basically a component called catalog page grid, and we're gonna do this step by step. Firstly, I want to build the header. So of course, like the header of our application is gonna be very simple. It's gonna have sign in, sign up functionalities, and I wanted to basically go through like this. So let's first build the header and build the sign in and the sign up flow, and once we do that, we'll see how to integrate OneEntry, be comfortable with it, and we're gonna add some items, and then go along with our product e-commerce flow. So that's gonna be like really nice. So let me just start with this. So let's go and actually build a header. So here we're gonna go to our components, and I'm just gonna like click on components and like click on a file icon and just like create header. So let's just do that. And I like to use an extension called, I think, which allows me to like create these like functions really quickly, because I don't want to type these things out. It takes a lot of time, and by this point I'm pretty much familiar with them. So this extension is called, if you just type in like ES7, I think it's made by the guy, yeah, it's made by this guy, has like over 12 million downloads. So you can actually install this extension. It gives you snippets for pretty much everything, React Native as well, React as well. And I mean, this is something which they should remove, but they actually haven't, because React is in the scope, so we don't actually have to import this anymore. But you can use arrow functions. If you want to use arrow function, you can use like RAFCE, and it's going to give you like arrow function snippet. And there's like TypeScript ones as well. You can use like TSRFCE, which is going to give you like the props and stuff. So that's like a prop signature. But I really like this. Like, I just like to do RFCE, and it's a very simple one. So let's actually start building a header. So firstly, we want to be semantic with our HTML. So I'm going to change this to header tag instead of div. And let's go back, and we have basically nothing right now because we actually commented everything here. Let's maybe, I think we can have the banner. So let's actually, this is a good point where I can actually show you guys before we start building the header, the repo. So I want you guys to open the repo from the description I have linked, and actually go to something called, have I saved it in the app? I'm actually not sure where I've saved my images. Okay, I think they might be in public, to be fair. Okay, they are actually not in public. Let me just see where I'm getting my image from. I think I'm getting my image from, okay, I've completely forgotten where my images were stored. They should be an app, I think. Yeah, they're in app. Okay, never mind. So I have saved my images inside of app directory. You can save it in public as well, but I've just saved it in app, and you can see we have the banner.png. Now, what you can do, there's like a couple of ways you can of course do this. You can either like download the entire repo, get all the images and everything, because you're gonna need a lot of these. And let me actually show you guys how you can do that, because if there's any beginner watching this, even downloading a GitHub repo sometimes seems like very tedious. Like, where's the button to actually download the code? Like, you know, you have to click onto it and then download the zip, and sometimes, you know, when you're starting out, this is kind of like frustrating. So just click on code, download the zip, and what you want to do is like just go back to your code, VS Code, and open your Finder tab. And if you, once you open your like Finder, let me just go back to VS Code again. Let me just open it from here. And what you want to do is you want to bring it right over here. Go to your downloads, open up your thing here, like the repo you downloaded. Now go into the app directory where we have everything. And what you want to actually do is open up your sidebar and select everything which you want to import. Make sure you select everything. Don't select the layout and all those things which are already there, but select, we don't need the fav icon, it's already there. We need these images. So I've selected all my images, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop them inside of my app directory. And now we will have our nice images. You can see we have the banner. We'll have the badges for, you know, the products, like because we have like a top ranking kind of system, so we're ranking the products by rating. So we have those like nice badges and stuff. So we have the silver one, we have the bronze and the gold, and we have the silver light as well. Now let's close the sidebar and let's uncomment the image here now. And now we want to import our banner. So how do we import this? Very simple, just do from. And what you want to do is, because we are using import aliases, and if you don't know what import aliases are, basically they simplify your file paths here. Like, you don't have to type in // every time. So what you do is you just say @/ and you can co-locate like all the files, like, you know, when you do like /, so you have all the stuff here. Now you go inside of your app and then you basically select banner, and here you go, this is a proper path, and you can see now there's no more error. Let me save the file, go back to our thing here, and here we go, you can see a banner. Now of course it looks weird because we don't have the header, but we have a starting point right now. So now let's go back to the header, and actually start building it. So firstly, on the left side, we're going to have a logo. So it's going to be a Next.js link because we want to redirect to our home page. So we're just going to say href is going to be slash, and inside of our link here, we're going to have another image tag. And if you guys don't know why I'm using Next.js image component tags from like Next.js image, it is because it actually optimizes your image a lot. It converts it into a WebP optimized format, so whichever like images you're doing, like PNG or whatever. So, and also I think they use an API behind the scenes which optimizes the file size and all those things. So it's pretty handy to use the image component. It's really good for accessibility as well, lazy loading and all those kind of things. Now for the source, again here we're gonna do logo, but it's gonna be brand color one because you want a specific logo color. Alt is gonna be just logo. And again, another thing, it also like shouts you out. As soon as I do that, you can see the error is gone. So it emphasizes that you need to write alts. And with normal image tags, you don't actually get to see those because it's not required. But it's actually a very good thing is to keep the alts, because your images might be broken, something might happen. So it's really good for accessibility actually. Now I want to give class name here. So you see, like whenever you're importing images locally, another tip with images is that you don't have to specify width and heights, because when you're importing them locally, you actually don't need to do that, because Next.js automatically knows what the width and height of the image, because it's already saved in your folder. So it's local import, so it determines it automatically. But what you want to do is and it also prevents layout shifts, as I said before. So you can give a like set width if you want to, and still it's still going to prevent the layout shift, but you don't want to like explicitly define width and height. And now we're going to import the same way we did for the previous image. We're going to do for, okay, I can't type anymore, brand color. Okay, and let's just verify that everything's correct here, because I don't trust it. Yeah, it wasn't, so it looks like that. So logo, brand color, and we actually save this. We're gonna have some styles for the header, but before actually I do that, we're gonna go down and build the bottom part. We're gonna have a div here as well, and this div is gonna have another div inside of it. And this div, we're gonna have some class names. Is gonna be flexbox items center, and SpaceX is gonna be 8. And here we're gonna have like conditional check for the user. So we are basically gonna get basically something called a user here, and we're gonna make this, because everything by the way, in after Next.js 13 we are using like server components and stuff. So everything in Next.js is a server component by default, unless you explicitly make it a client component. Like you have to specify something called use client here, and then it actually becomes a client component. Otherwise, by default is always a server component. That means you don't have access to any window, any on click event listeners and all those things there. You don't have access to those things. So it's basically a server component, so that means you don't have access to those things on the server, right? That means we can do asynchronous calls, like top level async await calls, because it's a server function. And we're gonna do like a user fetch here once we like set up OneEntry and everything. So we're gonna do something called fetch user session when we set up our authentication with OneEntry CMS. So we're actually gonna do that. So I'm just gonna comment it out right now, but we know that we're gonna do this, and based on this, actually for now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say that the user is, let's say, true. So this means that the user is there, he's actually like logged in, and based on that we're gonna do some things like conditionally. So if there is no user, so I'm just gonna say false. If there is no user, we are going to display something, and if there is a user, then we're going to display something else. So firstly, if there is no user, we're going to display a React fragment, and inside the fragment we're going to have something called a hover card component, and that is something which we are using from Shadcn. So let's go like to Shadcn and search for hover card. And what is this hover card? Now you can see there's a nice little description here, and when you hover over this example, you can see what we get, right? We get this beautiful UI, And this basically is very like nice, like animated, hover card. Like when you hover over a link or a text or a button, something pops up, and that's exactly what we have done with our build. If I go to sign in, you guys can see we get this nice little pop up, and we can actually click onto it and go to the sign in page. So very simple. So all we have to do is again use the CLI command to install this, and it actually shows us the usage as well. So just open up your terminal, make sure you're on your second one, because the first one's running your server. So install the hover card, and what you want to do next thing is you want to actually import it. So I'm just going to copy this from the usage tab here and actually import it. And then again, I'm also going to copy the example here, and we'll see how it looks like. So we're going to go back to there. And by the way, guys, I don't know if you guys prefer me like doing it like side by side like this, because I have a really small screen, so I prefer it like different screens. My screen is like very small. It's a 13-inch MacBook. But if you guys prefer it side by side, I can still do that. So give you guys like suggestion in the comment like how you guys prefer it. But I like it, to switch between things like this. But anyways, on the hover card, we're gonna make sure you can see we have these nice little props it gives us, like, and if you command click onto it, you can see everything is customizable. We can see the code just like we saw it for the button. We have the hover card now, and we can change it's all Tailwind CSS. We can change it, modify it however we like. But here we're gonna make sure we make the open delay to be 0. We don't want the user to wait and then wait for a while and then see the popover. We want it to be very fast, and for the close delay as well, we want it to be fast. Now for the trigger, how do we want to style it? Now for the trigger is going to be some styles, and we're going to have a user icon right here. User icon is going to have a size of 20, and we're going to say sign in just like that, and we're going to make sure it's flex items center. Okay, oops, I think I messed up here. Items center, and text is going to be of color 333, and we're going to make sure text is small as well, and we're going to make sure cursor pointer is there, and gap x of 1.5 is there as well. Now I want to just like for the next one, I'm just going to here say if there is a user, we're going to say logged in or something. For now, of course, we're not going to actually say that. I'm just doing it for now. And let's go back to our build, and now we actually don't see anything, but we have done this much styling and this much header. But where is our header actually? Now of course we don't see it because we haven't actually rendered it anywhere, right, as a component. So how do we actually make sure that for every single page we have the header? Because if you guys look at this, like, except I think sign in, yeah, we don't have the header on the sign in and the sign up pages, right? If I go sign up, you don't actually see the header. Looks like different, it's not the same one. But for every other page, like if I go here, you can see the header. If I go on a product page, you can see the header. If I go onto the cart page, I think you'll still see the header. So how do we make sure that we have a header on every single page? Now here's where layouts come into play inside Next.js, like 13 and above. And layouts are like very powerful files, and they're automatically like created for us. So we can see inside of our app directory, we have this default layout, right? Now in this default layout, we can see that we have this children. Now what does this children means? I have like HTML body children. This children is essentially our page. This is what like our page is like populates it. So if I actually remove that, like, let me just show you guys. If I actually comment this out, you won't see our page anymore. Where's our banner? It's not there anymore. So that means it actually renders our page. Now if I go put this back, you can see our nice little banner. So this populates your page eventually. Now anything which you want outside of the page, anything you put onto the layout, is going to be rendered like on every single page. So it's going to replace this thing with some other page, whichever page you're going to go to. So let's say I want to do something like hello world on every single page, and I want this to be like an h1 tag, and I want this to appear on every single page. Now if I do that, you can see like we have hello world, but if you navigate to any other page and we haven't created a page, so let's say we create like a test page or something, but this page does not exist. So let's like go back to our folder and maybe create like an app test. Now the way you create pages inside of Next.js is you create like folders inside of app router. So what you do is you create like a folder, and then you name it for the page you want to call it. Like I want to call it like /test, so I'm going to do test, and then inside of this you follow a nice little convention called page.tsx. Now the reason we do it in this particular way is because now we can scale this up to like different ways, and always the convention is going to be like page.tsx. And this also means that we have different files like loading.tsx. We have like another file for layouts, so we can have a layout at this level as well, which is only going to be applied to the pages under this level, like under the test level, and it's not going to apply for the outside level. So we have this problem solved of like having different sorts of layouts and everything. And another really good thing about this is like a separation of concerns. So they all live in different files depending on your loading state shouldn't be merged with your main page and presentational stuff. It's actually a separate file. So that's like very like clean stuff, and your code stays clean and it's easier to read as well. So now we're gonna do RFC here, and I'm just gonna make sure this is like test page. Now we're gonna see this page, and you can also see we have hello world here. Why? Because we put that in the layout at the top level layout. Now top level layout means it's gonna be for every level under that, because this is top level, right? Now if I put a layout specifically right over here, just to quickly like show you guys, and remember it's a test, right? It's under test, so it's going to be test page layout. And if I put something, and of course remember it's accepts children, layout basically accepts children as a prop. So we can do children, and I can just do children here. Now I'm just gonna say hello world 2 here, and let's go. And you can see we have hello world 2 here. We also have hello world. Now what if I just go back to my home page, and let's see now. We don't see the hello world 2 anymore, because remember, as I said, now this layout is only going to be applied to everything under the test. So it's going to be under the test, not outside of the test, right? So if we go to the test, we see both the layouts, both the things in the layouts, but if we go to the home page, we only see one of the layouts. So that's like really cool. I hope it was like a good explanation of how layouts work inside of Next.js, but we actually don't need this test route, so I'm just gonna delete that. And in this case, what this means is we want the header to be top level, right? We want it to be actually we don't want it to be top level. Why? Because we don't want it to appear on authentication pages, right? Because we're gonna have these pages for sign in. So if you go to like sign in, we can see it takes me to /login, and there's no header here. Now how do we solve this kind of problem where we want it on some pages and we don't want it on other pages? It's very simple. The way we actually are gonna do that is we're gonna create two grouped routes here inside of our app directory. And now what are grouped routes? Let me just actually show you guys what I mean by grouped routes. Grouped routes are another like powerful way of let me just go. It's called actually root groups, but this means it's a very powerful way of organizing your routes. Like imagine you have like an authentication section, and then you have your app section, right? And you want differences in these two, right? You want one of them to have the layout, another one to not have the layout, like header and stuff. What you can do is you can put a folder name inside of parentheses, but really cool part about this is it's not going to be actually a part of the URL. So you can see, to organize routes without affecting the URL, create a group to keep the related routes together. The folders in parentheses will be omitted from the URL, so it will be omitted. So this won't be counted as a part of the URL, which is a very clean thing, right? So what we can do here is we can create two grouped routes, one for authentication. Everything related to auth is going to be here, and it's not going to affect our like routing. And another one we're going to create for our main app. So we can say app, and we can say auth. Now inside of our app we can have a layout. Now how can I have a layout inside of a group route? Because it actually doesn't affect it, right? Now you might be thinking this technically means that I'm having another layout at this level, right? But this is the difference here, right guys? This is a very important thing. Take your time with this, and just like look at the documentation. This is the difference with grouped routes, that you can actually create layouts inside of them, but they won't be at this level. They would be only at everything under this level. This is a really cool part about like group layouts. So I can create like a layout.tsx inside of here, and I can just lay RFCE, and I can just name it app layout here. And again, remember, because it's a layout file, it's going to accept children. Every layout file basically accepts children, and the children is basically the page content. I'm not sure why they're doing the type like this. Let me just quickly take a look at okay, they are actually like that. That's why. Never mind. So we can, I like it this one way more. I'm not sure why they have done it like this, but let's just prefer like whatever they have done it. Let me just like go back again, and okay, let me just do it our way because I like it more. This is more clean. I like this react.react node. I'm not sure what read only means. Does it mean that you can't, okay, it means like you can't change, but I'm not sure what the difference is. If someone knows about this thing, by the way, just leave a comment please, so I can learn about this. But yeah, I'm not sure. I know that this means that it's read only, and this is not read only, but I'm not sure why you have to do read only here. Like, what's the reason behind it? Anyways, we can remove the h1 from here. We don't actually need that. We're gonna put the header, but we're gonna put the header right over here now. Now let me show you guys. Firstly, let's do children. Now a good point about this grouped routing is that what I can do now, guys, is I can move this page inside of this app. And what I mean is, let me just take a look quickly at my folder structure as well, because I want to see how I've structured my app. And yeah, I have created two app and authentication grouped route groups, whatever you want to call them. And what I have done is my page, right, my main page, I have moved this inside of this root group, which is called app. Now what happens now is everything applied into the layout here is only going to be applicable to the pages under this application, and everything is going to be the part of the application except the authentication pages, right? Now we have solved the problem of having a separate header, right? Because we have different layouts, different root groups. Now in this layout we can put our nice little header. So let me just go into it and let me see how I've actually put the header. Now it's very simple. What I've done is I've actually put the header right over here, so we can just auto import our header, and you can see we have a nice little header. Now if I save everything, and by the way, if these files like randomly open, these are like Next.js level files, just do don't save and close them. It's not gonna affect anything. And now guys, you can see our nice little header. Of course it's not fully styled, we are still styling it, but we can at least see our header now, so we can like style it better. Now I'm gonna control like command click into it, and we're gonna continue our styling now. But we can see how good this is, right? I mean, this is like very clean. I'm just navigating to my header, so we can start styling this. Now in our hover card, we have these styles, which is already done. We have size of use 20 here, and the hover card content, right? That's the main thing. Now for the hover card content, we don't have this content. We're gonna have class name of spacewire2. Spacewire2 just basically means like you know, a vertical spacing between the children, and X means is a horizontal one. Now what we can do, guys, is we can actually type something like a p tag here, and we can say welcome to the platform, right? Welcome to the site. You can say something like that, something nice like that, and you can actually style this. We can say text of black. This is actually a black color, but a different like variant of black, which you know, the original Alibaba site was using. So I just put this original variant, whichever they were using actually. And we have a nice little button, and again, remember, you import this from Shadcn UI button, not from Radix actually, because sometimes you might actually do that mistake. And for this button, we're gonna do something called child. Now I'm gonna explain what this means in just a second, but let's style this first. Let's just make it like rounded full. I mean, it's already styled, but we are like actually overriding the styles here. And we also want to make sure the size of this button is small, because remember, there were like different sizes. If we can see like the small, large, and icon and default size, we want the button to have like a small size. And we're going to have like a link inside of the button, and the link is just going to say login. It's going to say sign in or login, whichever you prefer using. And here the href, we want to make sure it takes you to login. So you can say login for consistency, but I'm just going to keep it originally how it was. And that's pretty much it. And I think after our hover card here, because we have a React fragment, remember, we're also going to put a sign up button here, and it's going to look like that. Actually, it's just going to look like that. and I think that's like that's pretty much it, guys. Like yeah, so we have like a sign up button which we are going to be creating. It's a component for us, so I've just commented it out right now, but we're actually going to create this, and we have this nice little thing. Of course, we haven't styled the main header, and that's why we don't actually see it nicely. So let's actually do that. So width is going to be full, background is going to be white, it's going to have vertical padding of 4, horizontal padding of 5, it's going to have on a medium screen size, is going to have a padding of 8. Now in Tailwind, if you guys don't know how to do responsive styles, is like the way you do like responsive styles in Tailwind is everything is mobile responsive by default. So that basically means that any styles which I'm writing right now, they're all for phone, unless I opt into like something like medium, which is like a breakpoint, a default breakpoint. It means min width 768 pixels. So you see, like this is like the ugly media query syntax which you have to write in CSS. But if a Tailwind is just like this much lines of code, which is like pretty nice. So what I'm doing here is I want the padding by default on phone like any size which is below 768 pixels to be of 20 pixels, and above 68 pixels I want them to be 32. So you start with phone and then you progressively move upwards. Now if you don't like this approach, and if you want to stick with like if you want to stick with the opposite one, which is like you design for desktop first, which is something you shouldn't be doing, to be honest, because most websites nowadays they're optimized for phone first, and then they do for desktop, because everyone's pretty much on phone. But if you prefer doing the other way around, you can go into the Tailwind configuration, and inside of your theme you have like this is your Tailwind configuration file, right? So what you can do here is inside of your I think it's your screens section right over here, you have an option. They give you an option to do it the other way, so you can have like the breakpoints and everything like that, and I think it's called breakpoints or something, yeah. But pretty much they actually give you the option to, if you just go ahead and search on Tailwind's website, I actually don't remember right now, but if you guys go ahead and search it, it will come up, and you will see that you can actually customize it however you like actually. So we're gonna make it flex, we're gonna make it items center justify between, and we're also gonna do the text of black because we like the color actually, and let's save that. Now we're gonna have this nice little header, and we also have our nice little thing. Now of course it's going outside of the screen, but we're gonna have something on the right side, so that's gonna actually fix that. It's actually going to be the sign up button, so let's actually create that as well. And let me quickly navigate to the sign up button as well. So I'm just quickly navigating to it. Now let me just copy this component name, and let's create another like another file called sign up button rfce, and let's close the sidebar. And inside of the sign up button, now here is we want to make sure that our entire header is actually, now you guys will see that a lot, like this is a common practice. I've seen beginners do this kind of mistake when they start with the app router first, like the app router inside of Next.js 13 and above. They typically, if they have any like window object, and if they're not familiar with the concept of like server component stuff, they typically do like on top level use client, and they and it's a very like big component, and there's no need to make the entire component use client, but they do it for some functionality, like some part of functionality, which is really not a good thing. As you can see here, I have kept the entire header a server component, but only where I wanted client functionality I've created a separate component for that. And this is actually a very good practice, because now your entire header is not client, not on the client side. Only the functionalities which you require are on the client side, and that basically means the sign up button, right? Now inside of the sign up button, I need access to something called use router, and I need access to something called framer motion animations. Right now, animations you have to have it on the client. You cannot because they require you to use the window object and do a lot of different things. So you cannot do it on the server side. That doesn't work for animations. So for animation, because it's an animated button, I've created a separate file. Let me actually import it as well. So we nicely import it, save it, command click into it, and we can see we have a use client sign up button now. Now here we want to do like a couple of things. Firstly, is gonna be an animated. And I think I'm also using this button, by the way, from I don't remember as the top of my head, but I think I'm using it from Syntax UI. So let's quickly go ahead and check if the button I'm actually using it from is from Syntax UI. I'm pretty sure it's from Syntax UI. It's one of these buttons. I'm very confident it's actually one of them, or maybe if I messed up, guys, let me know if it's from any other like package or something, because I'm using like Magic UI and I'm using Syntax UI. These two are the ones I'm using for our project. I should have commented this out, to be honest, so I can remember where I use this from. So it could be from here as well, but I'm not sure. I think I use it from here, maybe. I think it was in pricing, if I'm to be, yeah, I think it's the pricing one. I think I can be sure now. So if you just open the pricing again, the pricing page again, and if I click into it, yeah, I think it's the pricing one. So we can see the button like gradually going into it. So it's a really nice animated button. It actually is somewhere here. I think if I just type in like motion, and here you go. Yeah, it's actually this one. Yeah, it's exactly this one. So I'm using this button right from here. Again, this is why I like these libraries, right? It's really simple and it's very nice to use these. They have nice demos which you can take a look at. Even this is animated. You can see it looks like really cool. Even the pricing is animated. So if you want like set up like quick pricing pages and stuff, it's very cool. But anyways, let's go back to our app and let's see how I have actually done it. So I'm just gonna like paste that snippet of code I copied from the button there, and because we are using Framer Motion, we want to make sure we import motion. Okay, I think there's something. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna import motion from Framer Motion, but we haven't actually installed this. So what we want to do is like copy the Framer Motion thingy and just do npm install. And Framer Motion, again, if you guys have no idea, Framer Motion, all these animation libraries, they're using Framer Motion behind the scenes. And if you just search for Framer Motion, it's a animation library. It gives you a lot of like nice animations, which thankfully I don't have to do everything to, you know, I just change some props and stuff, but mostly it's done out of the box for me by using the libraries actually. So let's actually close our terminal, and now we have Framer Motion. So what we want to do is we want to have while tap. The scale I want to make sure is 0.9, not 985, because I want to customize this according to my need. On click, I want to make sure we are basically routing to a different URL because it's a sign up button. So we want to make sure we get the router from next/navigation. Make sure you get it from navigation and not router, because that's the old one. And now here we want to make sure we push to a different route that's going to be sign up, just like that. And for the class name, I'm going to remove everything they have and just do whatever I did here for myself. So font is going to be semi bold, and I'm doing important here because I wanted it to like override, because if I hover over this, you can see exclamation mark makes the class name to be important, so overrides every other style was given. And the width is also going to be 28. And for the button, I'm just gonna say sign up like that, motion the button. And we also have something else. Okay, so here now if I just save this and if I show you guys, we can see the sign up, but it's not actually, it doesn't look like how our sign up button actually looks. So if I go here, we can see this looks like our native, like you know, Shadcn UI button, but this doesn't look like that. Now how do we make this button look like the Shadcn one? You might be thinking we can actually do something like I think I forgot to explain you guys this as child. I did mention it, but I think I forgot. But what this as child, by the way, does is like it basically gives the entire, because we have a link inside of a button, so think of it like it removes the entire button but gives all the styling and all the functionality to the link itself, but the styling it keeps the same as of the button, you know. So it feels like you're clicking a button, and wherever you click it's gonna work. So it basically, you know, passes is down to its child. So that's what as child means, you know. Whenever you do as child, so if I don't do that, that means the button is gonna be there and the link is gonna be there, and only if you click on the link it's going to like take you to sign in. But if you clicked on the button, it's not gonna take you to sign in, right? But here now if you click anywhere, it's like one component kind of thing, you know. That's what this actually means. Now you might be thinking we can do the same thing here, right? But there's actually a very nice, better way to do this as well. And if you go to Shadcn, I like to show these things to you guys because I don't want you guys to think like I just get this out of like randomly out of nowhere. So I just read docs really well. So if I like search the button, you guys will see something called button variants here. Now this is like a nice helper to create a link that looks like a button. So we could do this like two ways. Like this way also we can do it, but there's another way which is this way, and this is also a way which we could do. So I wanted to show both the ways. Now the other way which we're going to use right now, it basically allows us to use something called button variants. Now we're exporting this from the button right over here, and what these are just like some button variants for the button. This is just like an object for containing some variants and size and stuff like that. Now what we can do is copy everything we have in the class name and just do like button variants, like import this. And because button variants, right, we have to pass in the props here, and we have to pass in all these different props. What we can do is we can pass the class name as the class name we passed in before, and the size we're just gonna say small. Now as soon as we actually save this and go back, here we go guys, we actually see an updated button with the Shadcn UI button styling. This is very cool, right? So this means that we can even do like normal button here. Even you can do this for normal buttons. Like this was an animated one. You can do this for pretty much any button. And button variants basically puts this default styling on top of the styles you want to put right over here. So it's pretty cool how you can actually do that. Right now, if I click into it, it's gonna take me to my sign up page, which is not yet created, and our sign in is also done. So we have our header that is actually complete now. It was very simple header, and I don't want to actually save this. Okay, so I think we are done with the header. I think so. Our header is done. That's all we had for the. Okay, no, it's actually not done. We also have some other stuff which we are going to be showing when there is a user. We can actually create this quickly, to be honest. So we'll again use a fragment here. And this is going to be, so I'm just going to make the user true, so we actually see this. So this is going to be when the user is actually logged in, right? Now here we're going to have another hover card. So I'm just going to copy the hover card we have and just change some things. And this one is going to have a hover card trigger, but this time is going to have something called header link here. Now this header link is going to be a custom class. And here I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to teach you guys how you can create like a custom class, so you don't have to like repeat styling over and over again. That's a really like handy thing to know when you're like using Tailwind. I want to make sure the size is 24 here. And we're going to also have, instead of sign in, we're going to have a span tag, and it's going to say my platform, my Alibaba, like that. It's like my platform. Hover. The text is going to be primary, so text is going to turn to primary when you hover over it, and we're going to give this custom class name as well. And now we can actually go back to global CSS, and before we actually do that, we can actually modify the content as well. For the content, we'll remove everything we have inside of the hover card content, and we are also going to give some styling here. We're going to say margin height of 16 and padding of 0, overflow hidden, and we want this to have a width of 80, which is around like 320 pixels. And we also want another property here, and that is actually side, I think, okay, I just messed it up. So it's going to be side offset, and that has to be of 10. So we're going to give some little side offset, so it's going to be a little bit offset from the side of like 10, the value. And next thing we can do is we can have a p tag inside of it, and we're just gonna say I'm just gonna say Ali code. So here the user's dynamic username is gonna come. It's not gonna be hard coded like this because we don't have the session yet. We are doing it, but it's gonna be the actual user's username. So we're gonna do that, and let's just style this as well. So we're just gonna say it's gonna be text of black, and it's gonna have text of small, font of semi bold, and we also have a padding of 4, just like that. And if you go back now, again, I mean, there's a lot of styling still left, but we can see something coming up really nicely here. So very nice. And now on the bottom we're gonna have like a nice little HR, which is like gonna be a nice little border, and we are going to also style that by saying border is gonna be DDD, just like that. Width is going to be 90%, so we don't want it to take the full width, and MX auto, so it's actually in the center. And then we're gonna have a div. So the div is going to contain some class name of width full, is going to be flex column, margin y of 2, and inside the div we're going to have a nice little link. We're going to have a link component. That means okay, so here now is the time to actually go to the repo and copy these things, because these are very trivial things. These are just some links which I've added, and again, if I actually show you guys, it's very like simple. And they're gonna show up once you of course sign in. So if I think I did create an account here, so let me just quickly sign in. I can show you guys what sort of links we are gonna be adding. So if we sign in to the platform, and here you go, we are signed in, and you can see we have these like 4 links, right? So this is what we want to basically creating right now. So let's go back to our thing, and let me show you guys how we can copy this so we don't waste too much time into this. We can go into the header, and here we just want to copy this entire div after the HR. So okay, right over here, so select this and replace this with that. Now we'll have these nice little links, and again, all these links have a custom class name of header dropdown link. So we have a class name of header link, and we have a class name of header dropdown link. We're gonna style this in just a second, and then we can pretty much see after the div here we have another HR, which is gonna like literally the same one, but it's just a little below. And then we're gonna have a nice little logout form, which we're gonna of course create. I'm not gonna copy it, so to explain you guys what we're doing. Now of course after this, right over here, before we actually do that, let's go and let's see how we can create custom classes inside of Tailwind. So how we can create custom classes is very simple. We can go to our globals CSS, which is the only CSS file you should have in your entire like code base. And in here we have this layer base where we have our base styling. Right now we're gonna create another layer components right over here. Usually it should be below the base, because the base is like the base styling, but I'm just doing it right here for readability. And here we're gonna give the custom class name, which was I think header link. So just gonna copy that header link, and let's actually style that. Now again, I'm just gonna quickly I think open my global CSS here, and this is just so we don't waste too much time in these trivial things, because this is like simply just some styling. And I think our global CSS is at the app level, so you want to open the app directory, and you want to go inside of your global CSS and make sure you actually get this entire layer components, because we're going to add these later these custom styling later on as well. So make sure you get this entire layer components. Here you can see we have some styling, we have some, okay, but it looks different though actually. Okay, so what I have done, as you guys can see, I have done it here, and I've also done it on the bottom, but we shouldn't do that. We should only have one of them. I'm gonna update this in my repo later on, but for now what we can do is we can actually do it the correct way. So I'm not copying this, I'm just copying the other class names, but they are essentially under layer components as well. So what we can do is we can put them right over here. Now we will have all these custom class names, and this is the one for like input type number and stuff. It's just gonna give the margin of 0 for that, and we'll have quantity input, and we'll have auth input, header link, and we're also having a custom class name for masking the image as well. This is a really cool thing I actually learned. I didn't know about this before, that we could actually do that, but it's a very nice thing you could do. We're gonna learn that as well. So I think we have our nice little class names. Now if we go back to our, here we go, and we can see we have our nice little class name sorted now. And these are like really basic styles. If I should just show you guys, the header links looks like it's a flex column. It has some horizontal spacing, cursor of pointer. And if I show you guys the header drop down link, again it has a text of black, There's some hover colors and there's some padding, and that's pretty much it, guys. Like, it looks very simple. Now what we can do is we can create more of these. So let's actually do that. I'm not sure why we are not seeing the other ones, because we do have these ones as well. Okay, I think they are not shown maybe on, I think they're not shown on a desktop screen, that's why. Or maybe they actually are shown on the desktop screen. I can just not see them, and that's a bit weird. Let's debug this, guys. Why can't we actually see? Okay, why can't we actually see them? That's a bit weird, to be honest, because we can't. Is it because I'm actually doing this the right way, right? Okay, so I have applied the header drop-down link. There's a bit of debugging here. Let's see. We're gonna get this, and we are actually having this link. So if I just comment this one out. Okay. Okay, I think I know what's going on. Okay, I think I know what's going on at this point. We are not seeing the one which we should have been. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm completely going mad, guys. So this is the hover content stuff. These are not the links. These are not the outside like trigger links. These are the links inside of this, and which we actually do have. This is the hover content ones. But we don't have the hover trigger is the one which is outside, which is this one, right? And we still have 3 more of them left, and which we haven't done, and that's why I couldn't actually see the links. But these are the inside ones, the hover content ones. That's why. Okay. Never mind me, guys. So let's actually continue doing this. Let me just see what else I have after this. So after this HR here, I'm just seeing, because I don't know if we end the hover card content here. Actually, we don't. We have the div and we have the HR, and then we have another div right over here. Yeah, which is gonna give us like another link here. Again, just a static link, but let's actually create this quickly. And this div is also going to have a width of full, a flexbox column, margin y of 2, just like that. And this is gonna have an href of the home page, and this is going to actually talk about the membership program. Now again, I think these are just static things which I've added. These are not very important stuff, so you can just quickly go ahead and copy paste these things, to be honest, because they're not really important. And here we're just saying 3-day coupon, 3-day coupon giveaway, something like that. And we just have like up to, this is something which was on the Alibaba website, so I just kind of copied that, to be honest. And we just want to say $80 off. This is the place where you can like give offer or something to the user, where they can get a discount code or something like that, which is pretty handy. And for the p tag, you want to make sure you give text of primary, and also for the link we want to style it actually, and we want to make sure again we give the header. So I'm just going to quickly copy this stuff, header drop down link, and when we hover over it, we want to make sure the font goes to normal. So we actually do that. Now if I hover over this, we can see we get this nice little effect right over here. So we get these nice cursor pointer and the membership program, just like that. The next thing we want to do after this, guys, we want to have another horizontal row just after the div here, and we want to make sure it's literally the same thing. Here we're gonna have something called a logout form. So I'm just gonna comment this out for now, but we're gonna create that. And outside of this hover card content, actually the hover card entirely, we're gonna have another hover card. Now quickly, let's just get this from Shadcn. So let's search for hover card, let's get the contents, let's copy it, and here again I think we should have just copied it from here, to be honest, because it's literally gonna look the same. So we can copy it from there and we can just paste it right down. And we want to make sure we don't have this hover content, so just remove this one. But the hover card is going to be, I think, similar. Instead, the icon is going to be different. So we're going to use a message square. And again, these icons are coming from Lucid React package, which was installed with Shadcn together. So if you're wondering, they're actually coming from there, and they are for messages inside of our hover card content. We want to make sure. I just want to make sure of something. Okay. So what I've done for these two is when you hover over it, I've kept them as hidden. But you guys can go ahead and extend the build to include the messages, and actually it will be a very good extensive exercise for anyone who's building this from scratch. You can go ahead and also extend this after we complete this with your own like messaging functionality and orders functionality. As I showed you guys in the beginning, you can have an API and an NPM package for getting all the orders, which you can pretty much use. But you can actually do that, but I haven't done it for this build because I wanted to keep it like very minimal. So let's actually go back to our thing here, our hover card content. I have added something here. Let me just quickly let's actually quickly get this from our header. So I've added some like little things. Okay, actually that's the that's the Shadcn one, but I'm just gonna copy it anyways. So this is like coming from Shadcn. I haven't like updated this, but you can pretty much add the whatever you want to add here, right? So it's gonna be hidden. So I've just made them hidden by just putting hidden right over here. Alright guys, so after this hover card, we're gonna have another one. Now again, for the next one, we are going to make sure it's gonna be for orders. So we're gonna do list ordered icon, just like that. And we want to make sure we say orders here. The hover card content is going to be exactly the same, and after this we're going to have another component called cart link. Now again, the reason I have done this is because I didn't want to make my entire header even though I could have done it and it would be fine and all, but because I'm fetching a user session here, it's actually a very nice thing to not make this a client component, because then we would have to use use effect and fetch the user, and there would be loading states and stuff like that. So this is a very nice way to actually do it, right? And again, my header is looking very clean as well, because I could have made these as reusable components as well. If you want, you can go ahead and do that, but so far it doesn't look that bad either, right? So we have our nice little cart link, and we have to create the logout form, and we have to create the cart link component. So I'm going to keep this in mind once we create our authentication flow. For now, I think I'm actually happy with this. So let's go back and see. It actually looks very nice. And the next thing we should be building is, let's actually work on our authentication flow. So once we work on the authentication flow, we can basically create this logout button component, so we can actually log the user out. But first, let's actually set up OneEntry, and let's create our authentication flow now. So I think it's time to do that. And just for our reference, I'm just gonna make this false. And when I make this false, it means that it's going to show me the sign up buttons right now. They're all static, so I'm going to click on sign in, and now we don't have this page. So let's actually create our login page. So again, the way we create pages inside of Next.js. Now we want to make sure we don't do it inside of the app, because remember, we don't want the header to apply to our authentication pages, right? The reason we created the authentication root group here. So we want to create a folder here called login. And inside of login, we want to create a file called page.tsx, and here we are going to have login page like that, which is very good, right? And inside of our auth directory, we're also going to have a nice little layout, and this layout now is going to apply for both the login and the sign up pages. So I want to make sure we name this auth layout, and again, because it's a layout, it's going to accept children. And we also want to make sure children are, let's just say, read only. Again, I'm not sure what and why we are applying read only here, but let's just keep it read only. And now if we actually create a login we already have, if you go back, we will see a nice little login page. There you go. And now let's actually work on this login page. Let me just go back, guys, to my directories, and let's actually start working on our nice little firstly, before we start working on the login and the sign up pages, let's also quickly style the layout. Again, I'm gonna reference my repo for this because it's very simple. All I have done is I've just installed a select component from Shadcn. Let me show you guys what I mean. Let me log out from the build and sign in. And by the way, if you guys want to play around with this, this is the link. You guys can just open it up and just play around with it if you want to actually do that. So here I've just basically created the logo. It's very simple, as you can see, and this is, you can see this thing is both on sign up and actually sign in. So if I go to sign up right now, you can see it's there on sign up and it's also there on sign in. So it's just a select component. Now of course the languages are not changing. Another feature here, if you want to, you can extend this with different languages and stuff. OneEntry CMS does support internationalization. They do have like different language support. If you go ahead and search, you will find on their platform that they do support different languages as well. So you can go ahead and customize this as well, but I have just like demonstrated to show you guys, and that you can use the select as well. So let's go back to our application here, and let's open the auth, the layout. Very simple. All I've done is I've basically will just copy this, and I'll explain you guys what I have done here. So again, we need to make sure we install select from Shadcn. So let's go back to Shadcn, search for select component. You can see nice little select component like this. It just allows you to select items, right? That's what select is used for. And again, use the CLI tool to add the select to your application, and then you can just pretty much use it like this. Now I'm just gonna get the imports because I already have this. Go back to our app, close the terminal, and make sure and because this is a server component, I'm not doing any client layouts. Should always be a server component. You shouldn't make your layouts client, and actually I don't have any need to make them client here. So there's no need for me to, because there's nothing happening on the client here, right? And we want to make sure we import our logo brand color just like that. And you can see it's very simple. All I have done is I have a select component. It has a trigger and has a placeholder value, has a certain width, and I've just created this like hard coded these values. And for the children, I have basically applied a width of full, a flex of 1, a max width of large, because I want them to be in the center. And I also have the logo here, which is the same, honestly is the same exact component as we had on the header. And if you save this, you can see if we go back to our finished tab, we have this nice little login page, and we have our nice little select component here as well. And it looks pretty clean, right? So we can have this. Now we can actually start working on the login and sign up pages. Very simple thing. Now let's start working on the login page. So I'm gonna go back to, or actually let's start working on the sign up page first, because we need to first to actually go to the login flow, we need to actually sign up the user first, right? So what we can do is maybe let's actually work on the sign up page first. So let's create another inside of our auth directory, let's create a sign up route, and let's create a page.tsx at this level, and let's just do rfce. I'm just gonna say sign up page here, and just like that we will have a nice, and you can see we have applied this layout to both sign up pages and the login pages, because it's in the layout right over here. But the cool part again, that it won't be applied to our other pages because they are inside of our app directory, and the layout only applies to the auth directory. So that's a very nice thing which I like in Next.js. So let's go back to sign up, and let's configure the sign up page to how we want it to be. Now inside our sign up page, we are going to be building a very nice little dynamic sign up form. And to build this form, we need to set up OneEntry CMS. So this is the point where we can actually start setting up OneEntry CMS, initialize it, and actually start using it. So what we want to do, the first thing is here we are going to make this asynchronous, because remember it's a server component, so we can make this asynchronous. And at the top level, we're going to be getting two things here. The first thing we will be getting is would be the API instance from OneEntry, and we haven't installed OneEntry yet, so I'm going to show you guys how we can install it, and we'll set up their instance as well. I'll comment this out for now. And on the next line, we are going to actually get the sign up form fields, guys. Now this is a very nice build, because in this build I think you guys will learn not to just make a sign up form, but actually make a dynamic sign up form. Hence I named it I actually named the component dynamic sign up form. We're gonna create in just a bit. But dynamic means that it's gonna come from the fields are gonna be fetched from CMS, so you're not actually making them static in your code. They're actually coming from CMS. So if your client wants them in a particular way, or if they want to add new fields, they're gonna be nicely mapped down here, and you don't even have to actually touch anything. Just do the code once, and it's all up to your client now. So this is why it's a really cool build to learn the dynamic way to do things. So API instance. And now here, before we actually do this, let's not actually do this. Let's first set up OneEntry, and then I'm going to show you guys how we can fetch the dynamic, we can fetch the form fields, and then we're going to use a use client, sign up, dynamic sign up form to actually submit a sign up action using the server action. All of these cool things are going to happen, and we're going to have our nice little sign up flow done. So let's actually do this. Let's first install OneEntry. So let's go to your documentation. Again, just go to oneentry.cloud, and just when you go to their website, just click on get started, and it's going to take you to this page. Then click on the npm package on the installation, and make sure you copy this command to install their SDK, install their package. So I'm just going to install OneEntry, and once you install this, make sure to go check your package.json. I mean, it is installed, but let's just see what version they're using. So they are using 1.0.78, which they only published 2 days ago. So you guys can see they keep updating things regularly. They keep adding nice additions and nice stuff. Not a lot of breaking changes, but a lot of nice additions, which is gonna help you out. So what we can do is click on get started, and of course now we have to initialize the instance of OneEntry. Now here we want to do a couple of things. It's not going to be a very simple initialization, because we are going to be using the OneEntry authentication module, and we are also going to be using the OneEntry payment stuff, and mainly the authentication stuff. So we're going to be using cookies inside of Next.js, and we're going to be doing it in that particular way. Now to initialize the OneEntry module, I'm actually going back to my my directories here, and the way I have actually done this is I have at the top level I've created a file called oneentry.ts, and I have by the way created another project with OneEntry before this, guys. It's called Google Cloud, sorry, not Google Cloud, Google Forms clone. It's on my channel if you guys wanna that's a very in-depth tutorial as well. If you guys want to learn how to build Google Forms and stuff, feel free to check that out as well. So that's all. That also uses the CMS. So here we want to just get this define OneEntry from a OneEntry, and we're gonna do a couple of things here. But firstly, let's get started with this. Firstly, we're gonna export a type from OneEntry. It's gonna be an API instance type, which I created. So it's gonna be called API instance type, and it's gonna be a return type of. Now this is a very nice trick I wanted to show you guys. When you can't find types for certain things, what you can do is you can just infer it by doing something called return type from something called type of. So you can say type of. It's a very nice trick, guys. It's gonna learn this because it's gonna come really handy when you can't figure out a type for something, and you know how it's a headache, you can't find it, and then you just put any at the end. You just put any this, and you're oh, okay, I'm done with my life. So just it's a very nice trick if you learn this. So just do or null here, because it can be null. Now if I hover over this, I actually get the inferred type, guys. How cool is that? So if this is cool, just give a like to the video, right? So if I do this, you guys will see that define one entry is actually a function I'm inferring it from, right? Now you can see define one entry function, basically it actually returns me something called a type of idefine API. Now if I command click into this and command click on idefine API, you can see that this is an interface, but this isn't being exported. Like we can't use this unless they have exported this, right? So you can see there's no export signature here. That means it's actually there, but they haven't exported this, right? There could be multiple reasons for this. They haven't exported, maybe because of security, maybe because of something else, and maybe because they didn't want to, or there could be various reasons. But if that's the case, how you can infer it is you can just use something called return type utility in TypeScript, then just say type of, because it's essentially a type of this function, right? That's what it is. And when you do that, you can actually see the API instance type, which is my custom like typing, and it gives me the exact type I wanted. Now this is like very mind-blowing trick. So if you learn this, so now you can just do API instance. API instance is gonna be so I'm just doing let here because I'm gonna reinitialize this to something else. So I'm saying API instance is gonna be of API instance type, which is gonna be null by default, right? Now we're gonna create an asynchronous function here, and we are going to say initialize app, because that's what we want to do. Initialize API, sorry, not app, initialize API. Now initialize API is going to be resolving to a promise, and again we want to do return type. Now here the return type is going to be again define one entry. Actually we could have used, we actually don't need to use return type because we already created the API instance typing, so we can do it that way. But I think I did it before that, so before I actually did this, so that's why I didn't do it like that. But you can just put the, because I've already done that, you can just put there's going to be a promise of API instance type, and we don't want to do that. That's like done by Copilot. And now we want to do const URL is equals to process.env.api URL. Now what is this? Like we don't have this env API URL yet, right? We don't have it yet, but I'm going to show you guys how we can get our nice little URL once we go to OneEntry and we initialize the project. So we're going to do that, and you can see if I hover over the URL now, it could be either there or it could be undefined, right? So what we want to make sure is we want to say that if there is no URL, we actually do something called throw new error and actually do some defensive programming here, because if there is URL is not defined, we don't want to proceed with our initialize API function, right? So we're going to say API URL is not defined, and on the bottom here we are also going to check for API instance. So if API instance is not defined, okay, I can't type. If API instance is not defined, then we want to basically do something here. Now what do we want to do here? Now OneEntry basically you know, they explain like a couple of flows on how you can because we'll be using like tokens in this build. We'll be using like refresh tokens, and we'll be dealing with the authentication like API. And if I show you guys, we will be basically dealing with user auth provider API. Now if we go into this user auth provider, we can see that when we actually activate I think it's actually create user or something. Let me just search through it. So it's actually sign up. So yeah, so we will be dealing with this function called auth provider to sign up, where basically we'll be registering a user, right? Now when you do something like this, you have to like provide tokens and stuff like that. You can see here, like, you know, you have this flow. When you define like OneEntry, they actually show you all the steps you have to do, like inside the configuration. They have this nice little documentation where they show you that you can get a token as follows. Like go to your projects and access, which I'm going to show you guys. Get your API token, and then what you can do is you can save that token you get from local storage, and once you like basically sign up, they give you like a refresh token which you can use. And if you use like a automatic configuration, like if you don't use a custom auth flow, which is another flow which I haven't shown in this video, I've used the automatic one because I prefer that one. You have like something called a save function, and you can basically use this save token from local storage right over here. But we are not going to be using local storage though. What we are going to be doing, guys, because local storage, think about it, if you use local storage, local storage is only going to be available on the client, so we won't be able to do any auth calls on the server side. And because we are using Next.js server components and all these nice things, we want to make sure, and another reason is that it's also more secure, right? If you do any auth calls on the server side, is way more secure than doing it on the client side. But fair enough, sometimes you might have a functionality where you do want to do on the client side. That should also be an option. Like, you shouldn't be restricting to only one of them. You should be having an option to do both of them, right? However, if you do go with local storage, that means that we are only restricted to do auth calls on the client side, because local storage will never be there on the server side. So what's the alternative? The alternative I figured out here is to use cookies, right, inside of in Next.js. Now, cookies will be available inside of your server actions and your route handlers. Now, if you know how to use cookies in Next.js, cookies, you cannot just randomly use cookies right here. Like, if I import cookies from next/headers, this is gonna error out, guys, because cookies are not available in normal functions. They are only available in server context. That means, like, they're available in server actions, or they are available in route handlers. So if you have ever got into this issue of like cookies are not available, that's because they are only available in server actions or in route handlers. They won't be available in your normal functions like that. So make sure whenever you like work with cookies, you do one of the following. So what we can do here, guys, is we'll create like a refresh token, because we will need this refresh token. And you can see here, right, this is essentially what we are doing. So let refresh token is going to be of a string, or is going to be undefined, and we're going to say await. And the reason we can say await is because it's an asynchronous function, right? We can say create something called get refresh token function, and we haven't created this yet, but we will create this get refresh token function, and this will be a server action, guys. Now, the reason again it's a server action is because my cookies are only available inside of either server actions or route handler. So what I have done, guys, is if I just open up my sidebar, now we're going to create our first server action in this build. So at your top level, create a folder called actions, and inside that create something called get refresh token .ts. And whenever you use like something called a server action, you need to make sure at the top level you need to specify use server. This means that this code is only available on the server side. No one will be able to access this on the client side. This is purely server side code, right? When you do like use server like this. Now here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create the server action. So I'm just going to the file. Just give me a second, guys. I'm actually navigating to this file. And this file is going to be very simple. All we're going to do is import cookies from next/headers, and we're going to export default asynchronous function just like that, get refresh token, and we are going to just return cookies.get refresh token. And we want to make sure, so we cannot do it like that. We need to make sure we do brackets first, and then we get all these little things. So we want to make sure we get the refresh token, and here we need to provide the key for it. So I'm gonna make it like this, and at the end you want to make sure you get the value of it, because this is a key value pair. When you do this, you can see it gives you like a request cookie return type, and if you like command click into it, into request cookie, you can see it picks from it's basically a record, and it's a name and value pair. So you want to make sure you get actually the value, a string. You can see a string containing the value. So we are interested in the value, not the name, right? So if we do this and we go back to OneEntry file, and now we have this nice little import. Now remember, because server actions cannot be, I can not remove this asynchronous thing here, because server actions need to be asynchronous. You cannot have server action just like that. That does not work. You have to make sure they're asynchronous functions. So because it's a synchronous function, what I need to do here is I need to catch if there's any error, and I need to basically do something like this, where I need to see errors of type any here. And what I can do is I can console log, I can say error. So I've said something else actually. Let me actually do that. So what I've said is I've said failed to get initial refresh token, and I've basically specified the error, and here I've just returned undefined, just like that. And as soon as I do that, because the refresh token could be either a string or undefined. So for in any case there's an error that happens, then we want to just say fail to get, and we want to return undefined. After this, API instance is going to be equal to define OneEntry. We're gonna do it like this, and again, if I go back to the documentation, we can see the const API is equals to define OneEntry, and as soon as I do this, we can see we need to provide a URL here. Now the URL is going to be your API URL, which I'm gonna show you guys in a second how we can get that. And the second option you can see is a configuration option. Now if you click into it, you will see that this is what the configuration option is. It basically, you can put the token, the language code, and some other stuff which is essentially shown right over here, right? So what we are gonna do here, however, is we are gonna say here firstly the token, which is going to be process.env.api token. Now you might be confused. We have a URL and then we have a token. Now what is this token? This is something for security, guys. They have something called MUL. I'm not sure what it's exactly, but if I just try to go to OneEntry, they basically create like a nice little token for you. Let me just go to settings and app tokens. Yeah, so it's right over here. And I'm gonna show you guys how to create and initialize all this project and everything. But basically, it's an MULT token or something. It's somewhere here in your project. Yeah, so if I actually go here, and yeah, it's MTLS token right over here. So this is a security API token. It only allows you to access it. No one else without the token would be able to access your CMS. So that's like a very secure way. And this is optional, by the way. You can turn this off if you don't want this. But we're gonna have a language code, so we don't have to pass language code in every API call. We can just do it once here, so ENUS like that. And for the auth, this is what's very important, right? Here we have a bunch of options. We have custom auth flow. So if you want to do your own authentication, like you have to manage the refresh token your way, and you have to do all the things yourself. But here I don't like the custom auth. I prefer the the other approach. So before I'm just gonna like say false, and for the refresh token I'm just gonna give the refresh token, which is what we had right over here, which could be string or undefined. And next I'm gonna give a save function. Now save function, guys, is actually very important, right? What this save function basically means, let me actually show you guys in the documentation what it means. If I just go back here, we can see they're written here. You can also connect a TLS certificate to your project. In this case, do not pass the token. So that's like for TLS certificate, but it's very good to use the token protection. You can see it ensures connection security. However, what is the custom auth though, right? Now, custom auth, if we just click into it, I think they actually show you right over here. It shows you really nicely. We search for custom auth. Yeah, so here you go. They actually show you right over here. So custom auth, basically, even if you go back and okay, it's not there, but if you click into it, they will show you right here. Yeah, so set this flag to true if you want to configure the authorization process yourself, and set the flag to false, or do not pass it at all if you at all, to have automatic authorization and token renewal. What this basically means is that the authorization and token renewal is going to be handled by OneEntry automatically if you do not pass through to custom auth, right? That's a very, very good thing. I actually want that. Now for the save function, you can see if you want to store the token between sessions, for example in local storage, create a custom function that takes a refresh token as a parameter and executes the necessary instructions. This function will be called every time the tokens are updated. Now this is essentially very important, but instead of the local storage, what we are going to do is we're going to be doing this for the cookies, right? So if you do save function, it's going to be asynchronous, and it's because it's a callback function, right? So you want to make sure this token is of type string, and here we are going to do await, and we're going to just say set refresh token. Now just like we had get refresh token, we're going to have set refresh token server action. So let's go back to our actions. Let's create another one. Let's do TS here and here. is going to be use server, and I'm just going to see what my set refresh token is going to look like, so we can actually work as. Again, it's going to be very simple. I'm just going to close the sidebar, and we want to make sure we import the cookies, and it's going to be export default. So instead of get, it's going to be set refresh token. So we're just going to say set refresh token is going to accept a token of type string, and all it's going to do is going to say cookies.set refresh token. Again, it's a key value pair, so the key is going to be refresh token and the value is going to be of token, just like that. Now go back to OneEntry, make sure you import this and do await like that. Now what this basically means, guys, is, and this is the last step, trust me, to initialize the API instance, when our authentication will be like all set up after this. This basically means now every time like the save function, right, is gonna be executed, and what's gonna happen here, as we said, if you want to store the token between sessions, so every time the session like changes or something, and inside of local storage, inside of cookies in our case, is gonna create like a custom function that will take the refresh token as a parameter, because we have automatic authorization, right? So token renewal will be automatic, and it will execute the necessary stuff, whatever it wants to update, right? And you can see this function will be called every time the tokens are actually updated, so every time the token is renewed, essentially. So that's pretty much it, and this is like a pretty nice way to initialize your API instance. And you know why I have done it like this is because I want this to be initialized only once, and this is like a very nice singleton pattern. Like you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be initializing your API every single time whenever you're using it. It should be initialized only once. Now the reason I have checked it here is because I wanted to make sure only if my API instance is not initialized, I want to initialize it, right? Otherwise I don't want to do that over and over again, because that's not a really good way to do things, right? Now at the end here, what we can do is we can return the API instance, and we want to create another function here. I have created another one to get the API instance, and again we don't want to do that because it's going to be automatically inferred, so we can just do get API instance. And again here I have made this check to make sure if there is no API instance, create and initialize an API by just doing that. However, we don't even actually have to do that. We can just do it await initialize API, and if there is already an API instance, we just want to return the API instance as it is. So pretty nice stuff here, and that's pretty much it. That's our OneEntry.ts file. Now we can use the get API instance function to wherever we want to use the API instance. We can actually use this function and reuse this, and it's going to make sure that our API instance only initialized once and not over and over again. Now go back to sign up and make sure you import get API instance like this, and I'm also going to go back to my sign up file. We will see what to work from there. Now here our API will be initialized. That means we can use our API to make calls to other like providers. So if you just do API instance dot here, you guys can see we have access to all the methods now. We have access to orders, menus, and everything. We are interested in the auth provider one, of course. Actually, we are not. We are interested in a different one. Let me just go to my sign up page and let's see the one which we are interested in. It's going to be getting us the form fields, like form attributes, which we're going to create. So we are actually interested in the sign up form, and it's going to be await, because remember API instance, it resolves back to like a promise. If you go to API instance, you can see it should be a promise. So make sure you do API instance dot forms, and you can see it optionally changes automatically because it knows that it could be null, right? So dot is going to be get form by marker, and this is where we're going to put a unique key of our marker, and I'm just going to put sign up YT, because we're going to create another marker for this YouTube build I'm working on, which is going to be specifically like sign up YT, and we're going to keep a reference on how we actually create this. Now this is going to return us back something called, you can see if I hover over this, it's going to return us back called iForms entity. And if I try to like put dot here, you can see it's going to return us all these different values, localized infos. This is going to allow us to create something called a dynamic sign up form. So we can do dynamic sign up form right over here, and we're going to pass in something called the form entity, right? A form entity will be equals to the sign up form. So form entity is going to be equal to sign up form, like that. Now of course I haven't yet created this, but we're going to create this. But before this, firstly let's set up our OneEntry CMS. Like, let's get the API URLs, because we don't actually have our environment variables. So let's firstly open up our sidebars, and I don't know if you guys can actually see this, but we can see that API URL is not undefined. I get this console right over here, right? And this is again happening, if you guys don't know, it's happening because of an extension called Console Ninja. I'm using that, and I don't have to like keep my terminal open all the time to see the logs. It automatically shows me the logs, and this is how I remembered that we need to set up the API, the env keys, you know. Now go to the top level of your file and create a new file called .env.local. This is gonna be our file for all the environment variables, and in the end, when we deploy our project, we're gonna make sure to migrate these environment variables to our Vercel environment when we deploy the project. But we are essentially gonna need two things, and for my case, I'm actually gonna get these environment variables for my finished project. So I'm quickly gonna open that. But you guys, let me just show you guys how you can create the project, so you guys can also get that. But firstly, let me just get them quickly from my previous project. So I'm gonna use the same environment variables. So let me just open that. I think it's just one. So I'm just gonna open my env file, and I'm just gonna get my previous environment variables and gonna paste that in. For you, of course, it's gonna be the same thing. So you guys are gonna get the API URL and the API token, and the way you can get these two, guys, is go back to OneEntry CMS. The first thing you want to do, guys, is create an account on OneEntry CMS. So go to oneentry.cloud, go to something called oneentry.cloud. I hope I'm using the correct URL. Maybe I'm actually not. It's actually just like, let me just show you guys on a new tab. So just type OneEntry CMS and just go to the website, and first thing you want to do is sign up. Click on the sign up button and sign up with an account. Put your name in, your email in, and what will happen once you sign up, because I already have an account, I'm not going to do that, but I'll explain you guys briefly what's going to happen after you sign up. So once you sign up with an account with OneEntry, and by the way, they have hooked me up with a nice promo code for everyone, you know, on my channel. So all of you guys can use that promo code to get a discount for you know, some. I think they also give like a trial and a student account as well, which is like free for a bit. So you can pretty much use that as well. However, once you sign up, you are going to see a screen similar to something like this. You're gonna see something like this. Now, how do I make this smaller, the sidebar? Let me just refresh it, maybe. Yeah, so you're gonna see a screen like this with projects like that. Now what you want to do, because I already have, you guys can see I already have a clone here. What you want to do is you want to create a new project, and you want to name your project, and you want to basically have a subdomain. Now this is a very important part. This is going to be your URL basically. So whatever you name your project, so for me I named it like Alibaba.oneentry. You know, the name of my project. So it basically at the end it ends oneentry.cloud for the subdomain. So you can actually do that. And also what you want to do is go into the basic plan and apply the promo code I have given in description. And I'm also going to create like a file where I'm going to put in the description for you guys to easily see the steps for this, like how you can actually, like which plan to choose and where to actually put the promo code. I think I'm going to give you guys the promo code and the instructions for it. So you put it into the, you know, onto the platform here and apply. It's going to give you a discount coupon and stuff, and then you create the project. Once you create the project, guys, you will have your project initialized right just like that, and they will also send you an email with the link to log into your actual CMS. Now this is the user facing side. This is like for all your projects and everyone, like whatever's they're gonna live inside of this like place. But how do you actually access your CMS, right? Where's the CMS? Now for the CMS, they're gonna give you a link. Now I don't want to open my Gmail, but I think it's self-sufficient. Like you guys can understand what I'm saying. Like you can just open up your mail, and it will send you the email. It will send you the link to your platform, which is going to be your subdomain actually. For me it's this. So if I click onto it, it will take me, because I'm already logged in right now, but for you it will give you a password as well. So use that password, use the username, and log into your CMS. Now CMS is gonna look like this. It's gonna have blocks, administrators, pages, catalog, forms, all these different things. So once you're set up, what you want to do is you want to like click into your projects, like your project would be created, go into your access, copy this URL and put it right over here, because this will be your API URL. And for your API token, guys, what you want to do, you want to make sure firstly your security API token is actually true. You don't want it to be the empty ls one, because that's like insecure. You want to use the security API token. Make sure it's already on. So once you see that it's already on, go back to your CMS, like your CMS platform, click onto the settings, go into the app tokens portion, and here what you want to do is you want to create another your application. Like just put in your application and create a token. It's gonna give you a token, and you can set an expiry as well. And then what you want to do is you just want to copy it from here, and you just want to go ahead and put it right over here. So this is your API token, and this is your API URL. So once you have both of these configured, what we can then do is you can start creating some form attributes for our first sign up form, right? Because we want to make this dynamic. So once you have this set up, and take your time with these steps, do not rush into it, take as much time as you need. Once you're set up with this, I want you guys to go to the forms section, and what we want to do, guys, is we want to actually no, not the forms, let me see, I think it should be users. Yeah, I want you guys to go to the user section. And remember, we logged in, logged in with one user in the beginning of when I was demoing the app, and here's that user. Actually, you guys can see it's my user. If I click into it, I have the full name, the user, which he entered his full name. You can also change it. This is essentially your backend, so you can also change it from here. You can have some additional settings. Remember the email address for email notification, and we also have authentication providers. Now what I want you guys to do is click on users, click on authentication providers, and set up a new authentication provider. For me it's already set up, but I'm going to set up a second one, so just to show you guys. So I'm just going to say email sign up YouTube, and here I'm going to basically select the type email, because that's the only type that's available right now. And the marker I want it to be, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, I can't for some reason. So instead of so I kept the marker sign up before, so I'm just gonna say sign up YT. So that's going to be a marker, and I'm actually gonna add this. So I have two authentication providers now. I'm gonna use this other one, right? And this one's already created for me. But you guys can see now I can go into it, and I can choose a specific form for this. And what I can also do is I can manage these additional settings, which I haven't actually touched. I want to keep the default values for this. And remember, these are automatically going to be changed for you because you have the automatic authorization enabled. I think I did change one thing, and actually I didn't. This is all default, by the way. So I haven't changed one thing. So what I have done is I've selected a form called email sign up. So now we're going to take a look at how we can create this form. So when we go here, we can choose a form, and you can see forms can be created in the section managing forms. So you want to click into managing forms, and you can see previously I already created an email sign up and an email sign in form. I'm going to do again, I'm going to say email sign up for YouTube, and I'm going to make sure the marker is sign up YT. Before I made it sign up, so I'm just going to do YT at the end. And again, I'm just going to click on add. Now let me just go to the previous one and show you guys what it contains. So all it contains is the form name, form title, and title is something which you can have it for the site, so you can dynamically get the title. And marker is, again, every time you guys can see we get markers a lot. This is basically a unique key. and this should be unique because this has to be like for each of the specific forms and fields like that. Now forms can contain form fields, right? Because sign up form can contain some fields, sign in can contain some fields. Now here we just have a type, and we can choose a template, but I haven't done templates in this build. Instead, I have worked with attributes. Now attributes are something very cool. You can create like attribute sets, and you can see again it shows you where you have to create them. So what I have done is I've created attribute sets called sign up to, and these are my attribute set. I have full name, email, email notification, and password. Essentially we're going to do the exact same thing for our new form which I have created, and here is where you can create the attributes as well. So let's actually do that for our form. So let's go back, let's click into email sign up YT, and here I'm just gonna say email sign up like this, and I'm just gonna remove YT because that doesn't make a lot of sense. The form title is just gonna be email sign up. Marker, I want to keep it like that. I want to click into form fields. Type, I want this to be sign in and register form. Now it could be an order form or it could be a data submission form, right? So you can choose the type from here. Now for attributes, what you want to do is you want to actually click into the settings, and here we can create a new attribute, right? Now this attribute which we're going to create, by the way, so it's going to be sign up YT, and I'm going to make sure my S is capital here. For the marker, I'm going to make it smaller. Now I'm creating a similar one, and for the type here, for the attribute set type here, and remember we're creating attribute sets here, we want to select for users because this is going to be for authentication users, right? So that's why it makes sense. You can have different ones, like you can have one from products, and the reason they ask you for the type is so we can have some specific like roles, like specific what's it called, we can have the specific different scenarios for different things, right? For products we can have like currency, and we're gonna have like price and stuff like that. For users we're not gonna have them. For users we're gonna have like password, we're gonna have different things, right? So you want to make sure select the appropriate one from here. In my case it's gonna be users, and we want to click on create. And once you do that, and let me just show you guys the previous one. So this sign up to one which I had, again you guys can see we have attribute names here, and we have some different like user attributes, like sign up form has to be a password attribute, and we can also customize each attribute, like whether it's required, whether we want it to be email verification. So it's gonna do all these things for us, and if these things do not meet the requirements, and just imagine guys how powerful this is, because clients can automatically do this on their own without having to need a developer on their side, and all your job as a developer would be to just build the platform once and leave everything else to the client, right? They can just go into any field and they can put these verification values, like if they want to check for something, or if they want to check for a string, if they want to check for an email, and you don't have to do all that hassle, because if you've done the code in the right way, which I'm going to show you guys, like error handling and everything, it's gonna be a very nice experience, right? So let's go back, and for sign up YT, I'm just gonna memorize what markers I kept from them, so I'm gonna keep the same ones. Okay, so let's go back. For sign up YT, we're gonna go here and add new attributes. So first one is gonna be full name, and we're gonna make sure full name is like that. And you can see I actually found, so because I created this attribute before guys, it automatically founds for me, because I already had one before. So if I select that, I don't even actually let me show you guys, like I don't even have to type the full name. Like if I remove this and if I select this, it's automatically gonna generate for me, and the type is a string type. Basically we have different types, but it has to be string type. You can see we have like floats and dates and stuff, but full name has to be a string type. So even if I remove this and if I just type the correct marker, and because it founds, and if I select this, it automatically fills this in, and even the type it selects for you. So you can do like full name. And now again I'm just gonna do the same for my email, and again it found a similar one, so you can click into it. Again you can do it like that. And another one we had was for password, so again it's gonna found that one. Very nice. And again I'm just gonna do this for email notification. For you guys, because you're doing it the first time, you might not get the you might not actually get this thing, because it might not be there in the first in the first place. So just create it once to select the types and everything, and take a screenshot of this if you want to. but for me it's already sorted. Now I'm just gonna go back and check something. So I can see that this, I need to select email notification, and this is attribute for sign up form, this is a login attribute, and this is a password attribute, and I need to make sure these are all required fields. So let's actually do that. Now what we can do is we want to make sure we click onto the settings. So for the full name, we want to make sure it's a required field, right? And we want to make sure use in sign up form because it's a sign up attribute. Now we just go back and we go into the email. For the email, we want to make sure that it's a required field, and secondly, we also want to verify the email. We want to make sure it's an email, it's an actual email, right? It's not something else. So it doesn't have to be a string value, it has to be an email. And here we need to make sure that we say use as login, right? And we can actually go back, and I think I see one difference here. Let me just go back quickly and check it, guys, because I see, okay, it's not actually, it is a login attribute. That it makes sense because that's what it is. Okay, so let's go back to sign up IT, and for password, let's do the same thing. We're gonna say use as password, and this is why what I meant when I was trying to explain this thing in the beginning, that the type is very important, because if I created this as a product type, this would have been different right over here, right? It's because I created this as a user type, it's giving me all these different things right here. And we want to make sure it's a okay, so we don't want to make sure for trimming, but we do want to make sure for required field. And you can see we have other logical stuff as well, so we can also compare this if you wanted to at like confirm password or something, which I'm not doing, but you can go ahead and do that as well. So there's a lot of customization flexibility with this. For email notification, we're going to go here and just select this box for email notification. I can see we have push, phone push notifications as well. We have phone SMS notifications as well. So we want to select this, and that's pretty much it for our sign up YT attribute, right? Now we can go back once level, and here where we are on the sign up YT form, right, we can actually select our set of attributes. And as soon as I do that, I get this nice little thing here. And this needs to be for sign in and register, and here you go, it's automatically saved now. Now I have my basic data, and I did give an email sign up title, so let me just do that again. Okay, yeah, so it's saved now. So we have our nice little form fields, and we have our nice little sign up. Now how do I actually get these attributes inside of my front end, right? Because I have actually created these attributes, but how do I actually now get this in the front end so the user can submit the form? And once they actually submit the form, you can also see, remember, because we set up our authentication provider here, which is the email sign up YT, we are actually going to be seeing them inside of our users here. So that's going to be very nice. So if I select email sign up YT, okay, so this is for manually adding user. But if I go into, let's say, email sign up, we're gonna see our users right over here, anyone who logs in, and it's gonna show us the authentication provider as well. So for this user, it shows me the previous one which I created. For a new user who signs up, it's gonna show me the authentication provider they actually use. So you can also have, I think in the future they're also planning to support like social logins like Google or something, and you can also have like those type of logins. So it's pretty cool, right? So let's go back to our page here, and let me just refresh this, and here we go. We can say dynamic sign up form is not defined. It's giving us an error right here because we haven't actually defined this. But what we can do is, firstly, we'll just return null here because I want to check something. So I'm just gonna say return null. And what I want to do, because remember it's a server component, so we are gonna see our logs on the server right here. So I just want to see if we get something, and as soon as I do that, guys, look at that, we actually get our nice little sign up form. We also can see using console ninja in the inside of our VS Code, and this is more nice. I think I like this more. So you guys can see I have an ID of 6 because I think it's the 6th form which I have created. The title which I put in, the title for site, I have the attribute, and this is what's important, right? The attribute which we're interested in. For each of the attribute, guys, we have a required validator. Remember, we made sure that required needs to be true, and we have an email inspection validator which is true. We have localized infos, which is the title, and we have these different fields. Now this is like very like important, right? Now if you ever change this, it's going to be completely dynamic based on these values. Now what we can do is we can actually create a dynamic sign up form component now. So let's go to our components. Let's create a component like this. Let's say RFCE. For the dynamic sign up form component, I'm just gonna quickly open this file and see how I have created this. Now this is going to be a dynamic form. So what we're gonna do firstly is we want to make sure it's a use client component, because it's gonna have access to the client, right? And we want to make sure we import this as well, and this is going to accept a form entity type. So what we can actually do here is we can say form entity, and form entity is, we can see it's of type iForms entity or undefined. So we can actually do that. And by the way, if you guys are not familiar, what I'm doing here is I'm just basically destructuring some props. So when you do props like this, so when you do something like this, you can actually destructure the props like this. So I'm just doing that because this is just faster for me. But if you want to like refactor, just refactor these props right over here. If you guys like that approach as well. So form entity is going to be not of type any, but instead of type iForms entity. And as soon as I do command space, you can see I get this import because they have exported this right over here, so we can actually get this. So pretty cool. We get this import. Now here I'm gonna be teaching you guys how to use a server action in a very like correct and proper way, and how to handle errors correctly and do it in such a way that if your client adds more fields or if they add new things, you know, it's not gonna break and it's gonna work like very nicely like that. So what we can do here is we can start building this. So firstly, we are going to be using something called state and form action from use a form state. Now if you guys are not familiar with this new hook called use form state, basically the React and Next.js team, these guys have added this new hook to basically use server actions in a very nice and safe manner. I didn't know use this before this build, but I think I got the hang of it, like using this. Once I started using it, it's very nice, and I think it makes a lot of sense as well. So here we're gonna put so first argument is always going to be an action. So we can see like the first argument is for the action, and action is going to look something like a weird type like this. And the second argument is going to be for initial state, which we are going to have. So initial state is going to be, and do not get freaked out by these errors, by the way. We're going to fix them. We are getting these errors right now because we haven't created the action and we haven't initialized the initial state. So we're going to fix these as well. For our initial state, outside of our component, we're gonna say const initial state is gonna look something like message. So the message is gonna be empty. So initial state we're gonna be doing for the error messaging. So if we ever receive an error from the server action, we're going to be showing it in the UI itself, as I think I showed you guys in the beginning of the build that if the user tries to sign up with the same account he signed up with before, is going to tell the user that, hey, you know, you're already logged in, and that error is also coming from OneEntry, by the way. So it's pretty cool that way. So what we can do here is I have created a custom hook, and it's a really nice custom hook, which we're going to do that, and it's going to be called use toast on state change. Use toast on state change. And this custom hook, we're going to be sending our state through this, and this is going to be basically using a use effect and stuff to display a nice little message, a toaster message for us. Essentially it's going to be for the toaster, so we can just comment this and say we're going to just display like a toaster message or something. But yeah, we're going to display a toast message, and you can say, yeah, you're logged in and you're just signed up and log in now to verify your account or something. Now here for the sign up form, we are going to be having a form. So firstly we want to do form. For the action, we are going to make sure we do form action, because this is where we actually pass in our sign up action, which we haven't created yet, and we are going to create. But the use form state basically is going to return you the form action, which you just pass in here, and this state is going to be actually the initial state. You know, it's actually this thing, so it can contain the message, but again it's going to be returned by the server action. Now the next thing we want to do is we actually want to style the form a bit. So we want to make sure the space between the children is 4, that takes a full width, and we want to push the form a little bit up, upward. So we're saying negative margin up of 80 pixels. Now inside here, remember, we're getting something called form entity. Now from form entity, what are we interested in? We are interested in the attributes, right? So we're going to say attributes dot map through every single attribute, and for every single attribute, what we are going to do, guys, is we're going to do something like and again, remember, this attribute is not of type any, it has a proper type. Now the type it has is actually called I attributes type, which I think is coming from OneEntry. Yeah, it's coming from OneEntry base utils, so make sure you import it exactly from that path. So this is what the attribute type is. If you don't do that, you're not going to get typings, guys. So make sure you do that, which is going to give you some nice typings. And here, because we are mapping through, we need to make sure we need to have a key. Key is going to be attribute dot position. Actually, is going to be position, because for every attribute is going to be a different position, right? And we're also going to have a class name for this top level that we're going to say flex item center and space x of 2 as well between the children. First thing we're going to have is we're going to have a label, and the label is going to contain something called attribute dot localize info. So if you guys remember, we had something called localize infos, and I have figured all these things out for you guys. So if you guys want to go ahead and check it, just console log just console log the form entity, and you will see what it contains. But basically, the localized info is going to contain the title, because that's what we named the the title to be. So if that's the title that's going to give us the label for it. Actually, the, like, for example, is going to be full name or something like that. So that's our label there. And we want to make sure we have an HTML4 attribute, so when we click onto it, when we click onto this or this, how it selects the nice little input field, right? It's a very nice experience, because you don't want the user to nothing to happen when they click here, right? This is essentially connected to your input field. So we want to make sure we have HTML4, and the way this works is the HTML4 is going to contain the attribute.marker, and we're going to connect this with the ID. But before that, actually, let's just give some styling for this. Let's say block text extra small, we say font medium, text is going to be, I think is black, it's actually dark gray, I think, width is going to be 36, and text is going to be on the right. Now after this, we have also added this, and outside the label we want to have a div, and the div is going to contain the input field. Now this div is going to take full width, so we want to make sure we do width full. And for the input, the first thing we want to do is, and we want to remove the type of text, and I'm going to show you guys how we can actually determine the dynamic type for the input, right? Because every type is going to be based on the CMS. So I'm going to show you guys how we can actually do that. So we want to make sure attribute.marker here, and if we just remove this line, so let me just comment this out, guys, so we can see something on the screen. So if we remove the, or if we can just keep the action, I think we can just remove this. Okay, we can comment this, both of these lines, so we can see what's happening. And if we go here, guys, we can see as soon as I click on any of these labels, right, they're actually hooking me up with the input. So that's really nice, right? So that's there working. And the next thing we want to do is we want to make sure when it's going to be required. Right now it's going to be required, because if you guys remember, there was a nice little required validator, right? So there's going to be a nice little required validator, and I think it also contains something called strict, something like that. Even if I go back and if we console log the sign up form, you guys will see here we have something called validators, a required validator and a strict option. Now I figured this out for you guys. Now if you guys want to check this out again, just console log and you'll see. Now we make sure that it's required, and the name we want to make sure is going to be attribute.marker, because remember, this is a server action, so the way we're gonna get this on our server side is through the name, right? Because we're gonna use form.get element to basically get the name of this input. The class name is going to be auth input. Again, it's a custom class, and remember we've already styled this before, so it has like a border and a height and a flex and a placeholder text color. Very simple styling. The placeholder is going to be attribute.localizeInfos.title, and let's save that and let's see how it looks like. And just like that, guys, we have some nice little styled input fields, and when I click on their labels, it actually toggles it, right? Like, so it looks very nice. Now of course it's not in the ideal place, which is fine, because I think we haven't styled the form. Actually we have styled the form, but I think we haven't styled. Okay, I think we might have forgot something, something very minor detail or something. That's why it's not actually in the ideal place. But anyways, we're gonna figure that out. Let's continue. Yeah, let's actually continue building this, okay? Because you haven't built this entire thing. Now one more thing is left for the input, to determine what type of input it will be, right? Here we're going to use a utility function called getInputType, where we're going to pass in the attribute.type. Now this attribute type, bear in mind guys, is not the same type which is contained in your inputs for HTML. This is not these are the types we get from HTML, right? Now this type is not the same as the type we get in HTML, so we want to make sure we actually get the correct type, because here it might be string, but string is not available, right? We only have text, so we need to make sure we map the string to text, so it actually selects the text type and not string, because there's no such thing as string. So that's why we have created a utility function, and for the second attribute we have passed in the attributes.marker. So these two are the things which we have passed in. And now let's go to our lib directory. We have already a lib directory, and this is already created by Shadcn. So we're gonna create something called getInputType.ts, which is like a utility function. And let me just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go here, and here we are going to create a getInputType function, which is gonna accept. Actually, let me just get this from my repo, because I don't want to waste too much time. I just want to explain you guys what I've done there. So just go to the lib directory and make sure you get this utility function. I'm just gonna copy like this and explain you guys what I have done here. So here I basically gotten something called data type to input type mapping from my definitions file, which I haven't created yet. So I think it's in the lib directory as well. So we can create a definitions.ts file. And for the definitions file, again, we can go back, get our TypeScript definition. So here I've just added some basic definitions. Again, these are some things which I have already figured out for you guys. So this is something which I have console logged and figured out. So you guys don't have to waste your time with this. It's very simple stuff. So there are some basic types here, some basic definitions. We are interested in this one, which is data type to input type map, and you can see it is basically going to return us a record of string and HTML input type attribute. So we're mapping this here with whatever is there in OneEntry with our HTML input types. So we can see here in OneEntry we get these different types, right? We get string, which is going to be a text. We get text, which is also going to be a text. We get something called text with header, which is also going to be a text. We get real, which has to be a number, a float, which has to be a number, integer also has to be a number. We get a date time, which has to be date, file type, which has to be file. So all we are doing is we are mapping the OneEntry CMS types with the OneEntry CMS attribute types with our HTML input types here. And these are some other helpful types which I've already created for us, so we can see some helpful types here is gonna come in very handy. And this is a very huge product type which I've created. So this is how our products is gonna look like. So this is our nice little product type. So just make sure you save this file in, and what we want to do next is we're gonna go back to get input type, and I'm not sure where my definitions is actually. I might have had it in the wrong way, but let me just check if I can import this from the right way. Okay, so it's just saying cannot find module, but I do have this module, so okay, it's a bit weird because I do actually have. Okay, so it was TypeScript. TypeScript does these things sometimes, just randomly giving you errors. But you just want to, like, sometimes you want to do something called reload window when TypeScript is doing that. So if you just press Command Shift V and search for reload window, it's gonna fix your TypeScript thing. Sometimes TypeScript does things like that. But anyways, here we have this utility function which is gonna accept the attribute type and the marker, and what it's gonna do, guys, is gonna check that if the marker includes password, because remember, for the password utility type, for the password input type, what we are checking here is we are saying that if the password includes password, we want the type to be password. Otherwise, if the password, marker includes email, we want the type to be email, because remember, essentially email and password are both string types, right? So we cannot just make everything email and password. We have to make sure to check. That's why we are doing this and checking with the marker value. The reason we needed the marker value, right? You might be thinking, why do we need marker? Because we can just use attribute. But if we just use attribute, then our email and password will also be considered string. But we want to make sure the password has to be protected, has to be having a hidden type, right? Same goes for email. It needs to check that it has to be an email. Otherwise, we want to make sure we pass in the normal attribute type, whichever we got from our definitions right here. So that's why we are doing this utility type, and now we want to import this. And just like that, guys, now if we go back, and I think if I try to enter something, and because I don't have the submit button, so if I try to submit, I'll show you guys, and you can see automatically, you guys can see I have actually, it's showing me the suggestions for email. It's not showing me, and here you can see the password is also working, right? Because it's not showing the password actually. So pretty nice actually, right? Pretty nice. So we have this flow. The next thing we want to actually do is we want to continue building our sign up form. So just down right over here, after we map through all these things, we are going to have another div which is going to have a class name, and we're going to say margin left of 120 pixels, and here we're going to have our submit button. So firstly, we're going to have something called an error message here if we ever get an error, which we're going to create in a second. We're going to have submit button, which will be a component which we're going to create, and the submit button is just going to say agree and sign up, right? Just like that. So it's just going to say agree and sign up. And for the submit button, because we haven't created it yet, let's actually create this component. Let's go to our components directory. Let's actually create this rfce, and let me just go back and let's actually import this right now, submit button. And again, we're going to use that, remember that trick we use with we use that trick with button variants. We're going to do that, but just in a second. Before I actually do that, we want to make sure how the submit button looks like. Submit button is going to be a client component for us. So it's just going to be a client component. And the reason, by the way, guys, we have a submit button here is because when you do a server action and when you need access to something called a pending state, right? When you want to make sure the button is disabled, and because your action is running, you're communicating with an API request, right? So you want to make sure your button is disabled when that's happening. So to tap into that field, you need something called use form status, and you cannot just do that. You might be thinking why it's unnecessary to create a submit button here, but you cannot just do that with a button in this file, and you cannot just use form status in the same file as your server action is in there. So you have to make sure it's a separate file. It has to be a child, not just a separate file. It has to be a child of your server action. So if my server action is located in this file, that means my submit button has to be a child of my server action, like this form. So it has to be a child for this. Hence the reason we created like a submit button thing. Now here, the good thing about this is that we can reuse this all across our app, so we don't have to keep doing this. But what we can do is we can tap into something called a pending state. And now you can see we have these like little 4 different things, but we are interested in the pending state. Now, again, these hooks are new hooks, guys. You use form status and use form state. These are only going to be working in, I think, Next.js 13 and above for server actions. They shouldn't work in the previous versions, I suppose. I don't think they're gonna work because they're meant to be used with server actions. So if you do button, you can just say disabled is equal to pending. So when your server action is basically, is getting submitted, and the class name, we're gonna basically apply it to the class name. Now here we're gonna get two things. So firstly, we're gonna get class name, which is gonna be of type string. Then there's gonna be another thing, and remember, it has to be optional because we might not send class name. And there must be children. So the children, so I'm just gonna do it like this. So Copilot is gonna give me nice little completion like that. And here it goes. The children is gonna be of type React Node, and the class name is going to be of optional type of string. Now for the children, we're gonna put the children inside here, and we're gonna have submit status, and that is it, or that is our submit button essentially. Now when we go back here, that means we can actually put a class name here. Now here we're going to use that nice little tick to convert this button, because remember, this is just a normal button, it's not a Shadcn one, right? Because we might not want to have Shadcn button all the time, we might want to have a different use case. So I have created this as a reusable component, right? Because I want to be able to reuse this, not just use it once and create different submit buttons. I want to be reuse this across my entire app. So I have created this as a normal button, but now I want to convert this into a Shadcn one. So I'm just going to use button variants like that. And what I can do is I can put like something like this. Now because I'm using button variants, I know I can use class name, and I think I have messed something up here. Okay, so I have to use it like that. So I have to use class name, and class name is going to be rounded none. It's going to have a border is going to be transparent, disable is going to be BG black. So we want to make sure when it's disabled, the background is black and it's going to be 0.04. Now this is, again, remember, it's a custom value I wanted to give, so custom alpha values. So this is how you can do it with Penguin. You can put square brackets and give custom alpha values. And if it's disabled, I also want this to be text of black 25. And if it's disabled, I also want the cursor to be not allowed. And also if it's disabled, I want the border to be. And what is this disabled, by the way, if you guys are wondering? This allows me, this is why I really love Tailwind, right? Because this actually allows me to target the disabled state of the button. And I think you can use this with pretty much a lot of other attributes as well. Like if you want to target a specific attribute, I think, yeah, you can see they also allow you to select like a file attribute, selection attribute, placeholder, different things. They allow you to target a lot of different things. Like you can just directly do it like that. So if the button is disabled, the cursor is not allowed. So you don't have to assign use state and do it that way and check if it's disabled or no. That's not a really good approach, right? You can just cleanly do this with CSS. That means it's faster. Your website will be much faster, and you're writing less code as well. So it's pretty clean this way. So the border, when it's disabled, is going to be D9 D9 D9, and that is it actually. So if I just save this now, and if you go back, here you go, now we get this nice little sign up. But now if I don't, let's say, try to submit this and just try to do this, we get this nice little error message because it tells us that these fields are required now, right? So if I do that again, you guys can see because it's of type email, it's telling me that please put an appropriate email. Pretty nice. So we have our nice little sign up form. Now of course we haven't worked on the error message, and we haven't actually created the server action, which is doing the nice stuff, right? So we haven't actually done that. Another thing I wanted to actually do, I think I forgot something. I might have forgotten something here, which is causing this to not be in the center. I'm pretty sure I might have forgotten something. So I'm just trying to find that thing out actually. I might have missed somewhere the styling, which is causing it to look like this. But anyways, we will figure this out. So we will figure it out where we have missed some styling. I think most probably it has to be in the layout. If I have to guess, I think it has to be either here or it has to be either in the layout. where we might have missed some styling or something. But it could be our root layout as well, because I haven't styled my root layout, so it could be actually my root layout. So let's actually see our root layout if there's any differences, because remember, the root layout actually applies to your entire application, and I knew it, right? So that's the place where it's actually doing this. So our root layout basically has styles on the body, which is saying min height screen, and that's why it's not taking min height screen. So that applies to our entire app. So what we can do is we can just actually select this entire thing and pretty much just, you know, save this, and we want to make sure we import CN. Now what does CN do, by the way? So CN allows you to smartly like merge your classes with, you know, conditional styles. So, you know, when you have these conditional styles, you're not actually checking, you're just in string interpolation, doing string interpolation, and when you're doing these styles, and let's imagine if I do something like this, and if I do if this is true, then make this red, and if that is true, make this blue or something. If I do this kind of thing, you know, what happens is we are not actually keeping track of them, because we might have done this again over here, right? We might have done this again, this block of code, but no one's gonna tell us, because you know, we are not using any form of check. Now CN basically allows us to check these things, so it's only going to apply these class names after it has applied these ones. That means it's always going to override the ones which you are writing after this, like after the comma, no matter what, right? So it's going to smartly override and merge these classes. That's what essentially it means. It's basically like tailwind merge, and uses like CLSX package to combine your classes. So a pretty cool thing. Now if I save that, that's going to fix that issue, and here we go. Now we have our nice little form in the center. So let's actually remove this console log because we don't need it, and now let's actually start working on our form action. So I'm just gonna uncomment this as well, and now it's time to create our nice little sign up action. Let's create our sign up action, and then we're gonna move to our login flow, get authentication out of our way, and then we're gonna work on our nice little upload functionality, uploading our products, and then from that point we need to create like a store to keep track of, you know, our cart items and stuff, so we can actually submit a nice little what's it called, we can actually submit a, you know, basically a product, and we can go through the payment process through Stripe. So let's actually do that. So firstly, we want to do is we want to create an action. So let's go to our actions folder, create a sign up action.ts, and here I'm just gonna click on my sign up action and go into our sign up action. Now here, remember, it's a server action, so use server at the top. Here we also want to get the get API instance, so we're going to be using get API instance, and we are also using something called iSignUpData from OneEntry, but we're going to get that later on. So firstly, we want to do export. Okay, so I'm just going to do it myself because we don't want that. Export default asynchronous function, and it's going to be called sign up action. And here, remember, when we are using server action in a particular way, firstly I'm just going to import this, and you can see we get no more errors anymore. When we are using server action like in this particular way, when we are saying use form state and we are passing the server action here, the way we have to accept the signature, there's a specific way we have to do that. So the first value here has to be previous state, and has to be of type any because of type errors, because if we don't do any, I think it's gonna give us like some weird type errors. So we want to make sure that we actually keep this as any, and the second argument would be the parameter would be the form data, which we're gonna get from the form, because we are doing an action from the form, right? So we're gonna do it like this manner. So first needs to be previous state, and you cannot turn this the other way around because it's not gonna work. You have to make sure it looks like this. The signature has to be like that, and this only happens when you're doing the server action this way. And now you can see we get this error because we're not returning anything, so we need to make sure we return something. So first thing we want to do is we want to get the email, and the way we get the email is form data.get email as a string, and again we want to do the same with password, and we want to do the same for full name. So we're just gonna say full name like that, and we are also going to do that for our API instance. We're just gonna get the API instance from our OneEntry CMS. And the next thing we want to do is we want to do some defensive programs. So we want to check if there is no email, because these are all required fields. Now we are, I think, checking on the client side by doing some required parameters there, but this is again on the client side, so this could be prevented, this could be bypassed, you know. And if this is ever the case, we will stop on the server side, because this code will never be on the client, right? So if there is no email, we are gonna return. Now remember, the signature was that initial state which we're going to get back from the server action has to be of type message, right? So what we can do here is we can do the same message, and we are going to say please enter your email address, just like that. So if it ever bypasses through the client, it's going to return us a message saying please enter your email address. Now we're going to do the same with password. We're going to say set the login. I just want to be consistent with my build, so I'm just going to say set the login password, just like that. And for the third one, we are going to say please enter your full name, and that's it. These three are required parameters, so I'm making sure we check each of these. Now if you want to make this short, you can check them all together, but I wanted to be explicit here. I wanted to tell the user what they have, you know, what they have bypassed or something, so they know exactly what they're missing. Then we want to open a nice little try catch block. And for the catch error block, we are going to be basically consoling the error. And if we're gonna check that the error, and by the way, we're just gonna say error is gonna be of type any, because what I want to do here, I just want to check that if the error actually contains the status code of 400, because it could be a bad request, right? And if it contains that particular error, then what I want to do is I want to return a message from the OneEntry CMS, and they're going to contain dot message. Now you might be thinking this is not safely typed because this is using any and stuff, but of course you can go ahead, and if you guys want to dig deeper into this, just like you can create a specific type. But the reason I didn't choose to do that is because there could be certain different error types, right? There could be actually 400 errors, there could be 401 errors, there could be unknown errors. So what I did is just sometimes it's fine to just do any, and I'm doing optional chaining here, so that means it's not going to break my app. So if ever status code is not present, I'm already doing optional chaining here, and I'm returning the message by optional chaining as well. And I have verified this, that they are returning a message when it's a 400 error, so that's the reason I'm returning that particular message, right? And after the error, if it's not of this error type, then we can actually throw new error, and we can actually say failed. You can just say failed to sign up. I'm just gonna do it like that, and we're gonna say please try again, just like that. So this is how I've done it in my build. Now inside of the try block, we are going to make sure to sign up the user. Now this is the interesting part, right? So first things first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create the data object which the sign up auth provider is going to require, and that's going to be iSignup data. And remember, we want to make sure we get the data one, so you want to get this from auth provider provider interfaces. And when you do this, you want to make sure it's going to give you all these things. Now we have to create this object in order to sign up the user, right? So firstly, we need to have the form identifier. Now what is the form identifier? It's going to be sign up YT. Remember, form identifier is your identifier which you kept it right over here. So if we go back to our CMS and we actually refresh to get the fresh data, and if you go to our form here, we can see this is our marker, right? So identifier is essentially the same thing as marker. So because remember, it's a unique ID, right? So this is what they're asking for. So remember, it is sign up YT for me. The auth data, remember, it has to be so if you hover over this, you can see it's an array of type marker and value. So it's an array because it's an array type, right? So this needs to be an array. That means we need to make sure we do it like this. And the first thing, we're gonna have a marker, and the marker, again, this requires the marker for your email, because you're gonna have email, and then you're gonna have password, and we are also going to have full name. So we need to make sure you provide the form, the auth data for all these different fields. And for the marker, make sure it's actually the accurate marker. So if you go into the form here, and if you go to the form fields, make sure the marker actually matches. So do not mess the markers up. If you mess them up, it's gonna give you the error, but then you have to check the server logs and find out where you errored out. Actually, it's going to show you what the error is. But anyways, we're gonna do it like this. Hopefully we haven't made any typos. And the next thing we're going to do is here we're going to create a form data, and for the form data, essentially the same thing, except then there's also going to be a type value, and the type value we are going to do it like this. So there's going to be email, which is going to be of type string. Okay, so it's going to be of type string, not email, because email, it does not exist in OneEntry. And we want to make sure its value is email and the marker is email. The password is also going to be type of string, because again there is no such thing as password in OneEntry. And the full name is also of type string. So we want to make sure all these types are string types. The next thing we want to do, which is super important, is the notification data. Now, because it's a required field, you guys can see, it's not gonna be sent without this. So we need the notification code, and notification code is just an object. It's gonna have the email, and it's going to have the phone push and SMS. Now, if you keep this empty, it's not going to work. So what I just did, because in this build I did not want to include these functionalities, so you can just like give some values here, and the same, make sure you do this for the SMS and value. If you keep this empty, it did not work for me, so I made sure to just give some dummy values here. But of course you shouldn't be doing that in production. Of course, make sure that you actually get the fields from the user. I showed you guys a basic version of the sign up form, but you can create more attributes in the OneEntry CMS, and basically create like phone number attribute and email, and also get those values from the user and make them dynamic like that. So once we do that, what we can actually do is we can have form data response, and we can do await API instance, and we want to make sure we access the auth provider. And here you can see auth provider has all these different nice methods, right? It has logout, it has refresh, it has auth, it has different things, but we are interested in the sign up one. And you want to make sure here for the marker of sign up, you want to make sure this is the identifier of your auth provider. So you want to go back to users, check your authentication providers, and make sure what marker you give here. For me, it was the same for both the forms. I like to keep it like consistent, so I don't like forget about this. But you can give any, if you give any other marker here, make sure to choose the marker from here, because it's the authentication provider marker. So make sure you give that one. And again, it's missing some data, so you want to pass in that data just like that. And that is the type of sign up data which we just created, right? So very clean. And the next thing you want to do is you just want to return your form data response. Now, of course, form data response could be undefined as well. Now, it might have gone wrong or something, which is going to be cached in the error block right over here. Otherwise, it's going to return you the form data response. So what you want to do next is actually, okay, so what you want to do next, guys, is just like go back to our file. So let me just go back to our dynamic signup form here, and let's see what it's gonna look like. So let's try to submit the form. So if we did everything correctly, we are going to get a sign up in our OneEntry CMS. Remember, we're gonna get a sign up right over in the users tab here with whatever email we try. And if you try to use the same email here, I don't think it should work, but we will see if it works with different authentication providers. So before we actually do that, let's actually prepare our state. So if we get any errors, we can actually see in the UI, right? Because we haven't prepared our error message here. So what we can do, because our sign up action is complete now, so we can leave this and we can go back to the UI. And here I have created something called, so if you guys are not familiar with what a type guard is, type guards are basically checks you can do when you're not sure of what the receiving type is going to be, right? Here you can see if I hover over the state, it could be of either type sign up entity. That means it could either be of a successful type, or it could either be undefined, right? So what I have done, guys, is I have created like a type guard here. I'm just gonna comment this out for you guys as well. It's better if you just go to my repo and quickly get this. I think it's inside of my dynamic sign up form. So let's go here and let's click onto it, and you just want to get this function, and I'm just gonna explain you guys what I have done here. So here I have basically gotten the sign up entity. Make sure you import this from our provider interfaces, and I've created this function called hasMessage, which is going to accept the state as I sign up entity or message. And remember, the message, the reason it's of type any is because in the sign up action we are using the previous state argument of type any, because we don't have a proper type argument, because if you don't do that, I think it actually gives you an error or something. And you can see if I do a string, we get an error immediately here. So that's the reason we actually don't want to do string or something else, right? So we're just keeping it as any. And here we're going to return something called state is message. So here we're basically essentially checking that if the state has a message property, that means it is going to be an error, right? Because remember, if it does not return a message, that means it's going to return a form data response or undefined, and either of this is not of type message, right? It's only going to return type message when it's an error. So we want to make sure, we could have renamed this to be a has error as well, to be honest, but yeah, I'm just going to keep it as it is. But this basically is going to check that if the message is not undefined. So this is just like a type guard. Now where are we going to put this? We're going to put this right over here on the bottom section here. And the reason we're using the type guard, by the way, so let me show you guys without the type guard so you guys will actually understand what I mean. So if you just have a p tag here, and if we just do state, you see we actually get no like IntelliSense. And if you try to do it like this, you guys can see we get this error. It's saying state is possibly undefined. So if we even if you do optional chaining, it's saying that it does not exist on this type. Right now we could like forcefully just do it like, you know, I don't know, as any or something, but it's actually still doesn't work. But I think if you do unknown, I think then it would work, but still doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you can see it has a lot of issues, right? It's not going to work because it doesn't understand that the message is going to be there, right? So that's the main reason we want to actually do the hasMessage thing. So we're going to do hasMessage, and we're going to do state. And once we actually do this, now it's going to give us the nice little IntelliSense as well. And if we do dot, we get this nice message because it knows that has a message. We have checked it with a, you know, a safe like type guard here. And of course, this is just a function, but it's a fancy like a type guard type function. So that's why it's called a type guard. But anyways, we can say state.message, and we can style this up a little bit. We can say the class name is going to be, because it's an error, it has to be a specific hex code. It is like E52828 to emphasize that it's an error, right? And margin bottom 4. So if we just do that, and we also want to make sure the margin left of 120 pixels here, and we want to remove that error message thing here. So if you go back right now, guys, and let's actually try doing something. Okay, let's try to use the same email we used before. So let's try to use this email, and let's try to sign up with this and see if this actually gives us an error. So we need to provide a full name. So I'm just gonna say Steve, and here we're just gonna say the same thing, and it's saying please enter your full name again. Okay, this means that we have actually messed something up, because it's actually giving us an error called enter your full name. So if you just look at our server logs here, guys, and if we actually go back to our sign up action, let's see where we have messed up something. Yeah, here. I think it's potentially here, because remember this full name is basically it's getting this from the marker, if you guys remember, right? And the marker for full name is actually with a small n. So what I've done is a typo here, and I made a mistake. I just said small n, but actually this is dynamic, right? And if you look at the name here, it's actually getting from the marker, and the marker actually contains small n. So that was my mistake, and you see how it prevented us to submit the form without that. So just because I was submitting a wrong one, it checked it, and it told me that please enter your full name, just like that. So that's why it's really useful to learn these things, because you can protect at multiple different levels, right? So now we can go back and try this thing again. And now if we try this again, it's saying define a form. Now there's another type of error, which is good. At least we are getting some form of error here. And this is usually a bad request error, and it's saying define a form. I think it means that we haven't actually saved a form or something. So let's actually go to our email sign up YT form. Let's go to our form fields, and actually we do have a form defined. So we can see email sign up YT do have a form defined. We do actually have sign up YT, but yeah, we're gonna figure this bug out. So don't worry about it. We're gonna figure this out. So sign up YT is a form which is right there. We have actually selected the attribute. It might have not actually saved it. So what we're gonna do is go back to users, go to authentication providers. In here we haven't chosen the form. So this is why error handling is so good, guys. Like, we just figured out, like, this is clutch, right? We just figured out these errors like in just 2 minutes, because we got the right errors in the UI, and we did this the right way. So we haven't invested too much time into debugging now. So we want to select email sign up YT, and this is why it was giving us the error. Now if we go back again, we can see it is selected. It should not happen anymore. And we get another error now, which is saying a user with this login has existed. So you guys literally saw like all the error messages that there's gonna be there from OneEntry, and this shows you something that we have done this in the proper way, and we get nice little error messages in the UI. Right now you could have a toaster for this. If you don't like the UI, you could handle this in whatever ways. I'm just showing you guys the fundamentals, like how you can understand error handling with server actions and stuff. And it's really cool to actually learn these things. But let's actually try now to actually use a user which we haven't. So let's maybe use, this is my another email, so I'm just gonna do this name, and I'm gonna use the same email here, and let's try to sign up with this account. And now we don't get any more errors, and we can see there's a post request. So server actions behind the scenes, they're just like a post request, right? And that's what they are, but they're just like a very quick way of just like write a function and do your thing, right? You don't have to waste too much time into it. Anyways, we get a 200 here, so that means everything went well, and we can go back to our CMS, go to users, and just like that we have a nice user here, guys. If I click into this user, we can see he has a full name and even the authentication provider. So he did not authenticate with the previous one, he authenticated with the email sign up YT provider. And this is so powerful, right? Because we have different authentication providers, and we also have different users. Now if I try to sign up with this user again, it's gonna give me this error. And now only thing which is left, which is a toaster here, which is going to tell the user that, hey, you have signed up, now just log into your account so we can actually see something on your dashboard, right? So let's actually create this nice little custom hook now. And to create this hook, we want to go to the top level, create a folder called hooks, because it's a custom hook. I'm going to show you guys how to create custom hook if you have never done that before. Click on your hooks directory and basically just do, I think it's tsx or ts, let me just check, because we're not returning anything. So let me see how I have done this. So it's going to be ts, and close the sidebar, and here inside of your custom hook, I'm just going to go inside. We want to import firstly the use effect, because we're going to be using that, and we're going to be using Sonar. Now Sonar is a toaster notification package inside of Shadcn. But it's made by it's also made by a guy called Wall, I think Emil Kowalski. Amazing dude. He does like create a lot of nice interactions. So if you guys want to check him out, just give him a follow. So you can see Sonar is built and maintained by Emil. So he's this guy. He creates a lot of nice interactions. I really love sharing about these people, because I really admire them, and I really look up to them, in terms of interactions, designs. So I like to shout them out as well before using any of their stuff. And you can see, if I show you guys how it looks like, is absolutely phenomenal. Like, it just looks like an app, you know, and you even have the stacking feel. It's just really good. I really like Sonar, and you can customize this as well. There is another toaster as well, which is built by Shadcn. Like, this is another one. If you want to use this, you can use this as well. But I like Sonar, so I'm just gonna use that. So let's copy the CLI command, go onto our terminal, paste it in, install this, and you can see step 1. Step 2 is add the toaster component to your top level layout. So make sure you go to your top level layout, and just below the children, you basically add this right over here, and make sure you import this from UI Sonar. So do not import this directly from Sonar. You want to import this from Shadcn UI, because they have some like nice configuration setup for us, just like that. So you import that from Shadcn one, and that's pretty much it. Now we can start using it. So see how simple this is. And after doing that, we can go back to our use toast on state change. And the reason I've named it like that is because this toast is going to be, we're going to render the toast on whenever the state basically changes, right? So that's the reason I've named it in such way. But we're going to export a function. It's going to be called use toast on state change, and it's going to accept a state of type. Now what we can do here, guys, is we can actually go to my repo, because it's a very long type and I don't want to type everything out here. So I'm just gonna show you guys what the type. I'm not gonna copy everything. I'm just gonna copy the type thing here, and the rest I'm gonna show you guys what how I've done the hook, because I want to explain you guys. So this is gonna be the type of state, and we're gonna just import this external toast thing from Sonar, right? And don't worry about this very huge typing. We're gonna understand this. Basically, essentially, this means the state can either be of type this, or it could be undefined. So that's what this actually means. And inside here, we're gonna have a use effect. Now, if you guys don't know how use effect work, I recommend checking out I think some of my larger builds like Instagram clone, or even if you search YouTube, you'll find a lot of nice tutorials on it, because it's one of the fundamentals in React. Basically, what it means is if one of the dependencies actually change, and it could be anything, it could be state.message, it could be state.success, or it could be state.data. So I'm just gonna say state.success, or it could be state.data. So if any of these dependencies in this array changes, we're going to execute whatever is inside the use effect. So that's essentially what a use effect is. And it runs basically, or whenever the dependencies change, if you keep this empty, it runs on mount every time the component mounts. Pretty basic stuff. If you're not familiar with this, brush up your fundamentals. So we're gonna say if state.message exists, then we're gonna search for state.success inside of this, and we're just gonna say if this is the case, then we're gonna get import basically Sonar. And this we can get from Sonar library, and we're gonna say success, and it's gonna be state.message, and the second argument is going to be the data, state.data, which we're gonna send it. If there is no success message, then we're just gonna say else toast.error, and just like that we have our thing done. So basically all we are doing here is we are just checking. So even if I just use Copilot, so if state has a message property, show a toast. And then inside the message property, also specifically checking that if the state has a success property, show the success one, or else just show an error one, you know. So whichever appropriate property the state has. So this is very very good. Now what we can do is we can actually use this. So if you use on state change, and because it's an object, we can basically, firstly we want to do the message. So for the message, the way I have handled this is, what I have done is I've basically checked if has message, which I've already used a function like a type guard. If has message is not true, that actually means that the sign up was successful. Because if you guys actually think about it, so I'm just gonna do message like this, and I'm just gonna do has message. And if has message state is not true, this the exclamation mark basically means if this is not true, if this is false, right? That means the sign up is successful. Because think about it, right? If there is no message, because message contains error property, and if this is not there, if it's undefined, that means there was no error and the sign up was successful. Otherwise we don't want to do this. Otherwise we want to say undefined. And if we send the message as undefined, we can see here if the message is undefined, it's not going to do anything. So if state.message is there, then only it's going to go inside of the block. Otherwise it's not going to do anything. So that's why we are actually doing it in this way. And the success, we're going to make sure we want to say true. And the next thing we want to do is the data. We want to just say, now data is very interesting because data is essentially the external toast type, and it basically allows us to send pretty much everything to the toaster. We can like send all these nice little props. Now something very nice we can do is we can send something like an action, and inside the action we can basically send in a button from Shadcn UI. Inside this button we can send in a nice little link, and this link will tell the user to basically log in, or we can say sign in, whichever like you guys prefer. Make sure the button is as child, so we can click anywhere on the button, and the class name is going to be rounded, margin left of 4, and the link is going to have an href of /login. Now whenever the user successfully signs up, it's going to basically tell them to go to the login step, and the action is like basically a link. So when they click on it, it's going to take them to the login page, which is a very nice user experience, right? The user doesn't have to navigate manually. They can just click on the toast, and they will immediately be redirected to the login page. Another thing I just completely missed in after the action, we're also going to have a nice little class name, and here we're just going to say width fit, so it doesn't take extra width. So we're just going to say that, and that is it, guys. Like this, after doing this is our like nice little dynamic sign up form. And now if we try to sign up with another user, so let me just go back to our app, and let's actually refresh it, and let's try signing up with any other user. Let me do like hello world 1 2 3 4, and if I try to submit again, it's gonna send me please do it in the correct way. So I'm just gonna do hello world here. I'm just gonna say gmail.com. I don't care what the password is at this point. So I'm just gonna agree and sign up, and just like that, guys, sign up successful, sign in. So I can click on sign in, and here it takes me to the login page, which we haven't created yet. Now if we go back to OneEntry CMS, and if we just refresh this, we get our nice little user with their full name here. Now of course you can accept more user data, you can add more attributes, but I just wanted to be simple, and we get this user logged in. Pretty nice experience, right? So now the next thing we want to do is quickly create the login page. It's going to be like very straightforward, so we can get authentication out of the way. So let's go back to our login page, and I'm just gonna do that on my directories here. Login page, and pretty similar. It's pretty similar to the sign up page. We're gonna get our API instance. Again, remember we haven't yet created our login form, so we have to do that inside of OneEntry, because how we want the user to log in, we have to do that. So we want to do await, and that means you have to turn this to an asynchronous function, a top level async await. And here we're gonna do const login form, and we're just gonna say await API instance, and we're gonna get forms, and here we're just gonna get a form by marker, and I'm just gonna say login YT because my previous one was called login, I guess. So it's gonna be okay, no, it actually was called sign in. Sign in and login is extremely confusing. I hate I wish there would be one of them actually, because it makes me very confusing. So I'm just gonna say sign in YT like that, because that's how it was, yeah. But essentially the same thing. Whatever marker we keep, we can actually adjust it, right? I just wanted to be consistent with my previous one. But we have our login form, but we don't actually have a form, right? So let's go ahead to our OneEntry CMS, and you can see we get this error because we actually don't have that form. So go to the form, and just like how we had for, actually we want to go to users first, I think, and just like this. Okay, this is just for sign up, so we don't want to do it here, and we just want to go to forms, and just like email sign in we had, we want to create another one. So we want to do email sign in YT. It's going to be sign in YT like this, and we want to add this field, go into this, and similarly form title is going to be email sign in, and make sure you actually save this, and the type is going to be for sign in and register. Again, we're going to select a set of attributes. Now again, we don't have a sign in YT, so we're going to go to settings, create a new set of attribute. And if this is too fast for you guys, I recommend like just pause the video, try to take a look at each step by step, because I've done this quite a fair amount of time, so I'm pretty much familiar with this now. But if you guys are like too fast or something, just pause the video, take your time with it, go and just look at the documentation as well. Just go and read the docs, like what they recommend. They have a nice like YouTube channel as well. So if you click into it, there's gonna take you to OneEntry YouTube channel. You can also take a look at some of their videos. So they have some pretty nice resources out there. But anyways, for the users, we're gonna create a sign in. I'm just gonna say YT like that. Okay, YT, and I'm just gonna copy this and make sure the first says smaller, and this has to be for users. I'm just gonna create that. Now once I create that, I want to refer to my old one, and I had account and password, so I'm just gonna basically put in the marker so it automatically gets the one for me. But you guys can pause it, take a screenshot, and do it accordingly, however you like. Basically for login, we just need the email and password. Right now you can add additional steps like verification and stuff like that, but I haven't shown for the simplicity in this video. So I think it's this one. You can go here, and I'm just gonna type in account here, and you can see you get this nice little account, and you can do the password here. Again, it's gonna found this for us, and here you go. So we have account and we have password. Both these fields need to be required, and we need to make sure we use as login here, I think so, and this one needs to be a required field as well, and I think this we need to select use as password. Let's verify once more with my old one, and you can see login attribute, password attribute. I haven't selected password attribute, to be honest here, but I should have actually done that. I'm not sure why I haven't selected because it is actually a password attribute. And also I forgot to do email verification here for my email, right? So I need to actually do that as well. So we go to our sign in ID. Here we want to also make sure we do email verification, and that's pretty much it. Now in this case, we have a nice little form, right? And now what we want to do, guys, is we want to go back to our forms, and where we had our email sign in YT here, you want to make sure we go to form fields, select a set of attributes, so sign in YT, and here we also want to do sign in and register. Now it's saved. You want to make sure you put the title here, just like that, and now we have our nice little linked forms linked together. Now if you go back, you'll have our nice little email sign in YT form just like that, and I think this is sufficient enough for us to actually complete the login flow. So if I refresh this, and we need to make sure we still let's just console log this first, so we see our login form, and here you go. We actually get our nice little login form. We get account and password attributes. Beautiful. So now let's actually build this page. So what we can actually do, so let's actually build this. So what we're gonna do is similar approach. We're gonna say dynamic, because again it's a dynamic login form. It's just not a simple login form, and we're just gonna say create this component for us. So let's quickly go back into our components, RFCE, and here I'm just gonna take my reference from sign up form. So you want to quickly go ahead here, get these typings, and just paste in right here, and you want to make sure that import the type correctly and import this as well. Now inside of our login form, let me actually do that. Let's go into our login form now, and let's actually create that. Now very similar to the sign-in, is very similar, so I think we can pretty much actually get this So I don't want to waste time in this, because I think you guys get the idea now with the sign up form, and I don't want to make this very boring. So we can actually go here, go to our components, and it's exactly similar as sign up form. We're just mapping through some attributes and pretty much doing the similar stuff, right? So we can just copy this thing here, and you guys can do this as well, by the way. It's not just me, because I think it's pretty boring stuff, to be honest, because we have already done this. And make sure you do it correctly. Login action is something which we haven't created, so I'm going to show you guys how to do that. But make sure you save this, go to your actions folder, create a new file called loginaction.ts, and here we're going to learn about our login action. Now again, if I go back to the login forms, it's exactly similar. We have a use form state, we are passing in the login action, the initial state. We are basically mapping through some attributes. Again, the same way we got the input type mapping, we're doing that. The same global class names and the submit button, again because I wanted to reuse that. We have the nice little submit button. So pretty much similar stuff. Now if we go to our login action, we can actually see that is going to be having an action here. So here we are going to perform a login action. So let's just actually do that. So export default asynchronous function is going to be called login action, and in here again we're just going to say previous state is of type any, and we're going to have form data, which is going to be of type form data, just like that. Here remember we have account field, so we're just going to say form data dot get account. We're going to get the password, and we are also going to initialize our API instance, so make sure you get this from OneEntry. And here we're going to do some defensive programming. If there is no account, we want to make sure we don't proceed. So we want to make sure we return message please. So it's going to say please enter your email address. So it's just going to say please enter an email address, just like that. And if there is no password, please enter your password. So on like that. Pretty nice. So I've just set the login password. I'm just gonna make sure it's consistent. Set the login password, and after this we have a try catch block. Now pretty similar stuff in the try catch block. Just the one I think. Okay, so there's one difference here in the try catch statement and the catch block. I think in the sign up action, if you guys remember, we added something called for status code. Here we're gonna do it for 401 status code. The reason, because for the login we actually are not gonna have a 400. We are only going to have 401, because you might enter a wrong password, or you might enter like something. There could be a 400, but I haven't checked it for 400. Mostly in login it's usually 401 errors, because you might enter a wrong like login or a wrong password or something. So it's usually that, and it's pretty much, it's basically that thing. So if I do this, I want to make sure errors of type any. So we just throw fail to sign up, please try again if it's none of these errors. In our try block, we're gonna do const data, and our data we have to make sure it's gonna be of auth post body. Now how do I get these types? I honestly just checked the documentation, and I think I'm not showing you guys enough of the documentation because I've already figured out everything. But if we close this and if we take a look at user auth provider, where the sign in is, I'm pretty sure it's actually sign in. Let me just see. Oh, it's actually just auth. Okay, so it's actually this one. This is actually equivalent of sign in. It actually means authenticating the user, so we just need this auth data, and you can see it's basically this method. The way I get these typings is I just type this out, and when you just type this out, let me just show you guys. When you just type this out, so if you just do it like this, you just do API instance, you actually get something called when you like look at this, you get this auth entity, and when you look at this thing, you actually see what the data looks like. It says auth post body, and this is how I'm able to figure out what the type is going to look like. So these are some things which it will come with practice, and if you're a beginner, don't don't lose your shit. Keep working hard, and keep practicing. And there's something like very easy I like to do in VS Code, like, you know, just like hover over these things. I like to type these things out, so I get these like typings. What the first value will look like is going to be a string, second is going to look like our post body, so that means I need to get this typing from the providers and interfaces. So this is how I typically like to work myself out. So the data here is going to be very straightforward. All it does, I think, is auth data. And again, auth data is an array, so we need to make sure we have a marker. And the marker is going to be email. The value is going to be account. So here we go. And for the next one, the marker is going to be password. And the value is also the password, just like that. And if you go down here, and we just say auth response, we're going to say await API instance. It's going to be .auth provider, like that, and then it's going to say auth, and we need to put the marker. Now marker is going to be sign up YT here. Now I'm going to explain you guys how it's going to work. So firstly, the marker, you might be thinking, why are we not using the sign in? Remember, this marker is of the authentication provider. This is not the marker of the form. So if you guys remember, I told you guys the same thing before, that this is going to be the marker for your user authentication provider. Is going to be the marker for this one. So the one which you use for sign up, which is sign up YT, you have to use the same one for your login, because you cannot use this the marker here as the form marker, right? Because this requires the authentication marker. And the second is going to be the data. Now the next thing you want to do is you want to say, if there is no auth response, then you want to basically actually, we're going to check if there is no auth response to a user identifier. It doesn't create that. Then we're going to say error, and we're just going to say auth response as unknown. And the reason I'm doing as unknown here is because if I do it, I'm going to explain you guys. And this error response, we're going to import it from the definitions which we created earlier. The reason I'm doing it like this, if I do it like this, you guys can see it is not going to work, because auth response is strongly typed, right? It's strongly typed as IAuth entity, and it is not going to just like, by just casting it like this, it's not going to work like that. So what I'm doing is I'm converting it into an unknown value first. I'm saying that auth response is unknown, nobody knows what it's going to be, and then I'm casting it as our response. Now it's going to be, I think, weakly typed or something, because before it was strongly typed, so we couldn't actually do that. But anyways, we can do that, and we can return the message error.message, because we know the error response actually contains the message, so we can actually do that. And this is a very important part, guys. Now when the user actually logs in, right, when the user actually when he's actually logged in, we need to make sure that the user we need to set their cookies, right, the user cookies, because this is essentially how we're going to be getting cookies, right? When we created the, I think when we created the OneEntry file here, and when we did this, by the way, API URL is defined. This is old log, and for some reason Console Ninja, I think it doesn't refresh, it doesn't update the old ones, but don't freak out, because API URL is defined for us. But here, if you know, I showed you guys that we created these functions called get refresh token and set refresh token, right? So the get refresh token, right, how do we actually get this refresh token if it doesn't exist? So when the user actually logs in, and because this is a server action, we are accessing the cookies here, and what we're going to do is we're just going to set the refresh token, and we're going to set some other tokens as well. We're going to set access token. So the auth response is going to give us the access token. We can see if you just say dot here, we get access token, refresh token, and the user identifier. So we're going to do these things, and we want to also make sure that when we actually do that, we say max age is going to be 24 hours. So it's going to be 60 times 60 times 24. So it's going to be alive. This access token is going to be alive for 24 hours. The same thing we want to do for refresh token. So again, we want to do the same thing for refresh token, and we also want to do the same thing for our user identifier, just like that. So we're gonna say cookies, and this is gonna be for 7 days, by the way. So this is gonna be times 7, not 30. So this is gonna be for alive for 7 days. And the reason I'm doing this is you can manually configure this, but you do not want to do that, because if you remember, the token which OneEntry actually provides you, right? These tokens. If you guys check the users authentication providers out, this is where the default settings is, right? So I'm just basically copying these ones. So you want to make sure it's consistent with this, and you don't want to put your own, because then it becomes a custom configuration. So you want to do this. You have access token, refresh token, and you also set the user identifier when the user logs in. And that's pretty much it. At that point, we have our login action done. So now we can go back to our login form, and I think we can just import the login action. And because it's like a default thing here, and there's also an error message here, so we can just do state dot. If there's a message, we can display that message just like that. So now I think if we go to our login action, I think it's completed. It's like fully done. And okay, I think I missed one more thing. Okay, so I'm just gonna revert back everything here. So I think whatever we had, the login action. So I'm not gonna put state the undefined. So here we forgot to do one thing. When the user actually logs in, you want to also redirect them, and make sure you import this redirect from Next/navigation. And what this redirect is basically is going to allow you to redirect to any path. It works similar to push, but it is only available in server-side functions, guys. It is not going to be available on the client side. So do not use on the client side. You can see in a server component, this will insert a meta tag to redirect the user to the target page. So what we want to do is want to redirect the user to the slash. And make sure, guys, I have gone into this hurdle a lot of times, like I think unlimited times now, because I've worked in production and stuff. Never use redirect in a try-catch statement, guys. Always use it outside, because redirect does not work inside the try-catch. If you put this redirect here, you can see that this is unreachable code, right? If you do it here, you might feel like if I do it here, it's gonna work, and after I set the cookies, is gonna redirect me, you know, after everything's done. But do not do this, guys, because it's not going to work. It's going to break your app. And I think this only happens in production. It does not happen locally, if I'm sure. So it's a very hard to debug error. And if you don't know the right way to use it, please do not use it inside a try-catch. So just use it outside. It does not work. So make sure you are outside the try-catch block and you put the redirect just like there. And now I think we are done. And you see we don't get the undefined state, because we know that the state is always going to be there in some way, because we're doing a redirect as well. So now we can try to actually log in with one of these users, and we can also try to see how our error handling is working. So I'm just going to type something in, and here we get this error, something called failed to sign up. So please try again. I think I kind of messed something up here, if I'm sure. Okay, I did not, but we can see what the error is and we can debug this out. So let's see where the error is coming from. So it's saying user with provided login not found, right? So it's a 401 error, and I think we needed to actually make this 401. I forgot to do that. So make sure your status code, you change this to 401 here, and let's try this again. Now again, if I mess this up and if I try to sign in, user with provided login is not found, right? Now if I press, if I save in the correct credentials, and if I mess up my password, login or password is incorrect, right? So perfect, this is exactly what I wanted. Now if we try to log in with the correct account, and if we sign in, it will redirect us. Beautiful, guys. Now of course this is not dynamic, because remember we hard-coded the value here to true and false. So now it's a good time to actually go back, integrate the logout function, and also update our header to be dynamic and based on the session which we are getting from the user. And I think this concludes our login and sign up stages. I hope I was super clear in explaining these things, and this was like a very nice refresher for you guys, or for any beginners starting out into coding, to integrate their own sign up and login forms. because nowadays tutorials, like kind of a lot of the tutorials are using nice tools like Next, Auth, and Clerk, which is a very good thing to outsource authentication. I completely believe that, but it is also important to know like how to, how the authentication actually works behind the scenes, So this is why I think this would be like a nice refresher to that. Anyways, let's go back to our header, and now we are going to actually work on this fetch user session function and make our header dynamic. So where is going to be this function? So let's go back to our header. I think I have created this inside of my actions, but I'm not sure, so I'm just going to go and check my header out, and we will see where this function is going to be done. So I'm just going to navigate to my components, and we are going to be building. So now we're going to be, I think we're going to move like pretty fast, I would say. We're going to like speed up our like coding stuff, because we need to set up our products, and we need to basically build out the checkout flow, and we need to integrate Shadcn to integrate like state management into the build, and also it's going to be persisted, so we're also going to do that. So a couple of things remaining, so we're going to speed up and really go through this very fast. So I'm just trying to navigate to my header. I can't seem to find the fetch user session. Okay, so fetch user session, as I said, would be an action here. You can make this conventional, and you could just say user action or something. But just for consistency, I'm just gonna say fetch user session like that, and close the sidebar. Make sure you use server here. But again, it's a server-side function, right? So we want to be very sure that we only use this on the server, not on the client. Now we're going to get API instance, and we're also going to get cookies. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create export default asynchronous function, and we're just going to say a function, and we're just going to say fetch user session. And I think Copilot just pretty much figured it out for me. So const API instance is going to be await get API instance. I'm going to get the access token, because remember, we need to pass this access token in to our OneEntry method, auth provider method, whichever we're going to use to basically get the active user, because we need to have the access to access token. So we're gonna make sure we get the value from it, because we're not interested in the name. And now we can see access token is of type string or undefined. So if there is no access token, that means the user is not logged in actually. So then we just want to return, and we just want to return like null here. And now we're gonna open up a nice little try catch block, and let's just do the error block first. So it's just gonna say console.error, and here I'm just gonna say error fetching user session, and then also we're gonna throw new error, and here we're just gonna basically do it in a very nice way. We're just gonna say we are going to say error fetching user session, but here we're just gonna do something. I wanted to show you guys this, how you can do this. So we can use something called instance of, and what this allows us to do is it checks basically if it's an instance of a class. So it allows us to check if it's an instance of this error class, because this is a class, right? It's a constructor, you can see. So it will check if it's an instance of this class, and if it is, then it has these typings. So it's gonna say error.message, and if it's not, then we are not sure what type of error it is, so we can say unknown error like that. So this is like way more like robust code, because mostly you might have seen that we are doing it like error.message like that, but if we check it like this, then we know that it's an instance of error class, and we can do error.message. Otherwise you can say unknown error. So it's pretty handy in these things. Now here we can just say user, and we can use await API instance, and here we are going to be using users, and here you can see we have this get user function. But before that, we also have these two functions. Now we want to make sure before we actually access the get user, we want to actually do this. So we want to firstly set access token to our access token, which we got from the cookies, and then we want to make sure we get the user, because if you just get the user directly without setting the access token, it's not going to know that, you know, if the user, because remember, access token is how you communicate with OneEntry and basically tell it, it's like a secret, right? It's like a key which you tell to OneEntry that, hey, this is my account for this particular user, so give me, you know, by mistake I just started live share, so give me the account for this user, right? So you want to make sure first you set access token, and then you use the get user function right over here. And now, because the user could be undefined, we want to check for if there is no user, or if there is no user.id, because user ID is super important. So if there is no user ID, or if there's no user, we want to make sure we throw a new error, and we just want to say user data is invalid or missing ID, something like that, right? So we just basically do it like that. Otherwise, we just want to return the user. So now if you hover over this server action, you can see it will be a promise. It could either return you a user, or it could either return you null. So this is a very clean way to get the fetch user session, because you can either have it as null, or either it would be giving us a user. So now if we go back to our header and basically import this right here, now all we have to do is, we don't even have to change anything, because we have done everything as it is. We just need to create a logout form and a cart link component now. That's going to be next. Now let's see if we actually get the user. Here we go, guys, and that's just beautiful, right? And we want to update this Ali codes thing, because it's not going to be Ali codes anymore. It has to be dynamic. So now the way we can update this as well is, we can just do user.form data. Remember, everything is going to be inside of form data. Form data is an array, so we want to make sure we get the marker, and the marker is going to be is equal to full name, like this. So what we are doing is, we are finding the attribute which is you know, the marker which contains full name, and we are basically accessing the value from that, and we're displaying that. So if we save that, that's going to give us the name of the user. And of course we don't have the logout button, but now it's actually dynamic. So now if I refresh this, it's going to persist, and of course it's completely dynamic. This is beautiful. So we have implemented 3 methods so far: login, sign up, and get user fetch user session. And I also showed you guys how to actually use the set access token method to first like set the access token and get the user the right way, because you might have done you might have been confused and just get the user without the access token, but that will not work actually. Okay, so let's continue. Let's now build our logout form, so we can log the user out as well, right? Which is going to be fairly quick. So let's click on the logout form. Let's quickly go to our component, and let's click here. Make sure we import this as well. And again, the reason I've done it separately is because we want our logout form to be a use client component, right? So I'm just going to quickly click on my logout form and navigate into it. So again, we're gonna use another server action here. And it's gonna be fairly straightforward. I think I'm just gonna quickly get this from my repo, because I've shown you guys server actions twice now, so it wouldn't make sense for me to do it another time. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna quickly get my logout form and just explain you guys what I have done here. So it's a very simple use client component. Again, we're using initial state message for the error. We are using use form state, and we're going to create this logout action, server action. And remember, we used this before, use toast on state change. This is going to tell the user if you know, the state change is going to tell the user that, hey, you're logged out of the application. And we have a nice little form here. We have a submit button, so we can have our pending state. Again, it's using a reusable class name here, and we're just saying logout form action. Pretty simple stuff. So let's just create this logout action quickly. Go in our actions, logout action, make sure it's a use server. And for the logout action, it's going to be fairly straightforward as well. I think so. Oh, actually no, it's not going to be that straightforward. So we will have to create this. So I'm gonna create this with you guys, and I'm gonna explain again so how we are gonna make sure the user logs out of the application, because we need to make sure we clear the cookie as well. We cannot just log out from OneEntry like using the OneEntry method, but we also want to make sure we clear user cookies. So firstly, we want to make sure we have this interface, and this is going to be for errored response. We want to create this interface, so it's going to have status code of type number, it's going to have timestamp of type string, it's going to have message of type string, and it's going to have page data, and page data is going to be of type null for now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to export default asynchronous function, and we're just going to say logout action, which is going to accept previous state. So we're going to keep the same signature, and it's going to be of type any, and then we're going to have form data, which is going to be of type form data, just like that. Inside our function, we are going to get firstly the refresh token, and what we're going to do is we're going to get cookies.get refresh token.value. We're going to get the access token as well, so we want to make sure we get the access token like that. Now we want to make sure we get the API instance, and here we just want to make sure we check before logging out the user. We check that if they don't have any refresh token or access token, then we want to return a message saying you are now logged in, right? That's what essentially it means. So if they don't have the refresh token or the access token, that essentially means that they are not logged into the app. After this, we're going to have a nice little try catch statement, and for the error, we're just going to say console.error is going to give me the error just like that, and throw new error is going to say failed to log out user. So it's just going to say failed to log out, please try again. Pretty simple, right? Now inside of our try block, the way we're going to handle this is firstly we're going to say logout response is going to be await API instance, and this time we're going to use the auth provider and the logout method. So before we use the logout method, again we want to make sure we use set access token, and we want to make sure we set the access token because you cannot just randomly log out anyone, right? You need to make sure you log out a specific user, right? So again, you want to make sure you set the access token for context to tell OneEntry that this is the access token I want to log out, and then you basically say log out, and here you need to provide a marker now, right? So make sure the marker for your authentication provider, and the second argument is going to be your refresh token. So you provide these two things. So make sure sign up YT matches your authentication provider, and you also want to pass in refresh token just like that. And after this, what I'm doing is I'm just checking if type of logout response is not equal to a boolean. The reason I'm doing this type checking here is because I console logged the response from OneEntry, the method here, and I checked that they had this particular thing that when the type response is not of boolean, basically it is usually an error. So what I did is I just said error is equal to logout response as unknown as error response, and the error response looked like that. I couldn't find the typing for this, so I just typed it out myself. But if you can find the typing, just it's best to use it from OneEntry. But I couldn't, so I just created the type myself for the error object, and then what I did, I just returned the message as in error.message like that. So if it is not a boolean, so usually when you log out, it's gonna tell you it's gonna give you a status of like true or something, but if it's not, then it means it's an error. Although it could be something else, but so far I have logged it out and it was working like this. And after this, guys, super important, right? After this, we want to make sure we use our cookies, and we also remove from our cookies. So we actually delete. It's actually delete, and we want to delete refresh token, access token, and we also want to delete the user identifier as well. So it's not user ID, it's user identifier, just like that. So we want to delete these three things as well, because when the user successfully logged out, we also want to make sure that we delete their cookies from the application. And just like that, we have our nice little logout action. And I'm not sure why TypeScript is again messing this out. Again, you can just do that, and here you go. If we refresh this now, and we have our nice little logo. Now if I click into it, we are logged out just like that, right? Beautiful. Now if I try to refresh, and now I need to sign in back again. So if I try signing in, so we have our nice little sign in flow, and if I try log out again, I can log out, I can pretty much sign in. So we have our logout, sign up, we have our nice little error handling and all those things, and everything's pretty much dynamic. Now next thing we want to work on, guys, is we want to upload. Now our main functionality, authentication, is done. We want to be able to upload products, right? Because that's what this is all about, right? We want to be able to see those nice little products as we saw in our applications. If we see our app here, we want to be able to see these nice little tabs. I want to be able to click into these product pages, and I'm gonna go pretty fast with these things. I think this is just one component I'm using, so we're gonna create it once, and then we're gonna go pretty like relatively fast with this, so we can finish this up, you know. But we're gonna select this, and we're gonna have this like nice little drawer functionality, and we're gonna also have sign in, and we're gonna have the cart here, and then we would have to go to the checkout flow. So I'm gonna go pretty like fast through all this stuff. So let me just close pretty much everything so we can focus on our main home page right here. So you want to fill some stuff here, right? So firstly, let's work on the tab selector, which is this thingy right here. It's going to be again just for UI purposes. Again, I'm not changing the items by clicking on them. I just wanted to show you guys this cool new little like syntax UI a library which uses frame of motion for these tabs. And we're going to learn how to do that. So firstly, I'm going to open my home page, and then I'm going to show you guys how we can integrate these tabs from a syntax UI in a very nice manner. So let me just go to my home page. Let me select the tab selector here. I'm just going to select the tab selector component and just going to navigate into it. And I am into it now. Beautiful. Now let me just uncomment this, and let's create this component firstly. So tab selector. Let's go to our components. Let's create a tab selector, RFCE, and let's make sure we import this from our home page as well. And let's go and let's actually create it now. In our home page here, in our tab selector component here, the way we're gonna work on this is firstly, we're gonna go to syntax UI, and firstly, like, it's an amazing library. I recommend everyone checks this out. It like contains free to use UI elements, and again, I think I gave a shout out to Ansub in the beginning, but it's just such a great library. You know, a great dude as well. I learned a lot from his interactions and stuff he creates. So also subscribe to his newsletter. So he has a nice little newsletter as well. But basically, this gives you all like nice UI stuff like toggles, but these are all animated. Like, you can see how good this looks, right? I think Stripe kind of does that. I'm not sure if they do, but these are all like nicely animated. So that's the main benefit you get here, right? So we're going to be using something called tab from them, and you can see they have like nice little tabs, like button shapes ones. So this is the one we're going to be using. We can use these ones as well, line tabs and icon tabs, but we're going to be using these ones. And the way we'll use them is firstly we'll integrate, like copy the code, and then we're going to be changing it. So I'm just going to copy it, and then we're going to be changing it according to our own like styles and stuff. So we'll copy it, and we will just go back here. And what are we going to do is we're going to make sure firstly this is like we want to make sure it's tab selector, right? So we want to do this. So this is going to be tab selector, and the way we're going to change this, we're going to change the links here. So on the top, we're going to make sure we have, and I'm just going to, for reference, I'm actually going to open this up on my repo so we can quickly actually do this, because this is just a UI component. I just wanted to show you guys how you can use Ansub's library. Like, you can use this, and behind the scenes it uses frame of motion. Mainly I just wanted to give him a shout out, to be honest, because really these guys, they deserve it. They're creating some amazing things. So we can just like select this and sorry, not the entire thing, I wanted to explain you guys. Okay, so we can just select this part here, and we can just basically refactor our tabs. So our tabs are going to contain these things. Now the first thing we see is the tab props. So the tab props is pretty much going to stay the same. We're not going to actually interfere there, but for the actual tab we are going to be changing some things. So for example, when it's selected, we want the font to be bold, right? So we're going to style it according to our own things. And selected basically just means when the button is selected, right? When you have selected the button. So font is going to be bold. Now here we're going to have some styling. So on the darker screen, so I don't think we need dark, but we're just going to have it anyways, because I think I had it, but I don't think we have dark mode, so we don't actually really need that. But we have a border, and the border color is going to be DDD like that. Font is going to be normal, and this is the default styling, so it's going to be relative, and it's going to have, I'm just going to remove all these. It's going to go text is going to contain 222, which is a black color text. Rounded is going to be 100 pixels. We're also going to have px of 6, py of 1. So I'm just going to change the padding, text small. We're going to give transition of colors. A min width, we want to make sure it has a min width of 120 pixels, and we also want to make sure it has a height of 40 pixels. So just like that, we're going to save that. And because this is of course using animation and stuff, we need to make sure it's a use client. So that's something which I forgot. And also Next.js just gives you like helpful errors as well. So you can see the coloring is not great, but we have the styling for this. Now we want to style this motion.span. So when it's selected, it actually has this motion.span thing. And of course I don't like this other one because it's a self-closing thing. So I can just do it like that. But here we're gonna do some different. So for the class name, we are going to do something different here. So we are gonna do rounded 100 pixels. So we want to make sure it's 100 pixels. BG white, we want to make sure the border is 2, and the border is black as well. So we will say border black, and that's pretty much it. So that's how we want to style each tab. And if you do that now, you can see it looks the exact same as our finished build, right? But it has this nice springy animation, right, which is very cool. Now if you don't want like spring animation, you can experiment with different ones. I think Frame of Motion has like different animations and stuff, so I think if you just go into different the framework documentation, you will see that they have different animations and different things. So all you have to do is just go to the transition and look at the transition property. It'll give you some different animations, but I really love the springy animation, so I'm going to keep that. And that is, I think, pretty much it. I think we want to style some stuff here as well. So it's going to be margin bottom of 8, flex wrap, items center. It's going to have a gap of 6 instead. We'll have some padding, and on an Excel screen we'll give 0 padding, just like that. So we'll give px5, but on a bigger screen size we are not going to have any sort of padding. Pretty nice and neat stuff, and we can just simply have it like that. Now of course we don't have, I think we haven't styled the outer container, this div, that's why it's not like in the center. So let's actually do that now. So for the div here, we want to select it, and we want to give some vertical spacing, and we want to give max width of 6xl. Now how much is 6xl? It is roughly it's not roughly, it's actually 1152 pixels. And we also have MX Auto, so MX Auto like that, and that actually makes it in the center now. And it's also responsive, so because it's flex wrapping, so if it goes on a smaller screen, it actually wraps the container, you know, if it can't fit into it. It looks very clean, very minimalistic. Now of course you can connect this with State and, you know, Shadcn or something, which we are going to integrate, and make it dynamic. So, or you can even better, what you can do, guys, is when you click onto it, have the URL change, so you know it actually persists based on URL. That's even a better experience, because this can be the home page, and when you click on hot selling, it's going to go to the hot selling URL, and somehow make this tabs in a layout or something, so they stay on the same, you know, on 3 different pages, and that will be persisted as well. So that would be really cool. But that's up to you guys to customize it. However, let's work on this bottom section, which is gonna have our catalog page grid here. So that'll be our next component here. So let's firstly create this catalog page grid. Let's go. And the reason I've named it as grid is because it's gonna be a grid. You know, it's gonna be in a grid flow. We're gonna be using grid for this. So there's the reason I've named it catalog page, and it is a catalog, right? So technically makes sense. So what we're gonna do for the catalog page grid is we are actually gonna have this catalog page grid. I'm just gonna navigate into it. So this is gonna be a server component as well, and here we're gonna get firstly the API instance. So we're gonna do API instance like that, and we're gonna do const pages, and we'll do make sure this is an asynchronous function. I think I forgot to do await here, so we're gonna do await, and we also want to do await here, and we're gonna do API dot pages. So this time we're gonna get something called pages. Now I'm gonna explain what we're gonna do here, but this is gonna be very it's gonna be very straightforward. So we're basically getting our root pages. So of course we haven't created any pages yet, but I'm gonna explain you guys how we're gonna create pages in OneEntry, and how this is gonna allow us to, you know, select specific pages and stuff. And then from this pages, actually we're gonna use something called filtered pages, and we're gonna filter through these pages, and we're gonna get the page, one of the page whose type is, and if you do something like page dot here, we can see the page actually is of type pages entity. So page, we want it to be of type, and you can see here we also get a nice little for catalog pages. So we need to make sure we get the page type with catalog pages. So these are like different types of pages the pages could be, and I'm going to show you guys where we can create these types of pages, like for basket, for error. We can have like different sort of pages, but we are interested in the catalog ones, and we're going to get specific catalog pages. And then here this is going to be a section, so we want to make sure we say section, and it's going to have a grid. So I'm just going to style this right now. So it's going to be grid columns 1. On a medium screen it's going to be grid columns 2. On a larger screen it's going to be grid columns 3, and we're going to have a gap of 2.5, a padding bottom of 12 as well. So after we do this, we're going to basically map through each of the filtered page, and what we're going to do is we're going to basically, for each and every single page, we're going to render a component called catalog page link card, something like that. And the reason I've named it like that is because it will be basically a card, which is going to be a link card, right? So when I click on each of these categories, it's going to take me to that particular catalog page, right? So it's a catalog page link card. So this is a catalog page, like the you know, the category one, and these are like catalog pages components, like you can think of it like that. If the naming is messed up, my bad guys. This I'm not really, the naming is not my strong suit, to be honest. But this is what that actually means, right? So we're gonna create this component. We're actually gonna create this entire thing. I'm just gonna comment it out for now, but that is what we're gonna do. Firstly, we're gonna console log, and we're gonna create some pages. For me, I think this will already work because I do have some pages. So if I just console log and show you guys can see I have all my pages, right? Because I'm using an existing OneEntry project, right? So I'm already using that, so I have all my pages. But for you guys, this might not be there. So let me just show you guys now how you can go ahead and create these pages. So the first thing you want to do, guys, is go ahead and click on pages, and from here is very simple. You need to create a page, right? There's additional settings and stuff, but I don't want to, like, I don't usually mess with that, but you can actually add like custom error codes and stuff. But you want to create a page here, and you want to choose a type of page, and this is very important for me. Basically the most of the pages I've created are for catalog pages, but you can create like landing page and stuff like that. You can create different pages, but I created like catalog pages, and you need to like make a page title. So you can have the title as, so what we're gonna do, guys, is as a good exercise, we're gonna create a page from the Alibaba clone, which I have previously done, I think, which I previously did. And I'm just gonna go to top ranking page from Alibaba. So when you go to Alibaba, make sure you go, so this is like the home page, how it looks like. Make sure you go to the top ranking one, and from here we will create a page for one of these categories. So we will see it, and you guys will know how to create this as well. So let's say we want to create a page for I don't know, what can we do a page for? We can create a page for maybe something like, okay, abs game accessories. We can do something like this, because I think this might be like cool, because I've done a lot of technical stuff. Or we can do towers with fan. Let's actually do that, towers with fan. So let's create a page for this. Is what's like top ranking. So this is like the page title, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and we will basically go back to our CMS, and we are on for catalog pages. So I'm creating a catalog page. My title of the page is going to be towers with fan. This is the URL. So what I want to do is URL need to be like this, so it has to be like combined. So I'm just going to make it smaller. I'm going to keep the naming and the page title the exact same. This menu item, by the way, guys, it could be if you want to like link it with the menu, and that must be useful. That's like usually useful for like having menu sidebars and stuff. And I have done this in my Google Forms clone, by the way, so feel free to check it out. And, you know, it must like pop somewhere in the on the top or somewhere. But I have done that menu thingy in OneEntry in the sidebar in the Google Forms one. So it's pretty cool. So we can link it the same way. Now we have something called attributes, but I don't think we need that in this case. Yeah, we don't actually need it, but we have our basic data, so we have a nice little page. Now if we go back to our, I think here, and here we're gonna see, I think if we refresh this, and if we go back to our application and we refresh this, we should see another page. And here you go. Before it was actually 6, now it is 7, right? And if I go to the end, we will see our new page which I just created, or it should be somewhere in the middle. I'm not sure if it's in the end or if it's actually in the middle. Oh yeah, okay, it's right. It's actually in the end. It's right over here. So it shows me towers with fan right over here. Even if I console log, we can see it's 9 ID. And this is the page URL. So this is the page I just created right now, right? So for you guys, I'm not gonna create everything from scratch, because of course it doesn't make sense for me to create all these pages, and this is all data entry stuff. So this is for you guys to do. Honestly, I'm gonna just show you guys 1 or 2 of them, like how to enter all these products and stuff, and the rest will be up to you guys to do all the data entry, because I don't want to, I mean, that's not gonna make any sense for me to enter everything in the recording, right? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys how to, let's say, create like a few products. So for this particular page, we're gonna enter these products. We see these products, right? So we're gonna enter these products. So the way we can do that actually, guys, is we want to go to something called the catalog now, because we have a page. Now we want to go to catalog. Now inside of our catalog, you guys can see I have these like things already created. So once you create a page for your catalog page, make sure you do it for catalog pages. And once you do that, you will see your entry, your page entry right over here. Once you see the entry, click on this plus icon, and that's pretty much it, guys. Now you can start adding products. So this means for this, you know, particular page, you can actually start adding products now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this like heading here, just paste in here like that, and I'm gonna click on attributes now. Now inside of my attributes, when I select this, I can see all of my different like attributes, but I don't actually see the one for my new page which I just created, right? The one for towers, right? Which I don't actually see that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and click in settings. Now in my settings, you guys can see I have pretty much attribute for my products, for keyboard page, for gaming laptops, for these different pages. So we're going to add a new set now. Before we added attribute sets for users, but now we're adding sets for products. So again, what I'm going to do here is add a new set for my tower page. So tower page is going to be towers with fan. So I'm just going to copy that name again. And here I'm just going to keep literally the same towers with fan, just the same marker like that. And for select value, I'm just going to select products, right? Because it is for products. And I'm going to do that. As soon as I do that, guys, we can click into it and we can start adding attributes. Now, I have added basically 5 different attributes. Let me just show you guys what I have added. I have added product title, and if you guys remember, the types I created were based on this. So I go to the definitions. These types which I just created is actually based on this, right? Product, image, you can see price, title. So this is all coming from here. So I have created like 5 attributes. It's actually 6. Yeah, title, subtitle, description, image, price, and currency. And I'm actually not using subtitle and description. So you can, if you don't like, if you don't want to add it, you just don't. Yeah, because I'm not using them. But this is what we have to do for every single attribute set. So I've created this attribute set. Now if you want to create another page, again you want to like go back to pages, create a page, and do the same exact thing, right? Go here into your edit, and just like select the attribute, and basically you want to do the exact same thing, right? And you go to catalog, and now you can see I have this one product, but it's not actually indexed, right? Because I haven't actually added this. So I go and click on edit, and I can basically now start adding attributes, but I haven't actually added any attributes. So if I go back, towers with fan, click on it, I'm just gonna start adding my markers. So because I've already added this, it's gonna find it for me. So I'm just gonna do product title, create product price. Bear in mind, guys, this is not gonna come for you, so you have to make sure you create it from scratch here, because I've already done this before. It's coming here for me. So I'm just gonna say product image. Once you do it, it's gonna be very easy to create these things. So I'm just gonna say product price. Okay, so I've already done that. I think it's product subtitle, and we want to make sure we do it correctly. And we have product description, just like that. So we select that and we create it. And I think we have one more thing, which is product currency. So you have to pretty much do this for every attribute set, because all these pages, and think about it, sometimes you might have some different fields, right, for different pages, because it might be dynamic, right? So in that particular case, you have to actually do it a bit differently. You might have different attribute sets and so on, like that. So it's very helpful to do it separately like this. And now we want to make sure, after doing this, do not rush and just go ahead. You want to make sure you do these two things, which are very important. So go into the settings for price and just select this tag contains. If you don't do this, it's gonna error out later on. And I have done it, trust me. And I got into this error, and I was like debugging, and I couldn't basically find this. So make sure you select this price to yes. Go into currency and just select the includes currency here. And I think the rest are pretty much simple. You don't have to do anything. So even if you just verify, we just want to make sure we select the attributes for these two. That's it. So now we have our towers with fan. What we can do, guys, you can go back now, and here for our nice little product which we are adding, you can choose this attribute set, and now it's going to allow me to like add attribute sets from this category, right? Now this could belong to different categories, this particular product, but it belongs to towers with fan. So I select that, and I can go back, and now I can actually click on the item, and I can add this title in. So I'm just gonna show you guys. I'm gonna insert only as text. Now this is super important, guys. Make sure you insert this only text. Do not do insert as text, or do not do keep, because if you do that, if you do this, it's gonna add all these things which we actually don't need. And if you do keep, it's still gonna do it in this way, but we do not want it that way. You want insert only text. So make sure you do it like that. And after you do that, the price is like $2, so you can just do it like that. And you want to make sure you get the image. So I'm just gonna quickly get this image. I'm just gonna inspect this, and I'm gonna quickly get this image, and I'm just gonna save this image as, and download it, and just go back to my CMS. Because I just downloaded the image, I'm just gonna drag and drop right here. And we have our product subtitle description, which we do not care about. The currency is something which you can put in here, right? So it should be an attribute of currency, and it could be USD, it could be INR, it could be AED, because I'm in UAE. So different things. It could be different currencies, right? You can support like multiple different currencies. So when you do this, you have this product and everything set up. The product is saved, description is saved. You go back, and now, guys, you will see that your products is indexed. So for your product to be indexed, you need to make sure you have a price. If you do not enter a price, your product is not going to be indexed. So your product is indexed and has a price of 2. And now this is very cool, because what will happen once we fetch all the products, we're going to see this product as well. Now you want to repeat this process for all the different categories and for all the different products. If it was not clear, make sure you pause the video, go back, rewatch again, and take your time with this step, and make sure to repeat it for different products, right? So I'm not gonna do that, of course, because I've already done it. So I'm gonna use my filtered pages here. Now let's actually start working on this catalog page link card, because we are already getting our filtered pages, right? So I'm gonna work on this component. Let's create that. So we're gonna create this component right here, catalog page link card. And here, because we are mapping through, we want to make sure we have a key. So key is going to be page.id, and we are also going to send the page itself, which is going to be of type iPages entity. And what you want to do is import it first. Go into this, and you want to make sure you add the page. The page is going to be of type iPages entity. Make sure you import this from pages interfaces, OneEntry, and you save this. And just as soon as you save this, you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 catalog page link cards, right? Because I have 7 of them. Now in this component, guys, we're gonna work on this component, and then once we're done, we're gonna create the nice little product cards, and that is gonna allow us to look at each of the product specific cards, and then we're gonna go to the product page, do the Stripe checkout, and honestly, at that point, we are done with this build, right? So pretty nice, pretty good addition to your portfolio. I will demonstrate a lot of nice things, like how you communicated with the CMS, how you communicated with the backend, how you communicate, like how you use server actions in a safe way, and how you do use like Shadcn, how you do a lot of like nice little authentication, custom authentication and stuff. So pretty sick build actually. So firstly, we're gonna get API instance. So I'm just gonna get API instance like this, and I'm just gonna do const API instance. Okay, so I need to make this asynchronous, I guess, and we need to make API instance like this, and we need to get the products now, right? We need to make sure we get our products. So because remember, the reason we are getting the products here is because if we go back to our build, we are actually displaying 3 products in every catalog page link card, right? So these are actual products coming from the CMS. These are not just static images, right? And we also have titles, and we also have product images. So that's what we want to work on now. So to get the products, guys, what we can do is we can use the API instance now. And now, if I refer to the documentation, we are going to be using the products documentation. So if I just search for products, we are going to be using this one. We are going to be using products, and specifically we are going to be using get products by page URL. So it's called get products by page URL. So it's down somewhere here. Yeah, it's actually this one. It's actually not this one. Yeah, it's actually this one. So we're going to be using this method. So we're going to be getting products by page URL, because if you guys remember, when I click into each of this, right, we're gonna go into that particular page URL, right? So this is how we're gonna be getting products. So we can do products dot, oops, my bad, I'm just gonna say get products by page URL, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pass in the page URL, because we're getting the page for each of the link cards, right? We're getting the page for each of the link cards here. So we're gonna do it like that. And I think the second thing we want to pass in for the body is gonna be undefined. Actually, we don't want to pass in anything, so we just want to do it like that. Oh, actually, we do want to pass in some things. So we do want to pass in undefined. So if you hover over this, you can see for the body, we're not doing any filter stuff right now, so we don't want that. For the language code, we can say ENUS like that. And for the last one, this is important, right? So here, this is an object, and limit, we want to make sure we pass in 3. Now why 3 is because we have, if we look at the finished build, we only have 3 products per catalog page link card, right? We have only 3 products, so that's the reason we are doing a limit of 3. And now we can actually build the product itself. So we're gonna have a link, right? We're gonna have a link, top level link, and the href is going to be, so we're just gonna do, I think, string interpolation. So we're gonna do string interpolation, and we're gonna go to a detail page, and we're gonna say page URL, just like that. And inside we're gonna have a Shadcn card. Now we're gonna use Shadcn card. For that, we're gonna go to Shadcn, search for card component, and we're gonna use this nice little card. It has some like nice little borders and stuff, and it's very like accessible. So what we want to do is install this, open up our terminal, and we just want to import all of the card stuff, and we also want to use this. So I'm just gonna copy this one, and we can close up a terminal. And what we can do is inside the link, you can just put in this card. Now we're gonna style this however we like. So we're gonna just remove the border because we don't want to use that. Remove the shadow as well, because these things come by default. So if you go to the card, we can see the border and the shadow is there by default. So we don't want to have that, so we can remove that. Rounded, we can say 8 pixels. BG is going to be F8, 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 like that. And for the card header, we're gonna have some styling. We're gonna say padding of 5, flex or row. The reason is because a card header is always flex column, so we want to do row, and we want to also remove space Y of 0. And now we have the card title. Now for the card title, it's gonna be very simple. We're gonna say page.localize infos, and we're gonna optional change because we might change this field at any point. So we want to make sure we protect that. For the class name, we're going to say font bold, text is going to be base, and text is going to be black as well. So we'll just say black, like that. If we save it, we can see how clean this looks already. I mean, it wasn't saved, but yeah, it looks very clean right now. But we're going to have like nice little card content and card footer as well. I don't think we have card description, so we can remove that. And we're going to have arrow right from Lucid React, and we're just gonna say width of 5 and height of 5, like that. So once we do this, we have our card content. Now for the card content, I'm gonna remove this, and we're not gonna have any card footer. For the card content, I'm gonna make it flex items center, and we're just gonna give a gap of 2.5, which is like equivalent of 10 pixels, I guess. And for each of the products now, we're going to map through them because we're getting the products, right? And we know that we are only getting 3 products because we are providing the limit. So for each of the product, because it could be undefined, we are going to do it in a way. We're going to say render a product card. And this product card, guys, will be very extensible. It will be very reusable component. So we'll be reusing this all across our app for different things. So this will be a very nice and extensible component. We'll send a key here, which is going to be product.id. We're going to send the product, and we're also going to pass in the index for it. Now let's actually create this product card component. So what we're going to do is product card.tsx rfce, and what we're going to do is we're going to import this just like that. And what I'm actually mentioning about, what I'm actually talking about, I'm talking about this little thing, which is this product card. And it's going to be very reusable, nice little component. And the reason it's reusable is if I click into it, this essentially is the same thing, guys. If you think about it, the only thing that's not there is actually the title, but essentially it's the same exact thing. So what I've done is I've created one little component because there's no need for me to like duplicate my stuff over it, right? Because it's essentially the same thing. The only difference is the height and the width, and there's just a title here. Everything else just looks similar. So it's a good practice to create reusable stuff in React, right? You want to reuse things. So okay, we have already created that. We want to go into product card, and now let's actually work on the product card component. So I'm going to go navigate inside of it, and here we have a few things. We have product index, and we have detail page as well. So detail page is another prop which we're going to accept. And we're going to take a look at what the product is. Product is of products entity, So products entity, we want to make sure we import it, and index is going to be a number, detail page is going to be a boolean value, just like that, because we want to make sure. So remember, as I told you guys just a second ago, that this is going to be different for the detail page. If I click into it, this is the detail page, right? But it's different here. So we are just sending a prop, to actually know if it's a detail page or no, which is very clean. Now when we return this stuff, we're gonna make it like very reusable and stuff. So firstly, we're gonna go inside of the product and we're gonna create a div, right? So we're gonna create a div and we are going to have a function here called render content. Now this is gonna be very useful function. We're gonna see why just in a while. And class name here, we're gonna say spacebar of 2 and mx of auto, like that. Now render content we will have as a function separately somewhere over here, and there's a very specific reason why we are basically creating this render content function. So we're gonna create this and we're just gonna return some fragment here, and then there's gonna be a div, a top level div, which is gonna contain an image component. So we're gonna have next image, and now the image is gonna have a very long URL. Okay, so I'm just gonna type it out with you guys. So image is gonna have this attribute values. So I have figured this out for you guys, so you guys don't have to check it out, but feel free to console log if you want to see what it actually contains. So it basically contains a value, and then the image basically contains like a download link. Okay, not like that. So it contains a download link. So this is what we want to use. For the alt tag, we want to use product.localize-infos, and we want to use .title, and we want to make sure we put a fill property on it. And for the class name, we're going to use cn for image, and we're going to say object cover so it doesn't stretch. And here we're going to use our nice little mix blend multiply. If you guys remember, oh okay, this is a mix. Okay, so this is a very cool trick I just learned, and if I actually don't do this, guys, let me show you. This is a very cool trick. I recently learned about this and I was like mind blown that something like this exists in CSS, because I always used to think like you can only do it with JavaScript. So let me actually show you guys what I mean. Okay, so if I just save this, and if I save my catalog page link card here, and if I just show you guys what I mean. Okay, so when you use next images and when you're using like source URLs, because so far we haven't been using the remote URLs, we have been using like local images. When you start using like the remote URLs, you have to whitelist the domain. So make sure when you get this error, what you want to do is get your host name, go into your next config, always check it out, like what's the up-to-date way of doing this. So the up-to-date way looks like this. So you want to go into your next config, right? And it has like nice little typing so you can know where you're going exactly. So images, make sure again do like command space when you do images. And now it's going to show you remote patterns, and the remote pattern is an array, so make sure again do command space. The host name is going to look like that, and we have something called a protocol, which is HTTPS. So we want to do these two things, and protocol again you can get it from here as well. You can see the protocol is going to be HTTPS because the link starts with HTTPS. So make sure you do that in that particular. So now that we have whitelisted our host name, we can refresh it, and now it shouldn't actually error out anymore. Potentially it shouldn't. And then I'm going to show you a very nice cool little trick. Okay, so image is really huge, so let me just style the surrounding div here, because we have given it a fill attribute. So whenever you decide to give a fill attribute to the image, you want to make sure the parent is actually relative. So what you do is I'm just going to do cn here, and I'm going to give my default styling here. So firstly I'm just going to do bg, so I'm just going to do relative bg black, and I'm just going to do 0.04 and z of 10 because I want it to be a little bit on the top, and overflow hidden. And the next thing I want to do is, if it's a detailed page, I want like some particular styling. Now I'm just gonna quickly get this from a repo because I really don't want to type this entire thing out. So I am just going to go to my product cart and actually get this entire thing. It's very simple. All I'm just changing here is the height. So if it's a detail page, I'm just saying make it rounded a bit more and just have a different set of width and a height. And if it's not, just reduce that width and a height, you know. So I'm basically doubling it. That's what I'm essentially doing here. But again, this is why CN is very useful, and you can, you know, conditionally apply styling, and you can also use like conditional prop here, the detail page prop which I'm using. So now if you do that, look at that, guys. This looks like beautiful, right? There's just one issue with these images, is every single image has a background of white. Now if I copy this image address, you might think that I have given this background, but this is coming from the image itself. Now how do we fix this? And trust me, guys, I spent hours on this. I had no clue how I'm gonna like get rid of this background, because I wanted to do this with the code way. I mean, of course I know I can just copy this and just search for like background remover or something like that. Like we always used to do this kind of thing, right? Remove background, search for an online tool, and pretty much like put our image and then download it again. So I knew I could do it, of course, but I wanted to like use CSS to actually like, you know, basically do that. But it's very like kind of tricky. Like I wasn't getting the whole of it, like what to do. But then I learned about this magical property, guys. It's called mix blend multiply, and there's different versions of this. You can even say overlay, darken. So if I do darken, for example, I think it's gonna dark it out or something. Yeah, you can see it actually darkens it. But what I wanted to use was mix blend multiply. And when you actually use this, guys, what it does really insanely well, like I think it's actually the same. Yeah, so now you can see it actually removes the background. Now if I look at the original image, it has the background, but here the image doesn't have any background. And that's what's crazy about this like class name. It actually removes the background using CSS, and that's just like one line of code, right? So if you ever have this kind of situation where you have an image and you're like, hey, like this image background is looking ugly, all you have to do is add this one line of code, mix blend multiply, and that is going to remove the background for you. So that was when I learned about this trick. I was very shocked, and I was really shocked. I was like, oh, something like this exists in CSS. So it's pretty cool to actually know these things. So now you know. The next thing we want to do is, after this image, we want to have a div, and here we're gonna be, so here again I'm just gonna copy these things because it's very simple, and I don't want to waste my time. You know, I don't want to waste everyone's time here like doing very simple things like this. So I'm just gonna paste this and explain you guys what we are doing here. Okay, I think I kind of messed this up. So after the image ends right over here, we have this div, which is right over with this image, and it contains this span tag just like that. Okay, so we can add it just like that. So here we have our gold, silver, bronze, and silver light icons. Remember, we added these icons before, so we're just going to import these on the top here. And I think there's one more called silver light. I'm just going to make sure I'm importing it correctly. I'm not. So what I'm going to do is remove it, replace this with that. So you want to make sure you import these icons, these images. And here essentially what we are doing, guys, is we're just saying, remember that badge thing which we had on the, so here you go, you guys can see the badges appear right now, right? So these are essentially these badges, you know, on each of these images, like which is the first ranked, then second ranked, then third ranked product. So that's essentially what we are doing. And you guys can see like we have this new towers with fan as well, which we just added, the new page. So that's also right over there. There's only one product, but of course you can add more products in that. I just wanted to show you guys an example, so that's why. But we can see we have these nice little, what we are doing here is we're just using the index, and we're checking that if the index is 0, that means that it has to be gold. If it's 1, we are giving silver. If it's 2, we are giving bronze. If it's silver light, because we know that based on the index, the images are going to be ranked like that, right, based on the index. So whichever comes first is going to be the first ranked, you know, the picture. But of course you guys might be thinking that it's not really efficient based on index. It should be rather based on actually the position of it. So you guys can go ahead and even use something called position. I think there's when you do product, you have something called position you get from OneEntry, so you can actually use that as well if you want to. But for this build, I just want to keep it simple. So all we are doing is we have this div, and we have the nice little background thing in here. All we are doing is we're just basically, I think, cutting it off. So you can see in this particular div, what I'm doing is I'm giving a width and I'm giving a height, and what I'm doing is I'm just having this little image, which is actually an image, right? So if I just remove that, I think it won't be there anymore, so we cannot see that image. So that image is just like right over there, and we have the span with the index, and we're just making it +1. So some pretty simple stuff. And after this div right over here, I think we're gonna do if it's detail page. So we're also preparing this component for the detail page. So if it's a detail page, we're gonna have a p tag, and we're gonna have this so it's gonna be like some little copywriting stuff. So we're just gonna do this. So if it's a detail page, so I'm gonna do best sell smartphone for, I think I forgot to actually render the actual titles. So if you look at our finished app, and if you go here, so you guys can see I forgot to actually render the actual title of the, but we're gonna do in the build. I forgot to render because every single title is actually static right now. So let's actually do that. Let's get the actual one. So instead of like that, we're gonna say product.localize infos, and it's gonna be .title, just like that. So we're gonna do it like this. So if it's a detail page, we'll do that. Otherwise, we're gonna have another p tag, and again, I'm just gonna copy this quickly, guys. It's very simple, very straightforward. I don't want to really write this. I'm just gonna copy both of these so we can quickly finish this. So we have this p tag where we have the price, and again, I've just figured this out. Product price dot value. Actually, I have created typings for this, so we can't even use that. Yeah, so I have created typing. So we go to our definitions. We can even use, I'm not using it right now here, I think so. I'm not using it, but we can extend this with our own. So if you wanted to, we could do it our own product type, and that way we'll get our typings and stuff. So we could do that as well. And this is just like a static bit of code here. So if we save it, we get our nice little categories and stuff like that. Now, if I click into one of these, we get to a 404 page because this page is not created yet. So our next step is to actually create that page. But before that, before we actually create that, we want to finish one more thing actually. And that one more thing is we want to add a loading spinner, a suspense here, right? Because every time this loads in, we can see this this flicker, how this images load in and stuff like that. Even the banner flickers. So we want to add a nice little suspense boundary when this is loading. And secondly, we also want to do something when this is a detail page. We want it to be a link component, and the reason we're doing that is because this is going to be linked to each of the products, right? And if it's not a detail page, then it's going to be just a simple div like that. And if it's a link, we are going to do essentially the same thing. So we're going to do render content, but for the link we're going to have an href, and we're going to make sure we do /product, and we want to do string interpolation. So we do /product, and we want to do /product ID, because when it's a detail page, that means it's going to take the user to a product ID page, right? So we want to make sure we do that. Otherwise, we want to say spacebar to MX Auto. So our product card component is complete, and it's a really nice little component which we have created. So we can go back, and now we can basically add suspense boundary to our page. So that's another thing we want to do. It's very simple to actually even do that. So all we have to do is outside so the way suspense works is we usually add the suspense boundary outside the component where we are fetching from the database. So we know that we are fetching the root pages from here, basically, right? We are fetching the root pages here. So what we want to do is we want to add the suspense right over here. So we want to do suspense here, and when we use suspense boundaries, we have to make sure we use it like that. And for suspense boundary as well, I have created a nice little fallback component. Is called a spinner loader. So I'm gonna actually create that as well right now. So I've created a nice little fallback for suspense. And if you don't know how suspense works, I recommend checking Next.js docs or my other tutorials. I've explained in very depth. So for the suspense, we're gonna take a look at spinner loader. Spinner loader is a very simple component, as we can see. It's gonna look like that. So we'll replace it with this, and of course it's very simple. All it's doing is I'm just doing an animate spin with just Tailwind CSS, and I have a border primary, which is the primary color of the app. So I'm just styling this with Tailwind. Now again, if you want, you can go ahead, as I showed you guys before. Syntax UI also has some nice little loaders, so you can use these ones as well to just feel free to customize your own application, you know, just have different style and stuff. But I'm just gonna be very simple here, and just, you know, I wanted to show you guys the suspense thing here as well. So if you add the spinner loader, and if you save this right over here, remove everything else which we don't need, and now if I refresh this, look at that, right? There's no sort of flickering, and it just loads in like clean, and everything just loads in very nicely, smoothly like that. Now the really good thing about suspense, guys, is that it allows parallel data fetching, right? Because you might have a suspense here as well. You might have like 4 components on your home page, and you don't want to wait for every single components, you know, because when you do top level loading files, if I create like a loading file here, it would have worked. But what happens with loading files, if I had like 4 different components fetching different things, it would have blocked the entire page for those 4 different calls there, you know. And when you use like a suspense boundary, what you can do is, what's really clever about suspense is you can do parallel, simultaneous data fetching, and the user is not going to be blocked. They'll actually see your page, and whichever you know, data fetch call is being loaded in, they're gonna stream right into it, because suspense is directly connected with streaming here, right? So whenever the data is loaded in, it streams right in, right? So what happens is you can see the top page, you can see the top part, the top banner and stuff, you know, and as soon as the data bottom is loaded, it's actually showing you the suspense. This is how the user experience should be. So suspense makes it the user experience very nice. So use it wherever as much as you can, and prefer it over the loading pages. So I usually prefer it over loading when there's multiple data fetching involved. I typically try to go with suspense. So that's a nice little trick. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to create this detail page now. So let's actually do that. Now, how do we do that? Go into our app, create a new file called detail. And now remember, the detail is going to have a slug, a dynamic slug, because every single detail page has a different unique ID. Now, if I go back and if I choose, let's say, the gaming monitors, this is going to have a unique slug, right? So every single detail page has a unique slug. So what we can do is create another folder here. The way we do this in Next.js is we create another dynamic where we make sure that we put this under parentheses like this. We put this under square brackets like this. And when we do this, and then we create page.tsx, now this is gonna be a proper detail page, right? So detail page like that. And here we can basically have a nice little detail page, you can see here. Now, how do we get this dynamic slug on this page, right? Because now we have the detail page, but now here we want to basically get our product grid, and we also want to get our product banner information, right? So we want to also get this product information. How do we get this dynamically, right? Because every single page we go to, it contains dynamic product title, banner, and dynamic products, right? So how do we get this URL from our slug? It's very simple. So because Next.js, we are using this as a server component, the page level. Every time you have a dynamic ID somewhere, Next.js gives you something called props through whenever you have this dynamic ID. And if you console log these props, you will see, because this is a server component, we can see right over here, this contains something like this. This is the type definition of the props here. So props contain params contain the slug, and the slug actually includes gaming monitors, and that's the unique ID. So if we try to go to any other one, let's say we try to go towers with fan, now it's gonna give you towers with fan like that. So it's gonna give you unique product slugs based on that, and this is built in Next.js in server components, so you can actually easily get this. Now what you want to do is you want to shorten this, and you want to do params, and you want to get the slug like that, and you want to make sure you basically do the type definition. Now here for the detail page is going to be a main tag, and we're going to have an h1 here, and h1 is just going to say top ranking. It's going to be very simple like that. We're going to style it a bit. We're going to make it font bold, text 28 pixels like that, and we're also going to make it text of black. And here we're going to have a popular product banner component, which we're going to pass slug into it, because remember we want to get the dynamic product titles and stuff, so we're passing in the slug. And here we're going to get the product grid, again we're going to pass in the slug. So I'm just going to comment this out. Let's create the banner quickly. Let's get this out of our way. So let's create product banner RFCE, and we're going to just create that quickly. So for our product banner, I'm just going to quickly navigate into the file. It's gonna, again we're gonna get an API instance, so we want to make sure we make this asynchronous. And again, it's the same concept. I could have added like suspense here for both these components, because we'll be doing data fetching, but again I just showed you guys how to do that on the home page, so feel free to even add suspense boundaries here. I just like wanted to demonstrate in one place so you guys can use this in multiple places. So give this as a test to yourself, add suspense around this, and add suspense around product grid as well, and see how it's gonna parallel, you know, do the data fetching. It's gonna look very nice as well. And make sure to do like a loading skeleton of some kind. So I just want to import this, and here for the product banner we're gonna accept slug. Slug is gonna be of type string, just like that. We want to make the function asynchronous, and we want to say API instance await API get instance. And now we want to get a single page. So to get a single page, we can just do await API instance dot. We can pretty much do pages, and we can say get page by URL like that. And we don't need to pass in the language because we have already globally defined it. So we don't need to every time pass in the language. So we just need to pass in the slug, which is going to be the URL. And you can see this function actually gets page by URL, so it's gonna give me that page. So if you console log it, it's gonna give us that page. So if you do that, it's actually gonna give us that page. It should give us the page. So if you just refresh this, okay. So console log. Okay, I think I forgot to save this. That's why. And now we can see we have our nice little console log. So it gives us this page, and this is very nice, right? So we get this nice little page. Now what we can do is we can actually start building our product banner, which is again a very simple component. So what I'm gonna do is I'm seriously gonna just copy this and explain, because we have more important things to work on. So I'm just gonna copy this and just import the button. And here all we are doing is just some really basic styling. We're just giving it a background color, and this background color resembles the color of on the Alibaba website. And here what we are doing is, because we get the page, we're dynamically getting the title for that page, because this is a slug, right? This could be anything. We want to get the proper title, right? So we're getting the title. We're getting if you want to have a description, we can have a description in OneEntry as well. And we have a button for more rankings, just some static stuff, really easy and static stuff here. The next thing we want to do is product grid, and the reason it's not in the center is because we haven't styled our main yet. So let's actually do that as well before we do that. So we're gonna say max width of 7XL, we're gonna say MX auto, PY of 12, and we're gonna say PX of 6, and we're also gonna say space Y of 8. So as soon as we do that, it's gonna be nicely in the center with some nice little padding as well, and again it's responsive as well. Beautiful. Now let's build the bottom products grid section. So I'm gonna quickly go to the product grid.tsx rfce, and we're just gonna do that. and let's just auto import this quickly. And now let's start working on our nice little product grid. Now what is this product grid? Now let's take a look at it. So product grid is going to be this nice little grid section here. Remember, we are going to reuse the product card component which we created, right? And because we created it in such a good way, we don't even have to do anything. You guys are going to see how good and how quick this will be. And that's all about good coding, right? If you do stuff in a good and proper way, you don't even have to recode all the time. You can just pretty much easily do things. So product grid is going to be a section. So instead of a div, we want to be more semantically correct. And here again, it has to be asynchronous. So you can add suspense if you want to. API instance. We want to get the API instance, and this time we're going to get the products. And here we're going to say API instance dot products. So it's going to be dot products dot get products by page URL again, but this is going to be get products by page URL, and we just want to pass in the slug. Now where is the slug? It's going to be passed in through right here, and we will pass in here, and that here we're going to display in the section. We're just going to say products are mapped through everything. We're going to map through each product, and we're just going to display a single product card. And because we already did this in a very nice manner, we have the index, we have the key, we have the product, and we also have the detail page, because remember, this is for the detail page, right? So we also send that in. And if we do that, and I think if we save our file here, go to products grid, just like that, guys. Of course the styling is off, but we have our nice little product card component, and look how it's looking. We have different like titles and everything, and it's looking way clean, right? So here for the grid, we can have grid columns 1. On a smaller screen size, I wanted to have grid columns 2. On a medium screen size, I wanted to have grid columns 3, and on a larger screen size, I wanted to have grid columns 4, and on an XL screen size, I wanted to have grid columns 5. So we basically want to have it like that, gap of 4 between each of this. We want to say justify center and items center, and just like that, we will have our nice little layout, and we won't even have to do anything anymore, because we just did in such a great way the product card, because it's already done now, and we have this nice little product. Now if I click into it, it's going to take me to one single product page. Perfect. So we have our nice little product detail page done, catalog detail page. So if we click on gaming monitors, we get this nice little images. If we click on keyboard, we get this nice little thing. And now it's time to basically create a nice little a product page, and then we can have the add to cart functionality, and then we can start like integrating Shadcn, and lastly we will need to integrate Stripe functionality. Okay, so let's create the product page now, where we can have a nice little drawer and all those things. So for the product page, what we are going to do is, firstly we're going to have in the URL /product. So on the app, in the app group root here, we're going to create product, and here we are also going to create a dynamic, because a product can have a dynamic ID, right? So we want to make sure, again, square brackets, and in page.tsx we're going to say rfce, and we're just going to say it's going to be product page, and just like that. So now let's actually start working on this. So again, firstly we want to make sure we give this asynchronous, because we're going to get the API instance, because we need to get our product here, right? Now here we need to get a single product. Now how can we get the ID from the page? Because again, we need this ID. Similarly, we can follow a similar approach. There's going to be params in Next.js, and we know that there's going to be ID, so we can just get the ID like that. And now to fetch each product, we're going to do product is equals to, we're going to put brackets here, and there's a good reason for that. So we're going to do products get product by ID, and we're going to just parse int, because the ID is actually a string value, and the product, the ID it expects is a number value. So we want to parse this, and we're going to do ID like that. And then I think to actually get the proper typing for this, what I basically just did is I just said as unknown, because if I again try to do this as product, because this is strongly typed, right, it's not going to work like this. You can see it errors out. But if I do unknown here, and if I do as product, then my product is gonna be of type product. And now this is gonna give me the additional typings which I created, right, for my my little product here. So it's gonna give me the additional typings. That's a like nice little benefit here. Now from that, we're gonna get a few things which I'm quickly gonna get from our repo. So we can open up product ID. So a few little things, we're just gonna quickly get this. So product title, price, again we have the nice little typing, so we can just use the typing. So if we mess something up, we see that there's an error, right? So we have our nice typings. Product subtitle and descriptions, we have all our fields here. Now we can actually start working on the product page itself. So firstly, we're gonna have a div here, and there's gonna be another div inside of this div. And here what I'm gonna do is, firstly we're gonna have a class name. We're gonna make this black. We're also gonna make this text 18 pixels, and we're also gonna make this font of semi-bold. And I think what we're gonna do next is we are also gonna make this a self-closing div. So what are we gonna do? The way we're gonna, so if you guys remember, the product title and all these fields, they were inside of a text editor, right, in the CMS. So if we just open the CMS right now, we can see that if you go to a specific, let's say, I think product, let's say the latest one which you created, these products, they are inside of a markdown editor, right? Now when we import this, when we like get this back, and if I just console log and actually show you guys what this looks like, and even here you guys can see it is actually an HTML value, right? So what this basically means is that it's an HTML format. Now how do we render the HTML format? The proper better way to do this would be to have an editor of some sort. Like you can integrate an editor in your app, because imagine what you could do with that, right? You could have the formatted styling as it is, as the client wants to type in, right? If the client wants it to be bold, it's going to be bold, and if the client wanted it to be italic, it's going to be italic, if you integrate an editor. But for the simplicity of this build, what I have done is I've used something called, which you shouldn't be using, and I have used something called this. And again, the reason it's dangerously set, and the reason dangerously is in the name, is because there could be attacks. There could be like so this could be like a nice addition for you guys to upgrade this with an editor. Now of course I didn't want it to include a whole new editor functionality just for this use case, so I just did it like very simply. But dangerously just means that there could be attacks due to this, like security vulnerabilities and stuff, because your website is prone when you do it like in this manner. However, for my use case, I think it was pretty simple. So we're just gonna say product title, and we know it's gonna be defined always. So we can do it like that, and we can see something here. And outside of this, we have another div, which is gonna have a class name of hidden. It's gonna be hidden on a phone screen. It's gonna be there on a smaller screen size, and we're just gonna say item center, gap x of 1. We're also gonna say text small, and we're gonna say text of black, just like that, and margin top of 1.5, just like that. And also inside this, we're gonna have a div. The div is gonna be flex items center, and this div is gonna have, I'm gonna use a nice little trick here to basically create, so this is gonna be for rating. So I'm just gonna create array dot so I'm just gonna literally do it this way, and I forgot to add this. So we're gonna basically create a length of 5, and we're gonna map through it so we don't have to do it 5 times. And we're gonna use star icon from Lucid React, and we're going to provide a key, because whenever we are mapping we need a key. The stroke width we're going to do 0. The fill we're just going to do hashtag F60, and we're also going to do size of 16, just like that. So if we do this and if we save it, again this is just static, this is not coming from the CMS. Now you could go ahead and of course have another field like rating in the CMS and basically make it dynamic, but I've just kept it as static for simplicity. Again, I'm gonna have a span here, and we're just gonna say 5.0, and here we're just gonna say mx1. We have another span, and here again we're doing some static stuff. We're just saying 1 review for the product, and again underline cursor pointer, just like that. So we can do it like this. So it looks something like this. The next thing we want to do is outside the div, I think we have another div which is gonna have a dot. Now again I'm just gonna quickly get this because I really don't know how to get this dot, so I'm just gonna quickly copy this, and this is just for ToSol. Again there's another one here which is very straightforward. We're just gonna copy this as well. Now of course it's just gonna tell you most popular in whichever category it is, right? So it's gonna be most popular in, and we are also saying number ID, which means it's number 20 most popular in. So whatever the ID of this product is, so it's number 20 most popular in keyboard. So we can do it like that. And the next thing we want to do after this, I think after the 2 divs right over here, we want to have the product image. So if the product image exists, because it could be undefined, so if the product image exists, then we want to integrate a next image. And for this, it's going to be very simple. Again, I'm just going to quickly get this. So for product image, we're just going to quickly get this like that, and we make sure we import this from next image. And again, product image dot download link, alt is going to be the file name, and we are also making sure we give some background to the image, like a background black and stuff like that. So we have this image. Again, we haven't styled the main parent, so it's looking kind of a bit weird, but we're gonna do that and make it really pretty. Now outside this div here, we're gonna have something called a product summary card, which we haven't created yet. So it's gonna have a product summary card. Now what the product summary card will be, it will be actually this thing. So let me show you guys what the product summary card will be. It will be this thing, which is going to contain the drawer functionality. So when we click to add to cart, it's going to open up the drawer like that. And these are of course static buttons, and it's going to contain like some product summary information. And then we're going to reuse this product summary card right over inside our drawer as well. So again, another like reusable principle there, which we're going to follow. So pretty nice. So let's firstly actually style the outer div so we can see something pretty at least. So for the div, for the outermost div, we're gonna make it grid, and we'll make it grid columns of 2. On a larger, we're gonna say grid columns of 5 and padding of 5, and we're also gonna say on a smaller screen padding of 10, gap 10, and we are also gonna say on larger screen gap of 20. So we want to do all these stylings. And the next thing we want to do for the div here, we're gonna say call span of 2. On a larger screen, we want to make sure this call spans across 3 columns and a max width of 800 pixels. So we don't want it to span more than 800 pixels across. And when we do this, it looks something like this, which looks like something like neat here. And the next thing we want to do, I think there's a bit more spacing here, which we could reduce it, maybe because we haven't actually styled it properly, so, or we have messed somewhere. I'm not sure, we could have actually messed somewhere. So if I just check it out, margin top of 1.5 is there. We do have this, so if I just remove the margin top here, maybe. Yeah, okay. I think it's maybe it's maybe because we haven't added the right side yet. That's why. So we'll fix that, but at least it looks somewhat similar now. So we have this nice little product. Now we're gonna work on this right little thing, and we're gonna add the product summary card. So now let's create this product summary card component. Let's go to our components, product summary card, RFCE. So let's actually work on that one now. And I want to just check something, that my product summary card needs to be imported, and it also contains a div after it. So just wanted to check something out here, and I think that we have two little divs, and the third div is the div from here. So yeah, so I think we've done everything the correct way actually. So let's go and let's work on the product summary card. Now product summary card is going to accept some props. Now what will be those props? It will be these props right over here. So it's going to be the item, but we're going to send the item in a particular manner. We're going to send the item because we don't need everything from the item, right? We only need these many things. We need the name, the description, the price, the image, and the product image, and so on. So we're going to go inside of product summary card, and we're going to actually work on this now. So product summary card, we're going to have item, and we're going to have drawer. So we're going to have item and drawer. So item is going to be of type cart item, which we haven't created yet, and the drawer is going to be an optional value of boolean. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create something called a cart item. We're going to create a store, and then we're going to have a type called cart item inside of the Shadcn store. And because we want to make sure we have it all across our across our application, so it has to be reusable, it has to be persistent in the state, right? So we want to make sure of that. Now we can actually do that. So right now what we can do is we can actually start working on, we can integrate Shadcn, and we can basically have state management ready for us, because we're going to be needing it anyways later on. And then we can basically have our nice little cart link as well. So let's actually do that. Let's go and let's create a store. So to get the, what's it called, the cart item, let's actually create a store. So what we're going to do at the top level, we're going to create a store. So I'm just going to open up here, just create a store, and here we're going to create a new file called cartstore.ts. And cartstore.ts is going to contain some stuff. So it's going to contain export interface cart item. Now cart item is going to contain a bunch of stuff. It's going to contain the ID, which is going to be of type number. It's going to contain a name, which is going to be of type string, or it could be trusted HTML, because remember we are also getting that trusted HTML, or it could be undefined. I don't want to do null, we want to do undefined. Description is going to be string, trusted HTML, or undefined. Price is going to be a string or undefined. So price is not going to be trusted HTML, because we know the price is actually going to be a value itself. So it's going to be a string or undefined. Same goes for the image, and we have the quantity, which is going to be a number. So we have this nice little cart item, and then we're going to have interface cart state, which is going to contain cart item, and we're also going to contain something called add item, which is going to take in a cart item, and we're going to have remove item, and we are also going to have add get item subtotal. So get item subtotal is gonna just going to be a value, so we're not gonna accept anything there. We're gonna have clear items, which is gonna clear everything, and we're also gonna have get total items. So we're gonna have all these functions basically inside of our store, because we're gonna keep track of items. You want to have a function for adding the item, removing the item, getting the item subtotal, clearing the items, and getting the total items. Now is the fun part, where we want to actually create a Shadcn store. So we want to say use cart store, And the way we do that is we get create from Shadcn. So firstly we need to install Shadcn. So what is Shadcn? So if you guys have never used Shadcn before, and if you're never familiar with Redux as well, Shadcn is similar to Redux, but it's really easy to use and it's like very simple. So if you just go to like Shadcn, it's basically an alternative to Redux, you can say, but it's really easy to use. You can even try a live demo, and you can see how simple it is to set up a store. So the reason we are using Shadcn is to have persistence. So you know how when you refresh this, I haven't, I think, showed you guys, but if I show you guys something very like cool, if we just log in with an account, let me just quickly log in and show you guys what I mean. So if we log in with this account, and if we go back to cart, you guys can see we have these 2 items right now. What if I refresh, right? Usually when you use something like Redux or any other thing, it does not persist out of the box. Like when you save something in the state, it actually goes away, right? What we are doing with Shadcn here is we are also persisting state in our local storage. So I actually show you guys, and if we go to our application, and let me just go to our local storage, and if I click here, we have this card storage thing, right? Now as soon as I update something, guys, this actually is saved in our card storage. So we can see now we have items and we only have 2 items. If I update this, it's gonna give me 3 items now, and it's gonna have like 3 items. Every time I do this, my card storage actually gets updated. And if I refresh this now, because it is in local storage, it's gonna fetch it from local storage again, and it's always gonna be persisted nicely like this. So we are also gonna persist, and it's very easy to do that. So if you just search for persist here, we can see we can persist our storage data with something called persist function. So we just have to basically use that function, and that's gonna allow us to persist, which is like super easy to actually do. So let's actually do that. So firstly we're gonna like do create, and we're gonna get create from Shadcn, and inside of create we're gonna use persist. Now persist we're gonna get from Shadcn middleware. So this is like another nice little function. Now all we have to do is we need to wrap persist, and we need to provide a generic to for this, which is going to be card state. And what we're going to do with this is we're going to say card state, and it's going to basically it's going to give us the set and the get functions. And then what we can do is we can just simply do something like this. And persist, you can see it expects 2 arguments, right? So we need to provide these arguments. So firstly, here we can see we get all of our nice little intelligence, and the reason we're getting this is because we provided card state. If we didn't do that, you wouldn't be getting our nice intelligence. So if we don't do that, we see we have nothing here, right? So just because we provided this as a generic, and if you guys don't know what generics are, I'm planning to make a tutorial on all these basic topics, but for now, be patient and don't worry about it too much. It's just a way of like giving arguments to TypeScript. It's kind of like, you know, think of persist as a function which is accepting an argument of card state. So it's very similar in that way, but except that it's a generic to your type. So think of it as like arguments to your TypeScript definitions, right? So that's what a generic is usually, and gives you like nice little typings like this. So for this one, what I'm gonna do is items is gonna be empty array, and then we're gonna have something called add item. Now for add item, we're gonna add a new item. It's gonna be a callback function, right? So it's gonna be, as you can see here, add item is gonna accept a cart item, and what it's gonna do is gonna basically set the state. And what it's gonna do when we set the state here, we're gonna basically firstly find the item index, because what if that item already is in our cart, right? We don't want to we don't want to basically add it as one entry. We want to first see if it's already added, so we want to actually increase the the amount of items. So here we're just gonna say state dot items, and we're basically gonna find index each item with its item.id, and we're gonna compare this with the new item.id. And if this gives us an item index, so we can see if the item, I have this comment here saying if the item is not in the cart, right? If the item is not in the cart, add it with a quantity of 1, right? Because you want to keep track, and the reason we are doing keeping the track of quantity is to create this grouping functionality. So if I do plus here, and imagine I want to basically add the same item. So if I go to this item, and if I add it like multiple times, I'm like, you know, click banging the keyboard here, and if I go back, it's still gonna keep it in the same state. It's not gonna create a new one here, right? So we want to make sure we keep track of quantity for each item, and this is the reason we have the quantity thing here. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say updated items, and if the item index is equal to -1, that means the item is not found, right? So that means we need to add the item. So state.items, and the new item is going to be added dot, and this is again a spread operation. What this means is I'm keeping my old items, and then I'm basically spreading the new item alongside the old items. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to say quantity is going to be 1, just like that. And if that's not the case, if it's already there, then I'm just gonna say state.items, and I'm just gonna map through each item basically, and I'm just gonna get the item and the index. And what I'm gonna do then is I'm just gonna check if the index is equals to the item index. Then I'm going to add the item with the quantity of item quantity plus 1, because we want to increase the quantity if it's already there, right? Otherwise you want to add the same item. So when I do this, and after this, outside this, we want to basically say return items, updated items, just like that. So this is gonna give me the new, like you know, add items is gonna return me, it's not gonna return me updated items here, but it's basically, we can see this function is gonna look like this, but updated items is gonna be like the new items is gonna return you. So pretty simple. So now next thing is here is gonna be remove item. Remove item, you want to pass in the ID, right? So for the item you want to remove, you want to pass in the ID. Now again, we want to check the item index here for remove item. We want to check that state. Okay, so when I'm removing this, I think I completely, okay, I did something wrong here. So I want to do set here first, and it's gonna be set state. So we will use set state here, and what we are gonna do is we're just gonna find an item index first, and that's gonna mean that state the items, the find index item ID, and if we find the item, we are gonna return, because if there's no item to be, sorry, if there's no item found which is like -1, then we're gonna return. We cannot remove that item which is not found. Otherwise, if the item quantity is greater than 1, then decrement the quantity by 1, right? That's what we're gonna do. So here we're just gonna say const updated items again, and we're gonna say state dot items, and we're gonna pass in the item index we found, and we're gonna check their quantity if that's actually greater than 1. If that is greater than 1, then we're just gonna state dot items. And please guys, take your time with this if this is like going on top of your head or something, because this is usually the point where, you know, a lot of people quit, and they actually, because the thing is going really top of their head and they don't understand it. But the best tool I can actually show you guys to actually understand this is to use GPT. Honestly, this is how I learn all the time. Like, just select the block of code you don't understand, just Command C, and just go to like Chat GPT, or maybe even use the built-in chat in VS Code, and you know, just tell VS Code to explain this. There's a nice little shortcut you can use. Like, you can just select the block of code, just press like Command I if you have installed this chat, and just do explain here. And when you do this kind of thing, GPT is going to explain you the selected part of code, like just like that. And that's super useful, because whenever I'm learning new things, it's really good, and I take advantage of this. So it's really good if you use AI in this way. So take your time with this, use GPT, understand concepts. Even if you don't understand one line of code, ask GPT to explain that, what's happening there. I've tried my best to add comments wherever possible, so it's easier for you guys to understand. But really, it's not that big of a deal. All we're doing is we're just making some additional checks to make sure that we don't break the existing functionality. So what we're going to do here is, if the quantity is greater than 1, we are going to say state.items.map for every single item. We're going to have an index, and the index, if that is like equal to the item index, then again we're going to say item. So here I'm just going to use GPD's help and I explain you guys. So if the index is equal to the item index, then we're going to basically, that actually means that if the quantity is greater than 1, right? So what we have written here is, if the item quantity is greater than 1, then we want to decrement it. Then what we are doing is we are decreasing the quantity of the item. Otherwise, return the item as it is. And if that's not the case, that means, so if we look at this block of code, what this means, if this is not the case, that means state.items.map if item index and index is not is equals to item index, that means we want to filter that item and actually remove it, right? So we want to only keep the items which are not the item.id ones, the ID which we're sending in here. So we want to remove that. So we want to basically do this. So decrement it by 1, otherwise remove item from cart. So that's the entire basically thing. And then we basically want to return the updated items just like that. However, there seems to be an error here, and I'm not sure why we're getting this error actually, because it usually shouldn't be there. Okay, I think I kind of messed up someplace. Okay, here when we're mapping through the filter, okay, I think I messed up here maybe. When you're mapping through the filter, the way I did this is I just basically didn't get the item, but with the index I compared it, and I just said the index is not going to be equal to the item index, and I kind of used it like that. But I think that was fair as well, but I just did it with the item index, and then just filtered and removed it, because that's better, because you're looking for the item index anyways. Okay, I think, oh, I messed up here maybe. I didn't return the state here. Okay, so if index item index is not found, then we just want to return the state as it is, because we have to return something. It cannot be void. If we, oh, it has actually void, but we need to, we need to return the state here because of this context right over here. Because of this context, we need to return something here. All right, so after the remove item, we basically have something called get. Okay, let me just go outside of this. Get item subtotal. Now these ones are going to be very easy. So get item subtotal is just going to be it's just going to be const. Firstly, we want to get all the items, so we want to use the get function. Get function allows us to get different things. Set function allows us to, is a setter function, right? And then we want to basically use the reduce function. Now if you haven't ever used the reduce function is a very cool function in JavaScript. It allows you to accumulate things and add things basically. So we're going to use the accumulator, and we're going to use the parse float because the price is actually a string type, so we're going to use that. Otherwise we're just going to say of 0, because if it's not defined, then it has to be 0. And we're going to multiply this by item.quantity, because remember, we need to also keep track of quantity, right? How many items are there? And we're going to start from 0 overall. So we're going to do get item subtotal, and clear items is going to be set items to an empty array, and then there's going to be get total items, which is going to be get items dot reduce account plus item dot quantity. So that's going to basically add all the items, and that's pretty much it. Now the last thing we want to basically add for persist, the last argument, it is actually going to be something like here options, and we need to basically pass in a name, because that's a required thing, and we need to make sure the name actually is going to be the name reflected in the storage area. So when I open up the local storage, this is basically what the name is. So I'm not sure where the local storage is anymore. So I think it's in application here. Okay, yeah. So in the local storage, this is where the name is going to be reflected out. so we can do it right over there. So I'm gonna name it as card storage, and now we can see it no longer errors out. So we have our nice little persist as well. And what this persist again is gonna do is gonna persist the state, right? It's gonna whenever you refresh or whenever the user refreshes, it's gonna keep them their items in the local storage, so they're not gone when they refresh it. Pretty nice. So we have our nice little cart store setup. Now we can go back to product summary cart, firstly get this cart item, and actually start building this. So we're gonna start building this. We're gonna build this entire product summary card, and right now it's giving me an error of fetching user session. So I'm gonna see what this error is. We're gonna debug this together. So let's firstly open up our console. Let's see okay, what the error is. It's saying that error fetching, your token is expired. Okay, so for some reason our token is expired. Okay, for some reason our token is expired. So what we can do is, let me just, well, okay, if our token is expired, it should be refreshed automatically. I'm not sure why this happened, because it should automatically be refreshed, our token. So if we go to OneEntry CMS, let's make sure we have our users in. What we can do at this point is we can just manually, if we go to, oh, I think I might have messed up my local storage or my cookies or something. I might have actually messed that up. But let me just clear the data, and we're gonna just refresh this. So when we refresh this, we can actually sign in again. And if we sign in again, this should not happen. Yeah. So now I think we are not gonna get this. I think I messed up my my tokens in the. I think I cleared that up or something. And when you do that, you actually your tokens are expired, so you're not, technically not logged in anymore. But anyways, we can actually do this. And if I go back to our product, the next thing we're gonna work on is the product summary card. We're gonna display a nice little summary, add the drawer in, and then all we have to do is basically click on the shopping cart. The last page is the shopping cart page, I guess. That's what we want to create. And we can then create a nice little checkout flow with Stripe, and a nice little success page and an error page, and then you're basically done with the build. Pretty nice. Let's actually do that right now. Okay, so for the product summary card, let's go back to our component here. Let's see what we have right over here. So the product summary card, firstly we're gonna create a div here, and div is gonna have class name, and we're gonna use CN utility again. So we're just gonna say, again, remember this product summary card is inside of a grid container, right? So what we can do is we can say call span of 2, width of full, we're gonna say flow of root, we're gonna say height of fit, and rounded 8 pixels. So it's gonna be 8 pixels like this, and it's gonna have overall padding of 6. It's gonna have a divide, and the divide is gonna be of color E6 is gonna be E7 EB, just like that. So it's gonna have nice little divide here. What we're gonna do is, because we are using CN, we're gonna check if we are using the drawer. So I'm just gonna quickly get this. So if we go to our nice little components, product summary card, and we're just gonna copy this stuff because this is just some conditional styling. So if you have the drawer attribute, if the drawer is enabled, our background is transparent, because essentially we're gonna use the same component as I told you guys before. We're going to use the same component inside of the drawer. So if the drawer is open, we're going to apply the background to be transparent. Otherwise, the background will be white with a slight shadow and a divide Y as well. So we're going to do it like that. And inside of our division here, we're going to have another div, and I'm just gonna do div greater than p times 2. This is a like nice little trick with Emmet you can use to generate styles. So if you do like div p times 10 and then you have another div inside each p, which is not realistic, but I mean this is what you can do with Emmet, so it's pretty cool. So I'm just gonna do div greater than p times 2, and for the parent div we're gonna just say space y of 1, padding bottom of 24 pixels. For each of these p tags, first one I'm just gonna say one piece. Again, these are just some static values, and here we're just gonna put $item.price, and we want to make sure we style this. Font is gonna be bold, text is gonna be black, and we also want to make sure the text is XL. Here we want to make sure the text is small, and also that text is black. I think this is black or dark gray or something. Yeah, so it's actually dark gray. So we want to do this. So we have our nice little one piece, the price of the product. And the next thing we want to do is outside of this div, we want to have another div. Again, let me just quickly get these divs because it's very simple divs. I'm actually gonna get pretty much everything here because it's very simple and doesn't require a lot of like explanation. It's pretty sufficient stuff. So I think outside of this div, which is item.price, I'm gonna pretty much get everything here, and I'm just gonna save it, and we're gonna basically create this get estimated delivery function. So we're gonna get the estimated delivery, and I think we're using like the estimated delivery. So we're basically, what I've created is I've created this random function which is gonna create estimated delivery from today's date up to let's say the next 7 days. So I'm adding a 7 days from today for the next estimate, but it's not realistic. Again, these are just some static values. You could make them dynamic from the CMS, but again, this is just to show you, right? So we can use the Shadcn button, and here we're gonna have the add to cart drawer component, and this is just a mail icon from Lucid React. So we can just save this, and we can go back, and here you go, we get this nice little UI here. Now this is the main thing, right? We have this add to cart drawer component. Now we want to create this, and we want to basically send an item to this drawer. So how do we create this? Firstly, add to cart drawer RFCE, right? Let's actually create this component now, because this is where we're gonna be adding items to our our cart, and this way we can display the cart, the dynamic cart as well. So the way we can do this is, firstly we want to make sure we install the drawer component from Shadcn. So we can go back to Shadcn, and we can search for something called drawer. Now drawer is a very nice little component. Again, I think it's made by Emil again. So shout out to Emil once again for Sonar and drawer, both of these nice little components. So again, what I want to do is firstly install the drawer component, and you can customize this, like make it come from bottom, make it pop from you can also create responsive dialogues like this. So if you want the dialog to be on desktop and to become a drawer on a phone, which is a really nice user experience, right? Because it's closer to your fingers on a phone. So you can also do that actually. But let's actually install it, and let's integrate our nice little drawer. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna actually import all the drawer stuff. So let me just import this as well. Import the drawer, and you also want to make sure this is a client component. For any reason we don't want this to be rendered on the server, so we want to actually do that. And the way we can actually do this is, firstly I'm just gonna copy and put this in, and then change this to how we actually need this. Now inside the drawer, for the direction, so firstly we're gonna have something called use a media query, and that is another hook which I have created. So you guys just feel free to copy it from the hooks directory. So I've created a hook called use media query. It's a very simple, I think I got this from Shadcn documentation. It's a very simple hook. So just open, and like there's no need to actually install anything for this, because people they use libraries for this, like React Responsive or something. But you can actually create this hook yourself. There's no need to use any external library. You can see you can just use React, and all you do is use something called match media, which is built into JavaScript now. You can use that function, right? As long as this is on the client, this is gonna work, and you can basically have this use a media query hook, which is a very nice thing. So there's no need to install any external dependencies for this. So you can use media query, and what we can do is we can do something like is desktop. We can make a check for is desktop, and it's going to be is desktop if the min width is going to be 768 pixels. It could be like is tablet, to be honest, but yeah, I just kept it as is desktop, because yeah, tablet usually starts at 768 pixels. And we're gonna create another piece of state called is success, and we're also gonna say set is success. By default is gonna be false, and we're also gonna get our use a card store from the store, and we're also gonna get the add item function, because we are inside of the drawer and we want to add the item to our use card store. And you can see whenever we do this, we get our nice little functions with the type safety as well, right? So Shadcn is like very clean. So we have our nice little things here. Now what we can do is we want to create a function called const handle add to cart, and that's going to be very like a simple function. Is going to be basically what it's going to do is going to add the item, and the item is going to be just like that. And the way we're going to get this item is from when we're going to pass this in through the add to cart drawer. So we're going to pass it in right over here, and we want to make sure we import this, save it, and we get this item, and we're going to use this item, and we're going to add this, and we're going to say set is success to true, and we're going to set a timeout of I think 2 seconds, and we're going to set is success to false. And the reason we're doing this is because if you go to our build back here, and if I add to cart, when I do this, you guys can see this message stays there for like 2 seconds. So I do it again, it's going to stay there for like 2 seconds. So that is why we have this like piece of state, and we have this like set timeout function to actually make it stay there for 2 seconds. The next thing we want to do is go to the drawer and make sure the direction is going to be changed dynamically. So if it's on desktop, we're going to make sure it's on the right, like it pops up open from the right. Otherwise it's going to pop open from the bottom. So we want to make sure. And the next thing we want to do is drawer trigger. Again, we're going to do as child here, and we're going to do button. So for this button here, we're just going to do a variant of outline, and we're also going to do a size of large, a class name of rounded full, font of bold, height of 48 pixels, and we're also going to do flex 1, we're going to do width of full, and we're also going to do text of black, border, I think it's a border of black as well. So I want to do border of black as well, just like that. And here we're just going to say add to cart, and outside of this we're going to have drawer content. So I'm just going to remove. So we're going to have drawer footer as well. I'm just going to remove that button so we can see something. So if I go back and if I click on add to cart, we can see it opens from the bottom, although that shouldn't happen, and it should actually open from the side. Now if I go on a smaller screen, I think this is perfect. This is how it should work. But now, of course, what's happening is actually opening from the right, but because I haven't styled this, as you guys can see, it actually comes in from the right. But because I haven't styled this, it looks like that. But if I go on a smaller screen, you can see it opens nicely from the bottom, just like that. So let's actually style the drawer content now. So for the drawer content, we're gonna have a class name, and the way it's gonna look like is gonna have CN. So we're gonna use CN for this, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna just say firstly import CN, and if it is desktop, I'm really gonna get these styles, and I'm just gonna quickly go to add to cart drawer and just quickly get these tiles, because there's a lot to work on. So there's actually not a lot. We're mostly near to finishing this, but a lot to work on in this add to cart drawer though. So when it's desktop, we want to make sure it's top 0, right 0, left auto. This is the key point here. We want to make sure we want to do left auto, and then we want to also give it a width of 600 pixels. Now as soon as we save this, and now if I open it just like that, it looks very clean now, right? And if you go on a smaller screen, it opens up from the bottom. So very clean stuff. We have our nice little desktop thing. Now we have our header, which is going to be fairly straightforward. So header, we're going to say flex, items center, justify between. We're going to have a title, which is going to be very simple. We're just going to say title, and we're going to have a close button as well. So we're going to do these two things inside of our header. And the X icon we're going to get basically from Lucid React. So if we open it right now, we get this nice little effect of our closing in as well. And outside the header, we're going to use our product summary card. We're going to reuse that card, and that basically once accepts the item. So we're going to send the item like that, and we're also going to send in the drawer prop. So if we send these two props to that component, just like that, guys, we have our nice little component rendered out right away here. And we can even like swipe it to, you know, close this, which is really clean. This is why I like doing things in a reusable fashion is just like so good, because now we can see the exact same thing over here, and that's perfect. The next thing we want to do is we have a drawer footer, which is gonna be having some class name. I'm just gonna get this quickly. So I'm just gonna copy our drawer footer quickly and show you guys what we're gonna do here, because it's gonna be fairly straightforward. So I'm just gonna save that. So drawer footer is gonna look like this. Firstly, we're gonna have some shadows on the top. We're gonna have text black. We're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have item subtotal, which is gonna give me the item price. We're gonna have shipping total, which is a static value of $10. Then we have a subtotal, which is item.price, and what I'm doing is I'm parsing it to float and then adding 10.24 for the subtotal. And then we have an add to cart button, where we basically created this handler, so it's going to add to cart. So now if we actually do this, and if everything is fine, we have one more last thing to do. So outside the drawer footer, we want to make sure when its success is true, we want to basically render out something called add to cart success. I think this is something of a component I created, which I don't believe is gonna take much long. Okay, I think it's inside of the same file actually. Okay, it's inside of the same file. So what we can do is we can quickly get this add to cart success. It's in the same component, so you can just paste it right over here, and this contains this little icon here. And if a success is true, we're gonna display that, which is still under drawer content but outside of the footer. So if I add this thing, we get our nice little message, which is gonna go away after 2 seconds, just like that. Pretty clean, right? So we have our nice little functionality, which is done, and now we want to render our nice little card here, and we want to see the dynamic values for the card, and then we can build our nice little card page and basically check out from that page. Okay, so firstly let's go into the header and let's quickly update our nice little our card link component here. So let's actually create that. So I'm going to create cardlink.tsx, and again the reason we're doing it in as a separate component is because it's going to be use client. Again, I'm just going to quickly get this because it's a very simple component. It's just a simple cart link. So we'll get this, and I'm going to explain this. So here what we are doing is we are getting total items from a use cart store function, and we're basically getting the total items like this from the state.getTotalItems, which I don't believe we even need to do that. We can actually do it like this. So even if you do it like this, I think it's fine. We don't need to actually specify all that. I don't know why I did that for, but we can get this. And if we actually do this, and if we import our cart link here, we should be getting 4 items here. Here we go. If we go to the cart page, of course it's 404, but we actually see our nice little 4 items here, and there's some hydration error here. I'm not sure why we're getting the hydration error though. That's a bit weird. I think it's probably because of the timing or something, because I'm using time somewhere maybe. It's saying the expected service will contain a matching span and div. Okay, I want to see exactly where we're getting this error. Matching span and div. Okay. So where do we have a link tag? So it's basically happening inside of a link tag someplace. Maybe it's a cart link. It could be the cart link. Oh, I think it could be the cart link actually. So if you remove this, okay, so let me just remove the cart link. So let's refresh it. Yeah, it is the cart link component. So this is how I like to debug things sometimes. Just remove it and just do it again. Now it's saying that we need to contain a matching span div. So it's basically happening because of the cart. Maybe it's happening because I haven't rendered the entire thing. What if it's happening because of that? Oh, it's not actually. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, let me just get rid of this. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. So get total items is greater than 0. We want to basically do that. So if I just remove this div and just have a span, it doesn't give me hydration error. So that means the hydration error is definitely because of this block of code right here. Yeah, it's definitely because of this block of code. So if we refresh this, we get the hydration error. But why are we getting this specific hydration error though? Maybe we have done something wrong here. Or maybe we just don't want to do conditional check here. Okay, so it's always going to be 0. Okay, so it's saying, okay, so that's a bit weird. Because I wasn't getting this this error in my build before. And this is a bit weird because I'm getting this here. Text content does not match server rendered HTML, and it's telling me that it's definitely happening here. So I mean, it's initially 0 and then it's basically getting 4. That's why it's happening. Let me just quickly check something. I want to check my store. I want to check how I'm fetching these items. I'm doing items.reduce, item.quantity. I'm starting from 0, which is how I'm getting these items, which is fair enough. Actually, it is completely fair enough. Yeah, this is how I'm getting it. So I'm not sure, like, let's just check this on, yeah, let's check this here, because I'm not definitely getting this here. Okay, there's an issue in our finished build because of that. Because I think I just removed one of the users, maybe that's why. That's why there's an error. Okay, anyways, if I open it again and if I clean up my storage, and if we refresh this now, let's just quickly sign in and let's see if we get the hydration error here as well. But don't worry about it, guys. I'm gonna update the repo afterwards with the fixed error. I'm gonna fix the error and update it afterwards, because this usually was not happening on my build here. So if I add some items to cart here, and if you refresh it, yeah, here you go. You can see it's not happening here. And I can even open up the console. And these are, I think, just some of my extensions. These are not happening because of because of this, the build. These are some of my extensions. But yeah, it wasn't happening in my finished build, so it's extremely weird why it's happening right now here. Is it maybe because I'm using like a div or something? I mean span or something? I really need to fix this error as well, because I think I got this again and it's saying that my token is expired. So I need to really see that if I'm actually doing this in the correct way. I might have I might have missed something in the OneEntry file somewhere. I might have made a typo somewhere, and I need to actually see. I need to find this. I really need to find this because okay, I think I know why this happened again, because I cleared the storage on my production environment, and what happened is that my production and my local is linked together. So that's why because I cleared it from there, so I'm now getting an error here as well, because when I clear something, my token is actually expired, right? So I need to handle that state, to be honest. This is one of the things which I have missed in the build, which I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it after the recording, and I'm going to update this and add comments for it as well when I update it. So this is like one of the things which I will update it afterwards, and I will fix this. When the token gets expired, it needs to basically log out the user, because what I did is I cleared the application storage, and that basically means that when I clear the site cookies, the token is gone, so it's technically expired, and when it gets expired, the user should automatically log out. So I need to fix that scenario. But anyways, we will sign in right now, and what I'm gonna do is go to my card, and we're gonna add some stuff here. Let's try to add some stuff from this. Let's try to add another one. Let's try some stuff from here, and let's go back. Okay, so you get this error, and I'm gonna fix this as well. It's not happening because of the span. It's not happening because of the span. That's super weird that it was happening in. It's not happening in my previous build, but this hydration error is happening here, and I'm not really sure how to fix this, to be honest. Because if we take a look in the header, we have made it use line. Maybe if we try to do, if we try to mount it, I mean if we try to not render anything before we mount something, and we try to use a use effect. This is usually a trick for fixing like hydration errors. It works sometimes, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work in this case. So when the component mounts, we're gonna set the mount to true, and if it's not mounted, we're gonna return null. So basically what happens is that if this is not and it actually fixes it. So here you go, guys. You can see the component was mounting, so what this block of code does, let me explain. So we fixed an error. We fixed a debugging error. Okay, so if I don't do this, what happens is that it actually renders out. And because the reason that we're getting hydration error, because Next.js is server rendered, right? So what was rendered on the server was different from what was rendered on the client, and hence you get an hydration error. So this is why you get like these hydration errors. Now to fix these errors, if you wait till the component actually mounts, and you have to like return null. So this is like a nice trick. So what we do is we set the mount state by false, and as soon as the component mounts, because we know that the user effect will only run when the component mounts, right? And we set the mount to true, and if it's not mounted, we return null. That means we prevent hydration errors from happening. Now you can see there's like a slight layout shift here in these links. Now how you can prevent this is by just having a fallback for this. So if you just like, instead of returning null, if you just return like a fallback state here, and that's gonna like prevent that layout shift. So that's how you fix like these sort of hydration errors. So if you ever face hydration errors, this is usually the trick to fix it. So wait till the component gets mount. Now what we can do is we can actually go and create the cart page quickly, because that's really the last page now. It's the last page left. So inside of app we're going to create cart, and inside of cart we're going to create page.tsx, and here we're just going to say cart page. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to so I'm just going to open up my cart page. So just give me a second, guys. I'm going to open the cart page on my directories here, and the cart page, by the way, is gonna look something like, I think I showed you guys before, but the cart page is gonna be looking very cool. We're gonna be using magic UI here, so we're gonna be using a nice little animation. I think it's going to be the fade. Yeah, I think it's gonna be blur fade. It's gonna be the blur fade. Yeah, we're gonna be using, no, not this one. This is pretty cool, but we're going to be using a fade in animation, so I'm not sure which one it was. Yeah, it was one of the fade in animations. I'm pretty sure I know it. I think it was word fade in. No, it wasn't word fade in. Blur in. It was one of them. I know it. I've done it. But it was one of the animations from Magic UI, which is going to look very slick. So let's actually create the cart page now. Let's go here, and on the cart page I've made the entire page. I think okay, I made it before, but now it's a server component. Okay, so firstly for the cart page we're gonna get the presentational layout, and I'm just gonna copy that because it's very simple styling. So I'm just gonna quickly copy the presentational layout stuff, and here we have two components, item list and order summary. So first let's actually create item list. So let's create this component, and let's go into our components. Let's say item list.tsx, and let's work on item list first, rfce, and it's going to be a use client because we're going to be basically using the use cart store here. So we're going to get our items. So we're going to get items from use cart store, just like that. And here we are going to be rendering a nice little UL. And again, I'm just quickly gonna get this here as well, because I think it's gonna be pretty straightforward of what we're gonna be doing for the item list, and then I'm gonna explain you guys what we're gonna be doing here. Is it's just gonna render the item list basically. Then I'm gonna show you guys how we can create the checkout flow. So here we're gonna have two more components called quantity selector and format currency, which is format currency is just a utility function, but we're gonna have quantity selector. For now I'm just gonna comment this out, and the format currency is gonna so let's just create this format currency utility. Again, it's a very simple utility. It's in our lib directory. So we want to get this from here, format currency. So if you go into your lib, what you want to do is create a file called format currency. And again, because we want to reuse these things, right? So it's better if we create this one. So we create this, and essentially what we are doing is we're getting a value as a number, and we are doing value.locale string, and we want the fraction of digits to be, we want the number to look something like this, right? We want it to look like 3.328.00. So the maximum fraction digit should be 2, and the minimum should also be 2. So you want it to look like that. Now if you just import that and actually save it, now this is a very straightforward component. It's not that complicated. So we go to item list, and if you go to a cart page, we can actually get the item list, and we can comment this one out for now, and if we save it, we can get our nice little item list like that. So again, item list is a very simple component. We are just basically mapping through our items in the store which we have saved, and we're basically rendering an li, a list tag for each of the items, and with an image, with a link, and we have a format currency function where we format the currency. And again, these are all some basic items that we are listing it through, And the good thing what we're doing here is because these items are grouped together basically, because and if they're in the same group, they're actually grouped together, so we don't have to do anything here. This basically gets things for us. So I'm just gonna get items like this. So because they're grouped together, so if I open this up, they're actually grouped together. So that means like when I map through them, is basically based on the quantity. It's gonna show the quantity selector and stuff like that. So here, if I add this again, we're gonna see the quantity for this. So let's create this quantity selector component, because we have to do that one. Quantity selector .tsx rfce, and quantity selector is basically going to accept an item. So we need to send in this item, and item is of type cart item. So item is of type cart item here, and we want to import cart item from our store. And here we want to get two functions. We want to get add item, because we have the plus and the minus buttons, right? So we can either add item or we can either remove item from the use cart store. And here we want to create two functions called handle add to cart, which is going to make sure that we add the item, and there's going to be another one, handle remove from cart. We're going to be removing item .id. So just like that. And for the simple quantity selector, we have a very simple button and stuff, which is a very simple thing. So we can just go ahead and basically just show you guys what it looks like. So it's gonna be we're gonna have like Shadcn button. We're gonna import that from basically Shadcn, and we have some nice little icons. So we also have like a plus icon, and all we are doing is we are basically using on click. So we're saying handle remove from cart, and we're also doing handle add to cart. And we have this adjust button, custom class name, which you already did before. So this is the one, and it has some like basic styling we have. And now if I save this, and if we import this right over here, which is quantity selector, save it, I think we're gonna get nice UI like this. And again, this looks pretty similar to what it looks in our finished build and on the Alibaba website. And it's very simple stuff, just two buttons. And what I've done for the input is I've made it read only, so you cannot actually change the input here. It like stays fixed. If you want, again, go ahead and extend this to basically add an input here as well and change that dynamically, but I did it like this. Now what we want in the final step is when we update these things, we want the pricing here to update as well, right? Now we can see one thing, that our cart is updating dynamically. So I keep increasing this, I can see that my cart becomes 7. If I decrease it, it's going to decrease here. If I remove it, it's going to remove this altogether, which is pretty nice. But now we also want to see the price, so we can actually check out and complete our flow. So that's the next thing, and basically that's going to be the order summary component, which we're going to be creating just now. So let's go to our form, our components, order summary, and just create a nice little thing here. So order summary again is in our cart page. So we're going to go to our cart page, and now let's work on the order summary. So here what we're going to do is basically we want access to, firstly we're going to make this use client. This is going to be, we're going to be using a use cart store hook. Now here we need access to a couple of things. So firstly we need access to items, we need access to get item subtotal, which we created, because we're going to be needing that as well for the payment. And we also need access to get total items, and all of these are going to come from use cart store. The next thing we want to do is we want to say we want to actually, now here I've actually showed you guys how to use a different way to invoke a server action, because this was the last part of this video, so I thought like why not, let's do something different. So I used something like use transition, which is another way of invoking a server action, which is when you have to invoke the server action from on click on a button, as opposed to like using a form. So here we haven't used the form, we have just used the button and invoked like server action through the on click. And there's a certain way you can do that as well. Like the form way was the use form state one, but this is a different way, so I thought why not like show you guys this as well, which is like really nice way to invoke a server action as well. So we're gonna learn that as well in this component. So firstly, we need access to something called is pending and start transition, which is going to be coming from use transition hook. Now if you guys have never used this hook before, I'm going to teach you guys how to use this in the correct proper way with a server action. So of course you use this with a server action, and typically when you use this, you can see it allows components to avoid undesirable loading states by waiting for content to load before transitioning to the next screen. So it returns two values in the array. You can see if some state update causes components to suspend, then the state update should be wrapped in a transition, you know. So causes to suspend basically just means that when you're doing a sort of server action, right? And we also need access to the router here. So we're also going to get use router. And the next thing we want to do is we want to create a function called create order from items. So we're basically going to create an asynchronous function. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're going to have data. Now here what we are basically trying to do is we're going to create an order. So whenever we try to basically place an order from so we're going to see like, but what I'm trying to explain you guys is that whenever we try to place an order, we basically get to see that order in our orders table right away here. So we have the orders functionality, right? We're going to be creating that as well. So in our orders here, I'm going to be showing you guys how you guys can create like this orders. So firstly, what you want to do is you want to just create a new order storage. So just like create something like orders. So I'm just going to do YT again for YouTube, and here I'm just going to say for order, and the marker I'm just going to say orders YT, and just add it. Once you add this order storage, it's just going to contain all your orders. What you want to do is you want to choose a form selection. Now this form selection is very important, right? Let me explain you what you guys what this form selection will be. Now this form selection is going to be for your order form, but this order form I have created it previously, and I've also selected my Stripe payments here, which I'm going to show you guys how you can set it up with the OneEntry CMS. So what I've done is I've created an order form here, and the order form basically looks like this. It contains account and password, and basically what it is essentially is just your sign-in form. So you can even, I feel like you can even select the email sign-in thingy for your order form instead of selecting the order form, which we will actually try to do that, because typically what this means is that when you're placing an order, right, what will be the, you know, the value, what will be submitted with that order, right? And we want for the user, the user's logged in state to be submitted, like which user is going to be submitting that order. And it is very important, and this only gives us like the email sign up, the register form functionalities. Like you can see the only forms included here are the forms which belong. So if I just go here, these forms belong to like email registration forms, right? So these are the only forms that are included here. So you can actually see that. Now what we can do is we can create an orders YT, and here we can basically create a new, either we can create a new order form, which is essentially the same thing. If you go here and if we check this order form, it's essentially the same thing as your you know, sign in. So you can see selecting a set of attributes is actually sign in here. So we can either do that, or we can just simply select our existing sign in YT attribute, right? Because it's essentially the same thing. So let's actually do that. So what we can do is for orders YT, we can go here, and for here we can okay, so here we can see in our forms selection here we have something called email sign in YT. So we can actually choose that, right? and for the value of payments account, I'm just gonna choose Stripe payments. Now for you guys, you might not even have Stripe payment enabled. Now how do you actually enable Stripe payments? So it's very easy to enable Stripe payments with OneEntry. What you have to do is go to payments, and all you have to do is go and click on settings. For me, you can see here Stripe is connected. For you guys, there will be an option to connect Stripe here. So when you go to payments, go to settings, here there will be an option to connect your Stripe account. Click onto it. It's gonna take you to a form, and you have to basically fill that entire form, and it's gonna ask you for something called like your business ID or text ID or something like unique your business ID. Put a random number or random stuff for that ID. It's not gonna affect anything. You just want a Stripe account to be connected because it's just like a test flow. But when you want to like accept real payments, of course you have to put your actual business ID there, because your Stripe will be connected with OneEntry. Now I don't want to do this whole process again because I've already done it once. There's like a quite few things they ask you, so you just basically want to go through the nice little form. It's very intuitive, it's very easy, and at the end your Stripe account will be connected just like that. And also what you want to do is we'll be putting our success URLs and cancel URLs once we deploy the application, and I'm going to show you guys how we can even test this with using ngrok, because when we try to use something like localhost, it actually doesn't work, as we can see. So localhost, it does not support, it only supports .com URLs, like .app.com, something like with a dot, but it does not support localhost stuff. So I'm going to show you guys how we can test this with using ngrok and stuff. But anyways, when we create this orders YT, right, we want to go back to our application here, and for the order summary, we're going to create order from items. So here we're going to be communicating with another API called the orders API. So we're going to be using this orders API. Now here we can see, to create an order, we have to do something called orders.create order, and we have to pass in this body right here. So we're going to be passing this body, and you can see the form data is a very important thing, right? So let's actually do that right now, and let me show you guys how we can do this. So const data is going to be of type I order data is going to be of this type, and I'm going to make it equals to products, and I'm going to say items.map. Now here we're going to be doing an object transformation, right? So we can just do it like this. We can just do items.map, and for product ID we're going to be passing in the item.id, and for the quantity we're going to be passing in the item.quantity. And next thing we want to do is form identifier. So the form identifier is going to be the order form. For us, I think we can use the sign in YT form actually, or we can use the order form because we are actually using the order form. So if you guys take a look at our CMS, and if you go to orders, we are using something called orders YT. So this is the form we have to use. So form identifier would be orders YT. Actually, it won't be orders YT because let me think about this. The form identifier would be, oh yeah, okay, the form identifier means this identifier here, so it does not actually mean this one. The form identifier means this identifier. So here for us it's going to be, I'm going to be using sign in YT one. So before I was actually correct here. So it's actually that form identifier, and then we also want to have form data. Now form data, we can just keep it empty as well, and the payment account identifier is going to be Stripe. And how do you get the payment account identifier? It's very simple. When you set up Stripe and you go to payments here, and when you click on accounts, you have this Stripe payments enabled. So once you have the Stripe account connected, you can basically create a payment account. So for me, like for example, if I have to create again, I can just do Stripe payments YouTube, and I can just select in Stripe, and I can put in my Stripe account, and it's that straightforward. I don't want to create this again, but it's very like simple. You can actually do that, and once you create that, you have to just select type of Stripe here, and the marker I have given it Stripe. So this is your identifier for payment account. So if you give something like Stripe YT here, I have to make sure I put Stripe YT here. So that's like your identifier for your payment account. So that's it. That's very simple. For form data, I'm passing in empty, but you can pass in the marker type value and everything. I don't want to pass in anything here. I'm just passing in empty for now. And what I'm going to be doing after this is we have this data. After this, inside the function, we're going to be calling something called start transition. Now when you call start transition, it basically accepts another function. So when you call this, you can see it accepts a callback function, right? That basically means that inside of start transition, you can call a callback function, and it can be an asynchronous callback function. So you can do it like this. And then what you can do is, I'm gonna get a URL from something called await, and we're gonna be creating something called initiate order and payment process, and this is gonna be the last server action which we're gonna be creating inside of our app. And once everything goes successful, we're gonna be pushing with that URL. So router.push. So these two are the steps we are going to be doing inside of start transition. And the reason we want to use something like start transition is because you can see it marks all state updates inside the async function as transitions. And it basically, what it's going to do is going to allow us to invoke the server action from a button on click event. And you cannot do this from a form. From a form there's a certain way, and from an on click there's this particular way you can do this. So there's different ways, and I wanted to show you guys different ways of invoking server actions. So I hope, like, you know, it's helpful for you guys. And also we're gonna make this check here, and we're gonna see if items.length is greater than 0, is equal to 0, we're gonna return null. Otherwise we're gonna just have a nice little div here. And again, I'm just gonna quickly get this stuff here because it's gonna be fairly straightforward. So I'm just gonna search for order summary, and we can just search for the div here, and we can just pretty much paste it right over here. Again, the format currency, we're reusing it. Button, make sure you get it from Shadcn, Lucid React, Shield icon. So all we're doing is basically we have an order summary. We're going to show the total number of items here, and we have an item subtotal. We're going to basically format currency and display it in a particular way. And then again, we have subtotal excluding text, and then we have a checkout, nice little checkout button. Now for the checkout button, guys, we're doing disabled is pending, and here we don't, like, as you guys can see here, we don't need submit button. And the reason we don't need submit button here is because we are not using any sort of form, right? Because we are doing this in line with just a button and an on click event. And when we do, like, in the on click, we can see that we have this nice little function which uses start transition to invoke a server action, and this is going to be a server action here. So this is how we can basically invoke a server action from just on click of a button. And if you don't want to use form, you can basically do it like this. So lastly, let's actually go ahead and create the server action. So open up our actions file, create a new server action, and here we're gonna basically put use server again. And now let's actually create this. So let's see what we're gonna do inside this server action now. So firstly, we want to get our API instance as usual. We also want access to our cookies, and we also want access to iOrder data, which we're gonna get later on. So we're gonna export default, and as we know, the server actions are synchronous functions initiate. So I'm just gonna paste it, the name of the server action. It is going to accept. Now here I'm not going to do, because remember that was the form way, right? When we were doing these server actions, they were in a particular way, logout action, login action, all these, they were like requiring previous state and stuff. But because we are not using that way anymore, we can actually pass in the data directly, and it is going to be of type iOrder data. And what we can also do is we want to return something like a promise, which is going to be a string value, which is the URL of the, you know, the checkout link. So that's like the checkout link of Stripe is going to basically return as a payment URL. And how do I actually know that? I know it by looking at the documentation again. So if we go ahead and look at the documentation, when we create the order, you know, this is how we create the order. But when you do the payments and stuff, So you're doing these two processes, like as the name says, initiate order and payment process. So you're doing both of these things together. So when you go to payments, we can see that when we create session, it basically returns us back a payments URL, and this is the URL returned like basically with a Stripe link, which we can redirect the user to then the checkout page, and then they can basically make the payment, and then we can get the payment on the CMS directly integrated. So that's how it actually works. So let's go back and let's actually complete this right now. So firstly, the API instance is going to be await get API instance, and if there is no API instance, we are going to throw a new error saying that API instance not found, and otherwise we're gonna just get an access token. Now to get the access token, we have to do cookies, and we have to make sure we use cookies like that, cookies.access token, and we also want .value. And if there is no access token, that means that the access token is missing. If the access token is missing and if it's not found, that actually means that we can't proceed further, right? Because we'll need the access token to actually invoke the checkout session and also to create order. To do both those things, we will need the access token. So now we're going to open the try catch block, and again in the catch block is going to be very simple. I'm just going to quickly get that from my actions. So in the catch block, we're going to get this nice little thing which we're going to be doing. So just like that, we're going to say fail to create order or payment session, and if the error is of instance of error, we're going to return the message. Otherwise we're going to say unknown error. Now inside of the try block, firstly we're going to create the order. So to create the order, we're going to say await, and we're going to use the API instance orders, and we're going to say set access token. Before we try to create the order, we're going to set the access token, because we want to make sure that it's a protected action. So it's the same as when you basically send a bearer token, or to the headers, or you need some sort of key, some sort of token for the user that we want to do this thing. You need authorization, right? So you cannot just create the order randomly. You need to make sure you provide the access token first. And when you do this, create the order, this is the marker of your orders storage now. So how do you get the order storage? Very simple, just go and click on your orders, and this is my my order storage for this was my previous one, but now I just created this orders YT. So this is basically my order storage. So I'm gonna give this, and for the data I'm just gonna pass in the data like that. Now when I do this, I get back something called order entity. So what I can do, I can check if there is no order.id, and it could be undefined. So I can just do if there is no order.id, fail to create order. Otherwise what we're going to do is we're going to say session is equal to await API instance dot payments. If everything went successful, then we're going to make the payment. We're going to allow the user to make the payment, right? So we're going to do payments dot set access token and access token, and then we're going to create session. So we have these different methods like get sessions, set access token, and we also have a webhook Stripe method, which is going to allow you to use webhook with Stripe and stuff. So there's a lot of configuration you can take a look at, but we are interested in creating the session, and here we need to pass in the order ID. So remember, I just checked that if there is no order ID, we fall back. So that means we do have an order ID, and we just protected it, and the type is going to be of session type, because we want the URL to be right there. And after this, we can see that this returns me back a session entity. After this, we can check if there is no session.payment URL. Again, we need to make sure we optional chain this. Then we want to throw a new error, failed to create a payment session. If everything goes successful, we're going to return something called a session.payment URL, and we're going to get this on the client side, and then we're going to redirect the user using this payment URL. So yeah, if this was a lot, guys, feel free to pause the video, just slowly study it bit by bit. Again, ask GPT if you don't understand, look at the documentation, and also I'm just comment it out, and I'll be happy to help as well. But yeah, this is how you actually create the entire initiate the order and payment process. First you create the order inside of your order storage, and once that is done, you create a checkout session using Stripe, and what you do is you just get the payment URL, and then you return that. And if everything we did correctly, we're gonna get a URL here, and then we'll be able to push inside of start transition, we'll be able to push to that URL, which is gonna in turn take us to Stripe. And once that is done, we will be able to then basically go to our success page, or the error page. So let's see, if we did everything correctly, we should be getting redirected to Stripe. So let's go back, and actually let's try it out. Let me just refresh this, and let me just click on this button, and there you go, there's an issue. There's an error right away. So let's see, define default status for orders. Yeah, so this is super important. So what I just missed, guys, is we did not define a status for orders. So whenever we create this orders as storage, right, so whenever you create this, you have to go inside of order statuses, and you have to define these statuses. So because I created this and I forgot to actually define the statuses, so you want to define one status, like you can name it active or something. So like if your order is active or something, so you can have different statuses, so you can like control these statuses from so let me just refresh this. So you can basically control these different sort of statuses. So I can name it active here as well. Okay, I think I might have not be able to create active because I've already created it before. So I'm just gonna say active YT and just create that one. Yeah, so because I already had an active status, so I can have different you can have like different statuses. And now when you go here, you want to have a default status. You want to click this to be your default for this order, and you can have like different statuses and stuff. So you can control this from the order space. So if your order is active, if your order is like sent, or if your order is like cancelled, or something like that, you can have different statuses. Usually I think it should be order is active and order is cancelled, something like that. So you can have different statuses. So when you do that, and if I refresh it now, and if I just try to do the checkout flow once again, let's see, and here we go, guys. We get redirected to Stripe with our actual amount, with the entire we have Google Pay option as well. We have our nice little thing, and now we can make the payment. And bear in mind that all these payments will directly go into your orders YT right away, and your orders is created, actually you guys can see, right, because this is not related to payment, this is just related to order, and the order is actually created, but the payment is not being made yet. So what we can do is we can go to the payments here, and we can even check we can see the timing here is different, and yeah, actually here we go, guys. Here's the payment. So you can see it's saying waiting here, and there's even a link created here because this checkout session was created. So it's just right over there, right? And we can see that the payment is created. Now we can go to our Stripe account, and the reason we are not actually going to see, so if I go here to my Stripe account, you can see payments and payouts are paused until requirements are met. The reason I'm unable to actually see my payments proceed, like you can even see my payments, like my previous payments. So these are the payments I worked on previously when I was working on the build. They are all in status of waiting, right? Even if I complete the payment, it's still waiting. The reason this is happening is because I'm not receiving the payment, even though the transactions are happening in Stripe, but I'm not receiving the payments in Stripe. And the reason that is actually happening is because I haven't provided my details, my actual details. If you provide your actual info, like business details or bank account details, it's going to do the payment for you. It's actually going to change the status to done. So that's why it's not actually happening. But if we go back and let's say we try to do the payment and we try to use this account, we're just gonna say 424, and I'm just gonna keep everything default and just process this. So let's keep this 1,200 in mind. We have made the payment, and now it's going to take me to a success URL. Now this is not defined, right? This is like my finished app, so it actually took me right there. And the reason it took me right there is because I have added this as my success URL. So if I go to my payments and in my settings, this is like my success URL, which we're going to be changing, and I will be showing you guys how to test it as well. Now let's go into our like transactions here. We can actually see $1,200 just came in, guys. The timing here is like Stripe is I think 4 hours behind. So my current time is like 1:56 a.m. so it's showing me 9:55. But you can see 1,200 was the amount, and when I click into it, I would even see the products and stuff. I think like I can actually see the amount and everything. Yeah, I can see the items as well, so I can click onto the items and we can see which product the user just bought. So this is pretty cool, but it's still again, it still would be in just the the waiting. Even though the payment is succeeded, it still would be in waiting, and the reason why is because we haven't verified the information. That's why it's still the status is waiting. But you can see we have the order ID, and we even have the orders created here. So if I go and click onto it, you can see 1,200 is the amount. The user is right over there, and it also gets the logged in user, right? So I did not provide this, but it got this because I set the access token. So it also got the logged in user access as well, whichever user placed the order. So that's like pretty cool. We have our entire like order flow done. Now we can actually go back, and the last two things we want to actually do, right? So I'm just gonna go to localhost 3000. The last two things we want to actually do now is we want to create a nice little a success page when the payment is done, and where we're going to be using a nice little animation and stuff. And we also want to create a rejection page, which is going to be like very straightforward. So let's actually do that. So for the rejection page, I'm actually going to quickly do that because it's very simple. The animation are only going to be on the success page. So it's going to be order/cancel. So I'm going to create inside of my app directory, we're going to create order, and inside of order we're going to create cancel, and in here we're going to have a page. So this is when you click on the cancel and you go back and you don't actually do the payment. This is the page for that. It's a very simple page. So it's just going to show you that you cancel your order, and you can see it has like a circle X icon and a return to home page icon and stuff like that. Very simple. And in the same folder we are also going to create a success one. So we have the app directory cancel, and in here we're going to create another one called success, and here also we're going to put in a page.tsx, and here we're just going to say success page. Now this one, guys, is going to be special because here we're going to have some nice animations and stuff. So let me just quickly go back and let me see how we're going to proceed and how we're going to actually do this. So here, this one, we're going to be using something called a confetti from Magic UI. So let me just go to Magic UI and let me show you guys. We're going to be using confetti from here. So they have like a nice little confetti section, and when you search confetti here on Magic UI, you can see these are like confettis, and the one which we are actually using, we are using the one you can see we have even the fireworks one, and we have like the toggle side cannons and stuff like that. But I really like the toggle side cannons one, so I basically wanted to use this. But you can like pretty much use any other ones. There's star ones, and it's pretty cool how they have done this, especially with something like called canvas confetti, which is like a package. So what we want to do is we want to install this using the CLI command. So go back to your terminal and use this Magic UI CLI command, and make sure you add this confetti package. Now if you search confetti, you will see that we have this nice little confetti. But sometimes what happens, even though you use the CLI command, the packages aren't installed. So what you want to do is you want to select the package which isn't installed and manually go ahead and actually install that. So canvas confetti is the package we want to install. So make sure you actually install this package, and essentially essentially we are not going to be using this. To be honest, we are not going to be using this because we are actually using the Shadcn ones, and that will basically, yeah, so we are not going to be using this confetti.tsx. So we can actually delete this. To be honest, we are not going to be using this. We only need basically we only need the canvas confetti package, and we need this code. So this is the code we actually need. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this code. So we're going to do handle click, right? So instead of handle click, I'm just going to change the naming to something else. So here on the success page, and by the way, I'm just going to make the entire page use client because we're going to have like some heavy animations and stuff. So what we can do is we can have on click, and make sure to import this confetti from canvas confetti. So you can import this, and again you can see we do not have a TypeScript declaration file, so you just want to copy this thing and install the types for it as well, so we get nice little type safety as well. And when you actually do that, I just want to rename this handle click to trigger confetti effect, right? Because that's what essentially it is. So it's a trigger confetti effect function. So we want to do that. And again, what basically essentially this is doing is that this is like setting an end and a colors array, and then it's creating a frame, and then it's using the confetti from, you know, and you can see it takes a single optional object, and when Windows.promise is available, it will return a promise to let you know when this is done. This is essentially the similar as React confetti. If you guys have ever used the confetti package like from React confetti, but this is more so as of like it uses the canvas approach, and not like not like the window approach which React does. It uses like the canvas approach, and you can see it has like nice little props you can send and some more customizability for you know, the animation. And of course we're combining this with Magic UI, you know, the way they have actually done it. And what we do is then we basically create this, and then we have like a nice little use effect. Now what we do is we have this use effect on the top, and whenever the component actually mounts, we basically trigger the confetti effect. So this is how we are able to basically trigger the confetti whenever the page actually mounts. So now if we go back to that page, and if we check out and we go manually, let's just navigate to order/success page. So we navigate to that page, we can see how beautiful this looks, right? It's already done for us. So as soon as the page mounts, we trigger the confetti effect. That's pretty much done for us. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to have another use effect on the top here. And the reason we want to have this another use effect, there's a very good reason for that as well, is because we want to clear items when the component actually, you know, when the clear items state changes, and even the component mounts. And the reason we want to do this, so we want to make sure we get clear items from use cart store. So we want to make sure we do that, and we want to clear the items when the component mounts as well, because when the user actually goes to this page, when the user actually visits the success page, right after doing the payment successfully, we want to clear his cart as well. We don't want to persist it anymore. So that's like just a little nice user experience, right? We do want to persist the cart if the payment is already done for that cart. So we want to do these two things. So we want to clear items, and we also want to trigger the confetti effect. So we want to do these two things, and the rest we will basically want to style it in a way where we want to get the blur fade component. Now it's called blur fade from Magic UI. So is this one is blur fade, which we are using, and yeah, okay, it's this one, it's right here. So you can see we are actually using this thing. So you see how nicely this actually fades in. We're using this piece of code from this component, and it's really clean how we can do this. Again, we want to just copy this CLI command and just press enter. Basically save this, and we want to get this, and the way I have done is, again, it's very pretty similar. So again, it's users section, but I have just, you know, a little bit styled it for my own kind of thing, but it's like pretty similar. So if we go to the success page and actually get this section here, You can see I'm using pretty much like similar approach, but I've just styled it according to my own kind of needs, and that's the beauty of using a CLI based approach and you know, custom components, because we own the code, so we actually see what's happening, right? And basically I've done check icon here. So what I'm doing is I'm basically in the first fade in, I've added another one. And here you can see there's only two, so there's 1 and 2. So I've added one more fade, blur fade. But what essentially it does is, like, there's a blur fade component which does the magic behind the scenes. It uses animate presence from framer motion, and basically, you know, we give different you don't have to understand this entire thing essentially, but just understand that we give a delay to each of this you know, each of this component here. Like, we give a bit more delay to this one, then we give a bit more delay to this one. So they you know, they kind of come in kind of like this manner, where the first two come, then the third one kind of comes in like that nicely. So this is the effect I wanted to do, and I think I've achieved it pretty nicely, right? So it looks really cool. Imagine when the order is completed from the customer, they get to the success page, and you know, they get this nice little confetti effect. Okay, lastly, let's actually test the entire flow now. And at this point, I think our build is entirely complete, so we are done with the build. All we have to do is deploy it, and then we need to test it with our success and cancel URLs. Now, how do we test this? Because we know that when we do the payment successfully, it's going to take us to a different URL, right? It's going to take us to this URL, because I've added this as the success URL and this here. Now, what if I wanted to test this locally? Now, how do I actually do that, right? It's very simple. All you want to do is go to ngrok. Now, ngrok is a way where you can put your local host online in a way that it actually, you know, it runs on every single save. So you can download ngrok using you know, if you're on a Mac, just you can use Homebrew or something, or just download the zip file. But what you have to do is, all you have to do is just ngrok http, and you can start a tunnel. Once you have downloaded ngrok, just do ngrok http 3000. And the reason I'm doing 3000 is because my current port is running on 3000, and I want to forward this port to ngrok's you know, ngrok's link. And as soon as I do that, you're going to get this nice little CLI, and you can see this has forwarded my localhost 3000 to something like this URL. Now, if I actually open this, visit the site, you can see this is actually my website, right? My localhost running here. And to prove that to you guys, to actually prove that this is my localhost, let me go to my home page, and let me actually remove these two things. And if they're gone right now, here you go, just like that. You guys can see, right? It's actually working. As soon as I saved it, it actually persisted that. So what I have done essentially is I've used ngrok, and I put my localhost online, and it does pretty cleverly behind the scenes, and it's like damn easy to actually even do that, you know. And you can see I even get my, you know, my calls here. I can see, you know, whatever's happening, my API request and stuff. It got a 200 OK for the favicon, so I can even see these things here. This is pretty cool, right? Now we can actually copy this link if you want to test it, and what we can do is we can go back to our CMS, and all you want to do is you want to you know, change this part to something like this, and you want to change this part to something like this. Now if you save this, and if you try to test it in our local, it'll be very easy to test it, right? So we can just go here, and what we can do is we can literally either we can test it on the, you know, on the ngrok version, or we can go to our local, you know, whichever we test it on is going to be the same result, because our success URL is different. So what we can do, guys, is we can actually click into, let's say, the gaming phones, and I want to actually get this one, and I also want to get, let's say, a gaming monitor. I want to get this one, so I'm just going to add these two to cart, click on the cart, and I'm going to click on checkout. Now I go to a nice little Stripe, and firstly I'm going to reject the payment, so we will see you know, what actually happens like when we reject it. So I'm just going to select it, and I'm just going to reject the payment right now. Oh, I actually processed it. Okay, never mind. So we go to this nice little ngrok link, and we can see we get this thank you for your order, and we can even check in Stripe. Now if you go back to Stripe account transactions, our transaction should be right over here somewhere, and here you go, we get our transaction $235. And which guy paid? This guy paid here, the same guy. And we will even have our orders in OneEntry CMS. So we go and open orders YT, we have another order here, and we would have another payment right over here, but still is going to be in waiting because we haven't verified our information. So I think technically we haven't actually received that. The next thing we want to do is we want to test the rejection one, right? So let's go back and let's go to our local host here. I think I kind of closed my local host. So let's go back again, and we have these items in there, and let's go click on checkout. And in here, I'm just gonna say 4242, and I'm actually gonna cancel it now. So if we cancel this, here we go. So our order cancel is also working. Now the last step remaining, guys, is to deploy this entire thing, this entire beautiful thing to Vercel, and that's pretty much it. And then all we have to do is replace our URLs here inside of our payments. In here we just need to replace the URLs, and that will actually work in production as well. And we can just connect to real Stripe if you want to receive real payments, and this way we can have our nice little CMS connected with the entire auth flow and everything. So that's pretty cool, guys. So we built the entire thing. I hope it was worth it, and I hope you guys learned a lot, whoever stick to the end. It was a pretty cool showcase of like using server actions in different ways, and a lot of different technologies, even using state management, Shadcn, using persistence. I tried my best to cover like a lot of different fundamentals, as opposed to covering a lot of UI stuff. I tried to teach a lot of foundational, like functional stuff more. But yeah, let's actually deploy this. Now deploying it is super easy to Vercel. All you have to do is install the Vercel CLI. So you just go and click on the Vercel CLI, and what you want to do is use npm or something, whatever you use, just install the Vercel CLI. After you install the CLI, all you want to do is firstly cut that, and just do Vercel, and that's pretty much it. You just want to do Vercel and just basically select your, you might have to log in if you're using the CLI the first time. So just do Vercel, log into your account, and once you're logged, choose your team. I'm just going to choose my team, and you want to basically, if you want to link to an existing project, you can. So I'm just going to select all the default because my code is located in the default directories. And once you do this, you don't want to modify settings. It's going to deploy this project, and it's going to give you a nice little inspect link. You can actually open that, and once you open that, you can see it's actually building this entire project. Now it might error out because of some some errors or something, but the first time it builds is actually not going to work because you haven't added the environment variable. So just go and open the env local file, and what you want to do is open the env local and click on your project, go to settings, and click on environment variables here. And what you want to do is paste this env here and pretty much like save it like that. And once you do that, guys, what you want to do is like cut this deployment. Just do like Command C, or you can even stop it from here. So it's like cancel deployment. And once you cancel this deployment here, you want to basically redeploy this again. So what you can do is you can just do Vercel again. And when you do that, Vercel again is going to give you another inspect link. Open that up. And the reason I did this is because the first time when you do it, it's not going to work because it doesn't have the environment variables. This time, because it has the environment variables, it's actually going to work because it's actually connected now. Now go to your build logs and see if this runs successfully. If this runs successfully, we're going to open up our nice little domain. And what you can do is then replace the one you have in OneEntry with the Vercel ones. So it's going to work in production. Pretty cool. And this is what my plan is, guys, by the way, to bring in more tutorials like this, like in the future. So I'm going to be bringing more functional. I want it to be short and I want it to be precise. I mean, I was telling that this is going to be like short, but I think it already reached like, I don't know how much it is, 5 hour right now. I don't know, the 5 hour mark or something, but yeah, it reached a very long mark. However, I'm going to try my best to make short tutorials like 3 hour long, 4 hour long, but like very packed with a lot of good stuff, like, you know, fundamental stuff. So we are getting something here, and it's saying that it could not be rendered statically because it used cookies. Okay, so there's like a dynamic server usage error, but it doesn't actually error the build out though. I think this is a known issue with Next.js, if I'm correct. I'm not sure if that's true, but I feel like this is a known issue with because I've read the dynamic server usage is something like an issue with Next.js or something. But I'll see if this is something which I can fix. You know, and you can see that our project is deployed now, so I can actually click onto it. And remember, this is not deployed to production, so this is like a preview link, and we can see our nice little thing. So what you want to basically do is you want to, before we actually test this out, you want to like copy this entire thing, and you want to basically put this into your OneEntry here. And the reason I'm doing this is so we can like test the entire flow. And once we do that, actually now we can go back and we can pretty much test this out. Now let's actually sign in, or let's actually sign up with a new account, and let's see if this actually works. So let's see, let me just put like Bruce. I always like to use Bruce Wayne as the name, and I'm just gonna say Bruce at you know, whatever, gmail.com, and I'm just gonna say Bruce, yeah, just say Bruce 1 2 3 4, and just use the same email and agree and sign up. So let's actually do that. Sign up successful. We have to log in with the same account, so we're just gonna say Bruce at gmail.com. If we type a wrong password, it's gonna give us an error. Login and password is incorrect. Perfect. And if we do the correct one, it should log us into the app. Beautiful. And we get this our nice little name here. We can log out back again, but let's try to order something. I want to order this phone. I want to actually order this, and my cart items increases. I also want to order this tower actually, so let me just add this to my cart as well. Let me order one more keyboard here. I'm going to order 2 of these. Let's go to our cart, and here we go. We get our nice little UI. So I'll actually increase this to 3, maybe this to 3, and we know that we have 6 items now. So we're going to click on checkout, and we will see that here I will just click back, but it's actually okay. So I think I messed up, but I did not do order/cancel. Yeah, so here I should have done order/cancel, and here also I should have done order/success. Okay, now I think this should work properly. So if I do this, and if I go back again, okay, still okay. I think I need to create a new session checkout link. So if I create checkout again, because that was the old one, so it did not have the right stuff, and now you can see it actually works. Beautiful. And now if I go to my cart, and if I click on checkout, and let's actually properly check out this time. Let's do 424, put Bruce here, and we know the amount is 877. Okay, we need to put an email here, and let's just say pay. So if we do the payment, we should be redirected to a success page. Here we go, the beautiful animations, the fade-in animations and stuff, and our checkout is successful. Now let's firstly go to OneEntry CMS and see if we get any order. So orders YT, here we go. I think we should have an order here. Okay, yeah, so it's right over here, Bruce. You can see $877. We get a nice little order, and if you go to Stripe, we should have gotten our payment as well. So if we go here, Open it up again, and here we go. We get this $877. We can even see the name and the email and stuff, which is perfect, right? So this is like perfect. This is what, you know, this is like such a powerful build. It shows you a lot of nice tricks, a lot of nice things, and the full integration with the CMS, with payments, orders, and thank you so much for OneEntry CMS for sponsoring the video. I'm gonna have all their links in the description, so please go ahead, and if you want to sign up with it, like sign up with the link and use the promo code as well, you know, and you know, stay tuned with the channel, guys. So if you like the video, give it a like and subscribe as well. That will help the channel a lot, and I will see you guys in the next one.